Roman 45, the Corn Mother and the Corn-Maiden in Northern Europe. It has been argued by W. Manhart that the first part of Demeter's name is derived from an alleged Cretan word barley, and that accordingly Demeter means neither more nor less than barley mother or corn mother. For the root of the word seems to have been applied to different kinds of grain by different branches of the Aryans. As Crete appears to have been one of the most ancient seats of the worship of Demeter, it would not be surprising if her name were of Cretan origin. But the etymology is open to serious objections, and it is safer therefore to lay no stress on it. Be that as it may, we have found independent reasons for identifying Demeter as the Corn Mother, and of the two species of corn associated with her in Greek religion, namely barley and wheat, the barley has perhaps the better claim to be her original element. For not only would it seem to have been the staple food of the Greeks in the Homeric age, but there are grounds for believing that it is one of the oldest, if not the very oldest, cereal cultivated by the Aryan race. Certainly, the use of barley in the religious ritual of the ancient Hindus, as well as of the ancient Greeks, furnishes a strong argument in favor of the great antiquity of its cultivation, which is known to have been practiced by the lake dwellers of the Stone Age in Europe. Analogies to the corn mother or barley mother of ancient Greece have been collected in great abundance by W. Manhart from the folklore of modern Europe. The following may serve as specimens. In Germany, the corn is very commonly personified under the name of the Corn Mother. Thus in spring, when the corn waves in the wind, the peasants say, "There comes the Corn Mother," or "The Corn Mother is running over the field," or "The Corn Mother is going through the corn." When children wish to go into the fields to pull the blue cornflowers or the red poppies, they are told not to do so, because the Corn Mother is sitting in the corn and will catch them. Or again she is called, according to the crop, the Rye Mother or the Pea Mother, and children are warned against straying in the rye or among the peas by threats of the Rye Mother or the Pea Mother. Again, the Corn Mother is believed to make the crop grow. Thus, in the neighborhood of Magdeburg, it is sometimes said, "It will be a good year for flax. The flax mother has been seen." In a village of Styria, it is said that the Corn Mother, in the shape of a female puppet made out of the last sheaf of corn and dressed in white, may be seen at midnight in the cornfields, which she fertilizes by passing through them. But if she is angry with a farmer, she withers up all his corn. Further, the Corn Mother plays an important part in harvest customs. She is believed to be present in the handful of corn which is left standing last on the field, and with the cutting of this last handful she is caught, or driven away, or killed. In the first of these cases, the last sheaf is carried joyfully home and honored as a divine being. It is placed in the barn, and at thrashing the corn spirit appears again. In the Hanoverian district of Hadeln, the reapers stand round the last sheaf and beat it with sticks in order to drive the Corn Mother out of it. They call to each other, "There she is! Hit her! Take care she doesn't catch you!" The beating goes on till the grain is completely threshed out, then the Corn Mother is believed to be driven away. In the neighborhood of Danzig, the person who cuts the last ears of corn makes them into a doll, which is called the Corn Mother or the Old Woman and is brought home on the last wagon. In some parts of Holstein, the last sheaf is dressed in woman's clothes and called the Corn Mother. It is carried home on the last wagon and then thoroughly drenched with water. The drenching with water is doubtless a rain charm. In the district of Bruck in Styria, the last sheaf, called the Corn Mother, is made up into the shape of a woman by the oldest married woman in the village, of an age from 50 to 55 years. The finest ears are plucked out of it and made into a wreath, which, twined with flowers, is carried on her head by the prettiest girl of the village to the farmer or squire, while the Corn Mother is laid down in the barn to keep off the mice. In other villages of the same district, the Corn Mother, at the close of harvest, is carried by two lads at the top of a pole. They march behind the girl who wears the wreath to the squire's house, and while he receives the wreath and hangs it up in the hall, the Corn Mother is placed on the top of a pile of wood, where she is the center of the harvest supper and dance. Afterwards she is hung up in the barn and remains there till the threshing is over. The man who gives the last stroke at thrashing is called the son of the Corn Mother. He is tied up in the Corn Mother, beaten, and carried through the village. The wreath is dedicated in church on the following Sunday, and on Easter Eve the grain is rubbed out of it by a 7-year-old girl and scattered amongst the young corn. At Christmas, the straw of the wreath is placed in the manger to make the cattle thrive. Here, the fertilizing power of the Corn Mother is plainly brought out by scattering the seed taken from her body, for the wreath is made out of the Corn Mother, among the new corn, and her influence over animal life is indicated by placing the straw in the manger. Amongst the Slavs, also the last sheaf is known as the Rye Mother, the Wheat Mother, the Oats Mother, the Barley Mother, and so on, according to the crop. In the district of Tarnow, Galicia, the wreath made out of the last stalks is called the Wheat Mother, Rye Mother, or Pea Mother. It is placed on a girl's head and kept till spring, when some of the grain is mixed with the seed corn. Here again, the fertilizing power of the Corn Mother is indicated. In France, also in the neighborhood of Auxerre, the last sheaf goes by the name of the mother of the wheat, mother of the barley, mother of the rye, or mother of the oats. They leave it standing in the field till the last wagon is about to wend homewards. Then they make a puppet out of it, dress it with clothes belonging to the farmer, and adorn it with a crown and a blue or white scarf. A branch of a tree is stuck in the breast of the puppet, which is now called the series. At the dance in the evening, the series is set in the middle of the floor, and the reaper who reaped fastest dances round it with the prettiest girl for his partner. After the dance, a pyre is made. All the girls, each wearing a wreath, strip the puppet, pull it to pieces, and place it on the pyre, along with the flowers with which it was adorned. Then the girl who was the first to finish reaping sets fire to the pile, and all pray that Ceres may give a fruitful year. Here, as Manhart observes, the old custom has remained intact, though the name Ceres is a bit of schoolmaster's learning. In Upper Brittany, the last sheaf is always made into human shape, but if the farmer is a married man, it is made double and consists of a little corn puppet placed inside of a large one. This is called the mother sheaf. It is delivered to the farmer's wife, who unties it and gives drink money in return. Sometimes the last sheaf is called, not the Corn Mother, but the Harvest Mother or the Great Mother. In the province of Osnabrück, Hanover, it is called the Harvest Mother. It is made up in female form, and then the reapers dance about with it. In some parts of Westphalia, the last sheaf at the rye harvest is made especially heavy by fastening stones in it. They bring it home on the last wagon and call it the Great Mother, though they do not fashion it into any special shape. In the district of Erfurt, a very heavy sheaf, not necessarily the last, is called the Great Mother, and is carried on the last wagon to the barn, where all hands lift it down amid a fire of jokes. Sometimes again the last sheaf is called the Grandmother, and is adorned with flowers, ribbons, and a woman's apron. In East Prussia, at the rye or wheat harvest, the reapers call out to the woman who binds the last sheaf, "You are getting the old grandmother." In the neighborhood of Magdeburg, the men and women servants strive who shall get the last sheaf, called the grandmother. Whoever gets it will be married in the next year, but his or her spouse will be old. If a girl gets it, she will marry a widower. If a man gets it, he will marry an old crone. In Silesia, the grandmother, a huge bundle, made up of 3 or 4 sheaves, by the person who tied the last sheaf was formerly fashioned into a rude likeness of the human form. In the neighborhood of Belfast, the last sheaf sometimes goes by the name of the granny. It is not cut in the usual way, but all the reapers throw their sickles at it and try to bring it down. It is plaited and kept till the next autumn. Whoever gets it will marry in the course of the year. Often the last sheaf is called the old woman or the old man. In Germany, it is frequently shaped and dressed as a woman, and the person who cuts it or binds it is said to get the old woman. At Altisheim in Swabia, when all the corn of a farm has been cut except a single strip, all the reapers stand in a row before the strip. Each cuts his share rapidly, and he who gives the last cut has the old woman. When the sheaves are being set up in heaps, the person who gets hold of the old woman, which is the largest and thickest of all the sheaves, is jeered at by the rest, who call out to him, "He has the old woman and must keep her." The woman who binds the last sheaf is sometimes herself called the old woman, and it is said that she will be married in the next year. In Neusass, West Prussia, both the last sheaf, which is dressed up in jacket, hat, and ribbons, and the woman who binds it are called the old woman. Together they are brought home on the last wagon and are drenched with water. In various parts of North Germany, the last sheaf at harvest is made up into a human effigy and called the old man, and the woman who bound it is said to have the old man. In West Prussia, when the last rye is being raked together, the women and girls hurry with the work, for none of them likes to be the last and to get the old man, that is, a puppet made out of the last sheaf, which must be carried before the other reapers by the person who was the last to finish. In Silesia, the last sheaf is called the old woman or the old man and is the theme of many jests. It is made unusually large and is sometimes weighted with a stone. Among the Wends, the man or woman who binds the last sheaf at wheat harvest is said to have the old man. A puppet is made out of the wheaten straw and ears in the likeness of a man and decked with flowers. The person who bound the last sheaf must carry the old man home, while the rest laugh and jeer at him. The puppet is hung up in the farmhouse and remains till a new old man is made at the next harvest. In some of these customs, as Manhart has remarked, the person who is called by the same name as the last sheaf and sits beside it on the last wagon is obviously identified with it. He or she represents the corn spirit which has been caught in the last sheaf. In other words, the corn spirit is represented in duplicate, by a human being and by a sheaf. The identification of the person with the sheaf is made still clearer by the custom of wrapping up in the last sheaf the person who cuts or binds it. Thus at Hermsdorf in Silesia, it used to be the regular practice to tie up in the last sheaf the woman who had bound it. At Weiden in Bavaria, it is the cutter, not the binder, of the last sheaf who is tied up in it. Here the person wrapped up in the corn represents the corn spirit, exactly as a person wrapped in branches or leaves represents the tree spirit. The last sheaf, designated as the old woman, is often distinguished from the other sheaves by its size and weight. Thus in some villages of West Prussia, the old woman is made twice as long and thick as a common sheaf, and a stone is fastened in the middle of it. Sometimes it is made so heavy that a man can barely lift it. At Altpillow, in Samland, 8 or 9 sheaves are often tied together to make the old woman, and the man who sets it up grumbles at its weight. At Itzgrund, in Saxe-Coburg, the last sheaf, called the old woman, is made large with the express intention of thereby securing a good crop next year. Thus the custom of making the last sheaf unusually large or heavy is a charm, working by sympathetic magic, to ensure a large and heavy crop at the following harvest. In Scotland, when the last corn was cut after Hallowmas, the female figure made out of it was sometimes called the carlin or carline, that is, the old woman. But if cut before Hallowmas, it was called the maiden. If cut after sunset, it was called the witch, being supposed to bring bad luck. Among the Highlanders of Scotland, the last corn cut at harvest is known either as the old wife, Cailleach, or as the maiden. On the whole, the former name seems to prevail in the western and the latter in the central and eastern districts. Of the maiden we shall speak presently. Here we are dealing with the old wife. The following general account of the custom is given by a careful and well-informed enquirer, the Reverend J.G. Campbell, minister of the remote Hebridean island of Tiree. The harvest old wife, a Cailleach. In harvest, there was a struggle to escape from being the last done with the shearing, and when tillage in common existed, instances were known of a ridge being left unshorn, no person would claim it, because of it being behind the rest. The fear entertained was that of having the famine of the farm, Gorda Bale, in the shape of an imaginary old woman, Cailleach, to feed till next harvest. Much emulation and amusement arose from the fear of this old woman. The first done made a doll of some blades of corn, which was called the old wife, and sent it to his nearest neighbor. He in turn, when ready, passed it to another still less expeditious, and the person at last remained with had the old woman to keep for that year. In the island of Isla, the last corn cut goes by the name of the old wife, Cailleach, and when she has done her duty at harvest, she is hung up on the wall and stays there till the time comes to plow the fields for the next year's crop. Then she is taken down, and on the first day when the men go to plow, she is divided among them by the mistress of the house. They take her in their pockets and give her to the horses to eat when they reach the field. This is supposed to secure good luck for the next harvest, and is understood to be the proper end of the old wife. Usages of the same sort are reported from Wales. Thus in North Pembrokeshire, a tuft of the last corn cut, from 6 to 12 inches long, is plaited and goes by the name of the hag, ratch, and quaint old customs used to be practiced with it within the memory of many persons still alive. Great was the excitement among the reapers when the last patch of standing corn was reached. All in turn threw their sickles at it, and the one who succeeded in cutting it received a jug of home-brewed ale. The hag, ratch, was then hurriedly made and taken to a neighboring farm, where the reapers were still busy at their work. This was generally done by the plowman, but he had to be very careful not to be observed by his neighbors, for if they saw him coming and had the least suspicion of his errand, they would soon make him retrace his steps. Creeping stealthily up behind a fence, he waited till the foreman of his neighbor's reapers was just opposite him and within easy reach. Then he suddenly threw the hag over the fence and, if possible, upon the foreman's sickle. On that he took to his heels and made off as fast as he could run, and he was a lucky man if he escaped without being caught or cut by the flying sickles which the infuriated reapers hurled after him. In other cases, the hag was brought home to the farmhouse by one of the reapers. He did his best to bring it home dry and without being observed, but he was apt to be roughly handled by the people of the house if they suspected his errand. Sometimes they stripped him of most of his clothes. Sometimes they would drench him with water, which had been carefully stored in buckets and pans for the purpose. If, however, he succeeded in bringing the hag in dry and unobserved, the master of the house had to pay him a small fine, or sometimes a jug of beer from the cask next to the wall, which seems to have commonly held the best beer, would be demanded by the bearer. The hag was then carefully hung on a nail in the hall or elsewhere and kept there all the year. The custom of bringing in the hag, ratch, into the house and hanging it up still exists in some farms of North Pembrokeshire, but the ancient ceremonies which have just been described are now discontinued. In County Antrim, down to some years ago, when the sickle was finally expelled by the reaping machine, the few stalks of corn left standing last on the field were plaited together. Then the reapers, blindfolded, threw their sickles at the plaited corn, and whoever happened to cut it through took it home with him and put it over his door. This bunch of corn was called the carly, probably the same word as carlin. Similar customs are observed by Slavonic peoples. Thus in Poland the last sheaf is commonly called the baba, that is, the old woman. In the last sheaf, it is said, sits the baba. The sheaf itself is also called the baba, and is sometimes composed of 12 smaller sheaves lashed together. In some parts of Bohemia, the baba, made out of the last sheaf, has the figure of a woman with a great straw hat. It is carried home on the last harvest wagon and delivered, along with a garland, to the farmer by 2 girls. In binding the sheaves, the women strive not to be last, for she who binds the last sheaf will have a child next year. Sometimes the harvesters call out to the woman who binds the last sheaf, "She has the baba," or "She is the baba." In the district of Krakow, when a man binds the last sheaf, they say, "The grandfather is sitting in it." When a woman binds it, they say, "The baba is sitting in it," and the woman herself is wrapped up in the sheaf, so that only her head projects out of it. Thus encased in the sheaf, she is carried on the last harvest wagon to the house, where she is drenched with water by the whole family. She remains in the sheaf till the dance is over, and for a year she retains the name of baba. In Lithuania, the name for the last sheaf is boba, old woman, answering to the Polish name baba. The boba is said to sit in the corn which is left standing last. The person who binds the last sheaf or digs the last potato is the subject of much banter, and receives and long retains the name of the old rye woman or the old potato woman. The last sheaf, the boba, is made into the form of a woman, carried solemnly through the village on the last harvest wagon, and drenched with water at the farmer's house. Then everyone dances with it. In Russia, also the last sheaf is often shaped and dressed as a woman, and carried with dance and song to the farmhouse. Out of the last sheaf, the Bulgarians make a doll which they call the corn queen or corn mother. It is dressed in a woman's shirt, carried round the village, and then thrown into the river in order to secure plenty of rain and dew for the next year's crop. Or it is burned, and the ashes strew on the fields, doubtless to fertilize them. The name queen, as applied to the last sheaf, has its analogies in Central and Northern Europe. Thus, in the Salzburg district of Austria, at the end of the harvest, a great procession takes place, in which a queen of the corn ears, Ehrenkoningin, is drawn along in a little carriage by young fellows. The custom of the harvest queen appears to have been common in England. Milton must have been familiar with it, for in Paradise Lost he says, "Adam, the while waiting desirous her return, had wove of choicest flowers a garland to adorn her tresses, and her rural labours crown, as reapers oft are wont their harvest queen." Often customs of this sort are practiced, not on the harvest field but on the thrashing floor. The spirit of the corn, fleeing before the reapers as they cut down the ripe grain, quits the reaped corn and takes refuge in the barn, where it appears in the last sheaf threshed, either to perish under the blows of the flail or to flee thence to the still unthreshed corn of a neighboring farm. Thus the last corn to be threshed is called the mother corn or the old woman. Sometimes the person who gives the last stroke with the flail is called the old woman and is wrapped in the straw of the last sheaf, or has a bundle of straw fastened on his back. Whether wrapped in the straw or carrying it on his back, he is carted through the village amid general laughter. In some districts of Bavaria, Thuringen, and elsewhere, the man who threshes the last sheaf is said to have the old woman or the old corn woman. He is tied up in straw, carried or carted about the village, and set down at last on the dunghill, or taken to the thrashing floor of a neighboring farmer who has not finished his thrashing. In Poland, the man who gives the last stroke at thrashing is called baba, old woman. He is wrapped in corn and wheeled through the village. Sometimes in Lithuania, the last sheaf is not threshed, but is fashioned into female shape and carried to the barn of a neighbor who has not finished his thrashing. In some parts of Sweden, when a stranger woman appears on the threshing floor, a flail is put round her body, stalks of corn are wound round her neck, a crown of ears is placed on her head, and the threshers call out, "Behold the corn woman." Here the stranger woman, thus suddenly appearing, is taken to be the corn spirit who has just been expelled by the flails from the corn stalks. In other cases, the farmer's wife represents the corn spirit. Thus in the commune of Saligny, Vendée, the farmer's wife, along with the last sheaf, is tied up in a sheet, placed on a litter, and carried to the threshing machine, under which she is shoved. Then the woman is drawn out and the sheaf is threshed by itself, but the woman is tossed in the sheet as if she were being winnowed. It would be impossible to express more clearly the identification of the woman with the corn than by this graphic imitation of thrashing and winnowing her. In these customs, the spirit of the ripe corn is regarded as old, or at least as of mature age. Hence the names of mother, grandmother, old woman, and so forth. But in other cases, the corn spirit is conceived as young. Thus, at Saldern, near Wolfenbüttel, when the rye has been reaped, 3 sheaves are tied together with a rope so as to make a puppet with the corn ears for a head. This puppet is called the maiden or the Corn-Maiden. Sometimes the corn spirit is conceived as a child who is separated from its mother by the stroke of the sickle. This last view appears in the Polish custom of calling out to the man who cuts the last handful of corn, "You have cut the navel string." In some districts of West Prussia, the figure made out of the last sheaf is called the bastard, and a boy is wrapped up in it. The woman who binds the last sheaf and represents the corn mother is told that she is about to be brought to bed. She cries like a woman in travail, and an old woman in the character of grandmother acts as midwife. At last, a cry is raised that the child is born, whereupon the boy who is tied up in the sheaf whimpers and squalls like an infant. The grandmother wraps a sack, in imitation of swaddling bands, round the pretended baby, who is carried joyfully to the barn, lest he should catch cold in the open air. In other parts of North Germany, the last sheaf, or the puppet made out of it, is called the child, the harvest child, and so on, and they call out to the woman who binds the last sheaf, "You are getting the child." In some parts of Scotland, as well as in the north of England, the last handful of corn cut on the harvest field was called the kern, and the person who carried it off was said to win the kern. It was then dressed up like a child's doll and went by the name of the kern baby, the kern doll, or the maiden. In Berwickshire down to about the middle of the 19th century, there was an eager competition among the reapers to cut the last bunch of standing corn. They gathered round it at a little distance and threw their sickles in turn at it, and the man who succeeded in cutting it through gave it to the girl he preferred. She made the corn so cut into a kern dolly and dressed it, and the doll was then taken to the farmhouse and hung up there till the next harvest, when its place was taken by the new kern dolly. At Spottiswoode in Berwickshire, the reaping of the last corn at harvest was called cutting the queen almost as often as cutting the kern. The mode of cutting it was not by throwing sickles. One of the reapers consented to be blindfolded, and having been given a sickle in his hand and turned twice or thrice about by his fellows, he was bidden to go and cut the kern. His groping about and making wild strokes in the air with his sickle excited much hilarity. When he had tired himself out in vain and given up the task as hopeless, another reaper was blindfolded and pursued the quest, and so on, one after the other, till at last the kern was cut. The successful reaper was tossed up in the air with 3 cheers by his brother harvesters. To decorate the room in which the kern supper was held at Spottiswoode as well as the granary, where the dancing took place, 2 women made kern dollies or queens every year, and many of these rustic effigies of the corn spirit might be seen hanging up together. In some parts of the Highlands of Scotland, the last handful of corn that is cut by the reapers on any particular farm is called the maiden, or in Gaelic maidinbuin, literally, the shorn maiden. Superstitions attach to the winning of the maiden. If it is got by a young person, they think it an omen that he or she will be married before another harvest. For that or other reasons, there is a strife between the reapers as to who shall get the maiden, and they resort to various stratagems for the purpose of securing it. One of them, for example, will often leave a handful of corn uncut and cover it up with earth to hide it from the other reapers, till all the rest of the corn on the field is cut down. Several may try to play the same trick, and the one who is coolest and holds out longest obtains the coveted distinction. When it has been cut, the maiden is dressed with ribbons into a sort of doll and affixed to a wall of the farmhouse. In the north of Scotland, the maiden is carefully preserved till Yule morning, when it is divided among the cattle, to make them thrive all the year round. In the neighborhood of Balquhidder, Perthshire, the last handful of corn is cut by the youngest girl on the field and is made into the rude form of a female doll, clad in a paper dress and decked with ribbons. It is called the maiden and is kept in the farmhouse, generally above the chimney, for a good while, sometimes till the maiden of the next year is brought in. The writer of this book witnessed the ceremony of cutting the maiden at Balquhidder in September 1888. A lady friend informed me that as a young girl she cut the maiden several times at the request of the reapers in the neighborhood of Perth. The name of the maiden was given to the last handful of standing corn. A reaper held the top of the bunch while she cut it. Afterwards the bunch was plaited, decked with ribbons, and hung up in a conspicuous place on the wall of the kitchen till the next maiden was brought in. The harvest supper in this neighborhood was also called the maiden. The reapers danced at it. On some farms on the Gairloch in Dumbartonshire, about the year 1830, the last handful of standing corn was called the maiden. It was divided in two, plaited, and then cut with the sickle by a girl, who, it was thought, would be lucky and would soon be married. When it was cut, the reapers gathered together and threw their sickles in the air. The maiden was dressed with ribbons and hung in the kitchen near the roof, where it was kept for several years with the date attached. Sometimes 5 or 6 maidens might be seen hanging at once on hooks. The harvest supper was called the kern. In other farms on the Gairloch, the last handful of corn was called the maidenhead or the head. It was neatly plaited, sometimes decked with ribbons, and hung in the kitchen for a year, when the grain was given to the poultry. In Aberdeenshire, the last sheaf cut, or maiden, is carried home in merry procession by the harvesters. It is then presented to the mistress of the house, who dresses it up to be preserved till the first mare foals. The maiden is then taken down and presented to the mare as its first food. The neglect of this would have untoward effects upon the foal and disastrous consequences upon farm operations generally for the season. In the northeast of Aberdeenshire, the last sheaf is commonly called the clyack sheaf. It used to be cut by the youngest girl present and was dressed as a woman. Being brought home in triumph, it was kept till Christmas morning, and then given to a mare in foal, if there was one on the farm, or, if there was not, to the oldest cow and calf. Elsewhere, the sheaf was divided between all the cows and their calves, or between all the horses and the cattle of the farm. In Fifeshire, the last handful of corn, known as the maiden, is cut by a young girl and made into the rude figure of a doll, tied with ribbons, by which it is hung on the wall of the farm kitchen till the next spring. The custom of cutting the maiden at harvest was also observed in Inverness-shire and Sutherlandshire. A somewhat maturer but still youthful age is assigned to the corn spirit by the appellations of bride, oats bride, and wheat bride, which in Germany are sometimes bestowed both on the last sheaf and on the woman who binds it. At wheat harvest near Muglitz in Moravia, a small portion of the wheat is left standing after all the rest has been reaped. This remnant is then cut, amid the rejoicing of the reapers, by a young girl who wears a wreath of wheaten ears on her head and goes by the name of the wheat bride. It is supposed that she will be a real bride that same year. Near Rosslyn and Stonehaven in Scotland, the last handful of corn cut got the name of the bride, and she was placed over the bress or chimney piece. She had a ribbon tied below her numerous ears and another round her waist. Sometimes the idea implied by the name of bride is worked out more fully by representing the productive powers of vegetation as bride and bridegroom. Thus in the Vorhars, an oatsman and an oatswoman, swathed in straw, dance at the harvest feast. In South Saxony, an oats bridegroom and an oats bride figure together at the harvest celebration. The oats bridegroom is a man completely wrapped in oat straw. The oats bride is a man dressed in woman's clothes, but not wrapped in straw. They are drawn in a wagon to the alehouse, where the dance takes place. At the beginning of the dance, the dancers pluck the bunches of oats one by one from the oats bridegroom, while he struggles to keep them, till at last he is completely stripped of them and stands bare, exposed to the laughter and jests of the company. In Austrian Silesia, the ceremony of the wheat bride is celebrated by the young people at the end of the harvest. The woman who bound the last sheaf plays the part of the wheat bride, wearing the harvest crown of wheat ears and flowers on her head. Thus adorned, standing beside her bridegroom in a wagon and attended by bridesmaids, she is drawn by a pair of oxen, in full imitation of a marriage procession, to the tavern, where the dancing is kept up till morning. Somewhat later in the season, the wedding of the oats bride is celebrated with the like rustic pomp. About Nice, in Silesia, an oats king and an oats queen, dressed up quaintly as a bridal pair, are seated on a harrow and drawn by oxen into the village. In these last instances, the corn spirit is personified in double form as male and female. But sometimes the spirit appears in a double female form as both old and young, corresponding exactly to the Greek Demeter and Persephone, if my interpretation of these goddesses is right. We have seen that in Scotland, especially among the Gaelic-speaking population, the last corn cut is sometimes called the old wife and sometimes the maiden. Now there are parts of Scotland in which both an old wife, cailleach, and a maiden are cut at harvest. The accounts of this custom are not quite clear and consistent, but the general rule seems to be that, where both a maiden and an old wife, cailleach, are fashioned out of the reaped corn at harvest, the maiden is made out of the last stalks left standing, and is kept by the farmer on whose land it was cut, while the old wife is made out of other stalks, sometimes out of the first stalks cut, and is regularly passed on to a laggard farmer who happens to be still reaping after his brisker neighbor has cut all his corn. Thus, while each farmer keeps his own maiden, as the embodiment of the young and fruitful spirit of the corn, he passes on the old wife as soon as he can to a neighbor. And so the old lady may make the round of all the farms in the district before she finds a place in which to lay her venerable head. The farmer with whom she finally takes up her abode is of course the one who has been the last of all the countryside to finish reaping his crops, and thus the distinction of entertaining her is rather an invidious one. He is thought to be doomed to poverty or to be under the obligation of providing for the dearth of the township in the ensuing season. Similarly, we saw that in Pembrokeshire, where the last corn cut is called, not the maiden, but the hag, she is passed on hastily to a neighbor who is still at work in his fields, and who receives his aged visitor with anything but a transport of joy. If the old wife represents the corn spirit of the past year, as she probably does wherever she is contrasted with and opposed to a maiden, it is natural enough that her faded charms should have less attractions for the husbandman than the buxom form of her daughter, who may be expected to become in her turn the mother of the golden grain when the revolving year has brought round another autumn. The same desire to get rid of the effete mother of the corn, by palming her off on other people, comes out clearly in some of the customs observed at the close of thrashing, particularly in the practice of passing on a hideous straw puppet to a neighbor farmer who is still threshing his corn. The harvest customs just described are strikingly analogous to the spring customs, which we reviewed in an earlier part of this work. 1. As in the spring customs, the tree spirit is represented both by a tree and by a person. So in the harvest customs, the corn spirit is represented both by the last sheaf and by the person who cuts or binds or threshes it. The equivalence of the person to the sheaf is shown by giving him or her the same name as the sheaf, by wrapping him or her in it, and by the rule observed in some places that when the sheaf is called the mother, it must be made up into human shape by the oldest married woman, but that when it is called the maiden, it must be cut by the youngest girl. Here the age of the personal representative of the corn spirit corresponds with that of the supposed age of the corn spirit, just as the human victims offered by the Mexicans to promote the growth of the maize varied with the age of the maize. For in the Mexican, as in the European, custom the human beings were probably representatives of the corn spirit rather than victims offered to it. 2. Again, the same fertilizing influence which the tree spirit is supposed to exert over vegetation, cattle, and even women is ascribed to the corn spirit. Thus, its supposed influence on vegetation is shown by the practice of taking some of the grain of the last sheaf, in which the corn spirit is regularly supposed to be present, and scattering it among the young corn in spring or mixing it with the seed corn. Its influence on animals is shown by giving the last sheaf to a mare and foal, to a cow and calf, and to horses at the first plowing. Lastly, its influence on women is indicated by the custom of delivering the mother sheaf, made into the likeness of a pregnant woman, to the farmer's wife, by the belief that the woman who binds the last sheaf will have a child next year. Perhaps, too, by the idea that the person who gets it will soon be married. Plainly, therefore, these spring and harvest customs are based on the same ancient modes of thought and form parts of the same primitive heathendom, which was doubtless practiced by our forefathers long before the dawn of history. Amongst the marks of a primitive ritual, we may note the following. 1. No special class of persons is set apart for the performance of the rites. In other words, there are no priests. The rites may be performed by anyone as occasion demands. 2. No special places are set apart for the performance of the rites. In other words, there are no temples. The rites may be performed anywhere as occasion demands. 3. Spirits, not gods, are recognized. A. As distinguished from gods, spirits are restricted in their operations to definite departments of nature. Their names are general, not proper. Their attributes are generic, rather than individual. In other words, there is an indefinite number of spirits of each class, and the individuals of a class are all much alike. They have no definitely marked individuality. No accepted traditions are current as to their origin, life, adventures, and character. B. On the other hand, gods, as distinguished from spirits, are not restricted to definite departments of nature. It is true that there is generally some one department over which they preside as their special province, but they are not rigorously confined to it. They can exert their power for good or evil in many other spheres of nature and life. Again, they bear individual or proper names, such as Demeter, Persephone, Dionysus, and their individual characters and histories are fixed by current myths and the representations of art. 4. The rites are magical rather than propitiatory. In other words, the desired objects are attained, not by propitiating the favor of divine beings through sacrifice, prayer, and praise, but by ceremonies which, as I have already explained, are believed to influence the course of nature directly through a physical sympathy or resemblance between the rite and the effect which it is the intention of the rite to produce. Judged by these tests, the spring and harvest customs of our European peasantry deserve to rank as primitive. For no special class of persons and no special places are set exclusively apart for their performance. They may be performed by anyone, master or man, mistress or maid, boy or girl. They are practiced, not in temples or churches, but in the woods and meadows, beside brooks, in barns, on harvest fields and cottage floors. The supernatural beings whose existence is taken for granted in them are spirits rather than deities. Their functions are limited to certain well-defined departments of nature. Their names are general like the barley mother, the old woman, the maiden, not proper names like Demeter, Persephone, Dionysus. Their generic attributes are known, but their individual histories and characters are not the subject of myths. For they exist in classes rather than as individuals, and the members of each class are indistinguishable. For example, every farm has its corn mother, or its old woman, or its maiden, but every corn mother is much like every other corn mother, and so with the old women and maidens. Lastly, in these harvests, as in the spring customs, the ritual is magical rather than propitiatory. This is shown by throwing the corn mother into the river in order to secure rain and dew for the crops, by making the old woman heavy in order to get a heavy crop next year, by strewing grain from the last sheaf amongst the young crops in spring, and by giving the last sheaf to the cattle to make them thrive. Roman 46, the corn mother in many lands, the corn mother in America. European peoples, ancient and modern, have not been singular in personifying the corn as a mother goddess. The same simple idea has suggested itself to other agricultural races in distant parts of the world, and has been applied by them to other indigenous cereals than barley and wheat. If Europe has its wheat mother and its barley mother, America has its maize mother, and the East Indies their rice mother. These personifications I will now illustrate, beginning with the American personification of the maize. We have seen that among European peoples, it is a common custom to keep the plaited corn stalks of the last sheaf, or the puppet which is formed out of them, in the farmhouse from harvest to harvest. The intention, no doubt, is, or rather originally was, by preserving the representative of the corn spirit to maintain the spirit itself in life and activity throughout the year, in order that the corn may grow and the crops be good. This interpretation of the custom is at all events rendered highly probable by a similar custom observed by the ancient Peruvians, and thus described by the old Spanish historian Acosta. They take a certain portion of the most fruitful of the maize that grows in their farms, the which they put in a certain granary which they do call purua, with certain ceremonies, watching 3 nights. They put this maize in the richest garments they have, and being thus wrapped and dressed, they worship this purua and hold it in great veneration, saying it is the mother of the maize of their inheritances, and that by this means the maize augments and is preserved. In this month, the 6th month, answering to May, they make a particular sacrifice, and the witches demand of this purua if it hath strength sufficient to continue until the next year. And if it answers no, then they carry this maize to the farm to burn, whence they brought it, according to every man's power. Then they make another purua, with the same ceremonies, saying that they renew it, to the end the seed of maize may not perish, and if it answers that it hath force sufficient to last longer, they leave it until the next year. This foolish vanity continueth to this day, and it is very common amongst the Indians to have these puruas. In this description of the custom, there seems to be some error. Probably it was the dressed-up bunch of maize, not the granary, purua, which was worshipped by the Peruvians and regarded as the mother of the maize. This is confirmed by what we know of the Peruvian custom from another source. The Peruvians, we are told, believed all useful plants to be animated by a divine being who causes their growth. According to the particular plant, these divine beings were called the maize mother Zara Mama, the quinoa mother Quinoa Mama, the coca mother Coca Mama, and the potato mother Axo Mama. Figures of these divine mothers were made respectively of ears of maize and leaves of the quinoa and coca plants. They were dressed in women's clothes and worshipped. Thus the maize mother was represented by a puppet made of stalks of maize dressed in full female attire, and the Indians believed that, as mother, it had the power of producing and giving birth to much maize. Probably, therefore, Acosta misunderstood his informant, and the mother of the maize which he describes was not the granary, purua, but the bunch of maize dressed in rich vestments. The Peruvian mother of the maize, like the harvest maiden at Balquhidder, was kept for a year in order that by her means the corn might grow and multiply. But lest her strength might not suffice to last till the next harvest, she was asked in the course of the year how she felt, and if she answered that she felt weak, she was burned and a fresh mother of the maize made, to the end the seed of maize may not perish. Here, it may be observed, we have a strong confirmation of the explanation already given of the custom of killing the god, both periodically and occasionally. The mother of the maize was allowed, as a rule, to live through a year, that being the period during which her strength might reasonably be supposed to last unimpaired. But on any symptom of her strength failing, she was put to death, and a fresh and vigorous mother of the maize took her place, lest the maize which depended on her for its existence should languish and decay. The rice mother in the East Indies. If the reader still feels any doubts as to the meaning of the harvest customs, which have been practiced within living memory by European peasants, these doubts may perhaps be dispelled by comparing the customs observed at the rice harvest by the Malays and Dyaks of the East Indies. For these Eastern peoples have not, like our peasantry, advanced beyond the intellectual stage at which the customs originated. Their theory and their practice are still in unison. For them, the quaint rites which in Europe have long dwindled into mere fossils, the pastime of clowns and the puzzle of the learned, are still living realities of which they can render an intelligible and truthful account. Hence, a study of their beliefs and usages concerning the rice may throw some light on the true meaning of the ritual of the corn in ancient Greece and modern Europe. Now the whole of the ritual which the Malays and Dyaks observe in connection with the rice is founded on the simple conception of the rice as animated by a soul like that which these people attribute to mankind. They explain the phenomena of reproduction, growth, decay, and death in the rice on the same principles on which they explain the corresponding phenomena in human beings. They imagine that in the fibers of the plant, as in the body of a man, there is a certain vital element, which is so far independent of the plant that it may for a time be completely separated from it without fatal effects, though if its absence be prolonged beyond certain limits the plant will wither and die. This vital yet separable element is what, for the want of a better word, we must call the soul of a plant, just as a similar vital and separable element is commonly supposed to constitute the soul of man. And on this theory or myth of the plant soul is built the whole worship of the cereals, just as on the theory or myth of the human soul is built the whole worship of the dead, a towering superstructure reared on a slender and precarious foundation. Believing the rice to be animated by a soul like that of a man, the Indonesians naturally treat it with the deference and the consideration which they show to their fellows. Thus they behave towards the rice in bloom as they behave towards a pregnant woman. They abstain from firing guns or making loud noises in the field, lest they should so frighten the soul of the rice that it would miscarry and bear no grain. And for the same reason, they will not talk of corpses or demons in the rice fields. Moreover, they feed the blooming rice with foods of various kinds, which are believed to be wholesome for women with child. But when the rice ears are just beginning to form, they are looked upon as infants, and women go through the fields feeding them with rice pap as if they were human babes. In such natural and obvious comparisons of the breeding plant to a breeding woman, and of the young grain to a young child, is to be sought the origin of the kindred Greek conception of the corn mother and the corn daughter, Demeter and Persephone. But if the timorous feminine soul of the rice can be frightened into a miscarriage even by loud noises, it is easy to imagine what her feelings must be at harvest, when people are under the sad necessity of cutting down the rice with the knife. At so critical a season, every precaution must be used to render the necessary surgical operation of reaping as inconspicuous and as painless as possible. For that reason, the reaping of the seed rice is done with knives of a peculiar pattern, such that the blades are hidden in the reaper's hands and do not frighten the rice spirit till the very last moment, when her head is swept off almost before she is aware. And from a like delicate motive, the reapers at work in the fields employ a special form of speech, which the rice spirit cannot be expected to understand, so that she has no warning or inkling of what is going forward till the heads of rice are safely deposited in the basket. Among the Indonesian peoples who thus personify the rice, we may take the Kayans or Bahus of central Borneo as typical. In order to secure and detain the volatile soul of the rice, the Kayans resort to a number of devices. Among the instruments employed for this purpose are a miniature ladder, a spatula, and a basket containing hooks, thorns, and cords. With the spatula, the priestess strokes the soul of the rice down the little ladder into the basket, where it is naturally held fast by the hooks, the thorn, and the cord, and having thus captured and imprisoned the soul, she conveys it into the rice granary. Sometimes a bamboo box and a net are used for the same purpose. And in order to ensure a good harvest for the following year, it is necessary not only to detain the soul of all the grains of rice which are safely stored in the granary, but also to attract and recover the soul of all the rice that has been lost through falling to the earth or being eaten by deer, apes, and pigs. For this purpose, instruments of various sorts have been invented by the priests. One, for example, is a bamboo vessel provided with 4 hooks made from the wood of a fruit tree, by means of which the absent rice soul may be hooked and drawn back into the vessel, which is then hung up in the house. Sometimes 2 hands carved out of the wood of a fruit tree are used for the same purpose. And every time that a Kayan housewife fetches rice from the granary for the use of her household, she must propitiate the souls of the rice in the granary, lest they should be angry at being robbed of their substance. The same need of securing the soul of the rice, if the crop is to thrive, is keenly felt by the Karens of Burma. When a rice field does not flourish, they suppose that the soul kella of the rice is in some way detained from the rice. If the soul cannot be called back, the crop will fail. The following formula is used in recalling the kella soul of the rice. "O come, rice kella, come to the field, come to the rice, with seed of each gender come. Come from the river Ko, come from the river Ka, from the place where they meet, come from the west, come from the east, from the throat of the bird, from the maw of the ape, from the throat of the elephant. Come from the sources of rivers and their mouths. Come from the country of the Shan and Burman, from the distant kingdoms come, from all granaries come. O rice kella, come to the rice. The corn mother of our European peasants has her match in the rice mother of the Minangkaburs of Sumatra. The Minangkaburs definitely attribute a soul to rice, and will sometimes assert that rice pounded in the usual way tastes better than rice ground in a mill, because in the mill the body of the rice was so bruised and battered that the soul has fled from it. Like the Javanese, they think that the rice is under the special guardianship of a female spirit called Sainingsari, who is conceived as so closely knit up with the plant that the rice often goes by her name, as with the Romans the corn might be called Ceres. In particular Saining, Sari is represented by certain stalks or grains called India paddy, that is, literally, mother of rice, a name that is often given to the guardian spirit herself. This so-called mother of rice is the occasion of a number of ceremonies observed at the planting and harvesting of the rice, as well as during its preservation in the barn. When the seed of the rice is about to be sown in the nursery or bedding out ground, where under the wet system of cultivation, it is regularly allowed to sprout before being transplanted to the fields, the best grains are picked out to form the rice mother. These are then sown in the middle of the bed, and the common seed is planted round about them. The state of the rice mother is supposed to exert the greatest influence on the growth of the rice. If she droops or pines away, the harvest will be bad in consequence. The woman who sows the rice mother in the nursery lets her hair hang loose and afterwards bathes, as a means of ensuring an abundant harvest. When the time comes to transplant the rice from the nursery to the field, the rice mother receives a special place either in the middle or in a corner of the field, and a prayer or charm is uttered as follows. Sainingsari, may a measure of rice come from a stalk of rice and a basketful from a root. May you be frightened neither by lightning nor by passers-by. Sunshine make you glad. With the storm may you be at peace, and may rain serve to wash your face. While the rice is growing, the particular plant which was thus treated as the rice mother is lost sight of, but before harvest, another rice mother is found. When the crop is ripe for cutting, the oldest woman of the family or a sorcerer goes out to look for her. The first stalks seen to bend under a passing breeze are the rice mother, and they are tied together, but not cut, until the first fruits of the field have been carried home to serve as a festal meal for the family and their friends, nay, even for the domestic animals, since it is Sainingsari's pleasure that the beasts also should partake of her good gifts. After the meal has been eaten, the rice mother is fetched home by persons in gay attire, who carry her very carefully under an umbrella in a neatly worked bag to the barn, where a place in the middle is assigned to her. Everyone believes that she takes care of the rice in the barn and even multiplies it not uncommonly. When the Tamori of Central Celebes are about to plant the rice, they bury in the field some beetle as an offering to the spirits who cause the rice to grow. The rice that is planted round this spot is the last to be reaped at harvest. At the commencement of the reaping, the stalks of this patch of rice are tied together into a sheaf, which is called the mother of the rice, inino p, and offerings in the shape of rice, fowl's liver, eggs, and other things are laid down before it. When all the rest of the rice in the field has been reaped, the mother of the rice is cut down and carried with due honor to the rice barn, where it is laid on the floor, and all the other sheaves are piled upon it. The Tamori, we are told, regard the mother of the rice as a special offering made to the rice spirit Amanga, who dwells in the moon. If that spirit is not treated with proper respect, for example, if the people who fetch rice from the barn are not decently clad, he is angry and punishes the offenders by eating up twice as much rice in the barn as they have taken out of it. Some people have heard him smacking his lips in the barn as he devoured the rice. On the other hand, the Touaregs of Central Celebes, who also practice the custom of the rice mother at harvest, regard her as the actual mother of the whole harvest, and therefore keep her carefully, lest in her absence the garnered store of rice should all melt away and disappear. Again, just as in Scotland the old and the young spirit of the corn are represented as an old wife, cailleach, and a maiden respectively, so in the Malay Peninsula we find both the rice mother and her child represented by different sheaves or bundles of ears on the harvest field. The ceremony of cutting and bringing home the soul of the rice was witnessed by Mr. W. W. Skeet at Chod, in Selangor, on the 28th of January 1897. The particular bunch or sheaf which was to serve as the mother of the rice soul, had previously been sought and identified by means of the markings or shape of the ears. From this sheaf an aged sorceress, with much solemnity, cut a little bundle of 7 ears, anointed them with oil, tied them round with party-colored thread, fumigated them with incense, and having wrapped them in a white cloth deposited them in a little oval-shaped basket. These 7 ears were the infant soul of the rice, and the little basket was its cradle. It was carried home to the farmer's house by another woman, who held up an umbrella to screen the tender infant from the hot rays of the sun. Arrived at the house, the rice child was welcomed by the women of the family, and laid, cradle and all, on a new sleeping mat with pillows at the head. After that, the farmer's wife was instructed to observe certain rules of taboo for 3 days, the rules being in many respects identical with those which have to be observed for 3 days after the birth of a real child. Something of the same tender care which is thus bestowed on the newly born rice child is naturally extended also to its parent, the sheaf from whose body it was taken. This sheaf, which remains standing in the field after the rice soul has been carried home and put to bed, is treated as a newly made mother. That is to say, young shoots of trees are pounded together and scattered broadcast every evening for 3 successive days, and when the 3 days are up you take the pulp of a coconut and what are called goat flowers. Mix them up, eat them with a little sugar, and spit some of the mixture out among the rice. So after a real birth, the young shoots of the jackfruit, the rose apple, certain kinds of banana, and the thin pulp of young coconuts are mixed with dried fish, salt, acid, prawn condiment, and the like dainties to form a sort of salad, which is administered to mother and child for 3 successive days. The last sheaf is reaped by the farmer's wife, who carries it back to the house, where it is threshed and mixed with the rice soul. The farmer then takes the rice soul and its basket and deposits it, together with the product of the last sheaf, in the big circular rice bin used by the Malays. Some grains from the rice soul are mixed with the seed which is to be sown in the following year. In this rice mother and rice child of the Malay Peninsula, we may see the counterpart, and in a sense the prototype of the Demeter and Persephone of ancient Greece. Once more, the European custom of representing the corn spirit in the double form of bride and bridegroom has its parallel in a ceremony observed at the rice harvest in Java. Before the reapers begin to cut the rice, the priest or sorcerer picks out a number of ears of rice, which are tied together, smeared with ointment, and adorned with flowers. Thus decked out, the ears are called the paddy pingant. That is, the rice bride and the rice bridegroom, their wedding feast is celebrated, and the cutting of the rice begins immediately afterwards. Later on, when the rice is being got in, a bridal chamber is partitioned off in the barn and furnished with a new mat, a lamp, and all kinds of toilet articles. Sheaves of rice, to represent the wedding guests, are placed beside the rice bride and the rice bridegroom. Not till this has been done may the whole harvest be housed in the barn. And for the first 40 days after the rice has been housed, no one may enter the barn, for fear of disturbing the newly wedded pair. In the islands of Bali and Lombok, when the time of harvest has come, the owner of the field himself makes a beginning by cutting the principal rice with his own hands and binding it into 2 sheaves, each composed of 108 stalks with their leaves attached to them. One of the sheaves represents a man and the other a woman, and they are called husband and wife. The male sheaf is wound about with thread so that none of the leaves are visible, whereas the female sheaf has its leaves bent over and tied so as to resemble the roll of a woman's hair. Sometimes, for further distinction, a necklace of rice straw is tied round the female sheaf. When the rice is brought home from the field, the 2 sheaves representing the husband and wife are carried by a woman on her head and are the last of all to be deposited in the barn. There they are laid to rest on a small erection or on a cushion of rice straw. The whole arrangement, we are informed, has for its object to induce the rice to increase and multiply in the granary so that the owner may get more out of it than he put in. Hence, when the people of Bali bring the 2 sheaves, the husband and wife, into the barn, they say, "Increase ye and multiply without ceasing." When all the rice in the barn has been used up, the 2 sheaves representing the husband and wife remain in the empty building till they have gradually disappeared or been devoured by mice. The pinch of hunger sometimes drives individuals to eat up the rice of these 2 sheaves, but the wretches who do so are viewed with disgust by their fellows and branded as pigs and dogs. Nobody would ever sell these holy sheaves with the rest of their profane brethren. The same notion of the propagation of the rice by a male and female power finds expression amongst the Shais of Upper Burma. When the paddy, that is, the rice with the husk still on it, has been dried and piled in a heap for thrashing, all the friends of the household are invited to the thrashing floor, and food and drink are brought out. The heap of paddy is divided and one half spread out for threshing, while the other half is left piled up. On the pile, food and spirits are set, and one of the elders, addressing the father and mother of the paddy plant, prays for plenteous harvests in future and begs that the seed may bear many-fold. Then the whole party eat, drink, and make merry. This ceremony at the threshing floor is the only occasion when these people invoke the father and mother of the paddy, the spirit of the corn embodied in human beings. Thus the theory which recognizes in the European corn mother, Corn-Maiden, and so forth, the embodiment in vegetable form of the animating spirit of the crops is amply confirmed by the evidence of peoples in other parts of the world, who, because they have lagged behind the European races in mental development, retain for that very reason a keener sense of the original motives for observing those rustic rites, which among ourselves have sunk to the level of meaningless survivals. The reader may, however, remember that according to Manhart, whose theory I am expounding, the spirit of the corn manifests itself not merely in vegetable, but also in human form. The person who cuts the last sheaf or gives the last stroke at threshing passes for a temporary embodiment of the corn spirit, just as much as the bunch of corn which he reaps or threshes. Now in the parallels which have been hitherto adduced from the customs of peoples outside Europe, the spirit of the crops appears only in vegetable form. It remains, therefore, to prove that other races besides our European peasantry have conceived the spirit of the crops as incorporate in or represented by living men and women. Such a proof, I may remind the reader, is germane to the theme of this book. For the more instances we discover of human beings representing in themselves the life or animating spirit of plants, the less difficulty will be felt at classing amongst them the king of the wood at Nemi. The Mandans and Minnetarees of North America used to hold a festival in spring, which they called the Corn Medicine Festival of the Women. They thought that a certain old woman who never dies made the crops to grow, and that, living somewhere in the south, she sent the migratory waterfowl in spring as her tokens and representatives. Each sort of bird represented a special kind of crop cultivated by the Indians. The wild goose stood for the maize, the wild swan for the gourds, and the wild duck for the beans. So when the feathered messengers of the old woman began to arrive in spring, the Indians celebrated the Corn Medicine Festival of the Women. Scaffolds were set up, on which the people hung dried meat and other things by way of offerings to the old woman, and on a certain day the old women of the tribe, as representatives of the old woman who never dies, assembled at the scaffolds, each bearing in her hand an ear of maize fastened to a stick. They first planted these sticks in the ground, then danced round the scaffolds, and finally took up these sticks again in their arms. Meanwhile old men beat drums and shook rattles as a musical accompaniment to the performance of the old women. Further, young women came and put dried flesh into the mouths of the old women, for which they received in return a grain of the consecrated maize to eat. 3 or 4 grains of the holy corn were also placed in the dishes of the young women, to be afterwards carefully mixed with the seed corn, which they were supposed to fertilize. The dried flesh hung on the scaffold belonged to the old women, because they represented the old woman who never dies. A similar corn medicine festival was held in autumn for the purpose of attracting the herds of buffaloes and securing a supply of meat. At that time, every woman carried in her arms an uprooted plant of maize. They gave the name of the old woman who never dies both to the maize and to those birds which they regarded as symbols of the fruits of the earth, and they prayed to them in autumn saying, "Mother, have pity on us. Send us not the bitter cold too soon, lest we have not meat enough. Let not all the game depart, that we may have something for the winter." In autumn, when the birds were flying south, the Indians thought that they were going home to the old woman and taking to her the offerings that had been hung up on the scaffolds, especially the dried meat, which she ate. Here then we have the spirit or divinity of the corn conceived as an old woman and represented in bodily form by old women, who in their capacity of representatives receive some at least of the offerings which are intended for her. In some parts of India, the harvest goddess Gauri is represented at once by an unmarried girl and by a bundle of wild balsam plants, which is made up into the figure of a woman and dressed as such with mask, garments, and ornaments. Both the human and the vegetable representative of the goddess are worshipped, and the intention of the whole ceremony appears to be to ensure a good crop of rice. The double personification of the corn as mother and daughter. Compared with the Corn Mother of Germany and the Harvest Maiden of Scotland, the Demeter and Persephone of Greece are late products of religious growth. Yet as members of the Aryan family, the Greeks must at one time or another have observed harvest customs like those which are still practiced by Celts, Teutons, and Slavs, and which, far beyond the limits of the Aryan world, have been practiced by the Indians of Peru and many peoples of the East Indies, a sufficient proof that the ideas on which these customs rest are not confined to any one race, but naturally suggest themselves to all untutored peoples engaged in agriculture. It is probable, therefore, that Demeter and Persephone, those stately and beautiful figures of Greek mythology, grew out of the same simple beliefs and practices which still prevail among our modern peasantry, and that they were represented by rude dolls made out of the yellow sheaves on many a harvest field, long before their breathing images were wrought in bronze and marble by the master hands of Phidias and Praxiteles. A reminiscence of that olden-time ascent, so to say, of the harvest field lingered to the last in the title of the maiden, Kori, by which Persephone was commonly known. Thus, if the prototype of Demeter is the Corn Mother of Germany, the prototype of Persephone is the harvest maiden which, autumn after autumn, is still made from the last sheaf on the braes of Balquhidder. Indeed, if we knew more about the peasant farmers of ancient Greece, we should probably find that even in classical times they continued annually to fashion their corn mothers, Demeters and maidens, Persephones, out of the ripe corn on the harvest fields. But unfortunately, the Demeter and Persephone whom we know were the denizens of towns, the majestic inhabitants of lordly temples. It was for such divinities alone that the refined writers of antiquity had eyes. The uncouth rites performed by rustics amongst the corn were beneath their notice. Even if they noticed them, they probably never dreamed of any connection between the puppet of cornstalks on the sunny stubble field and the marble divinity in the shady coolness of the temple. Still, the writings even of these town-bred and cultured persons afford us an occasional glimpse of a Demeter as rude as the rudest that a remote German village can show. Thus the story that Aeson begat a child Plutus, wealth, abundance, by Demeter on a thrice-plowed field, may be compared with the West Prussian custom of the mock birth of a child on the harvest field. In this Prussian custom, the pretended mother represents the corn mother, Zitniamatka. The pretended child represents the corn baby, and the whole ceremony is a charm to ensure a crop next year. The custom and the legend alike point to an older practice of performing, among the sprouting crops in spring or the stubble in autumn, one of those real or mimic acts of procreation by which, as we have seen, primitive man often seeks to infuse his own vigorous life into the languid or decaying energies of nature. Another glimpse of the savage under the civilized Demeter will be afforded farther on, when we come to deal with another aspect of those agricultural divinities. The reader may have observed that in modern folk customs the corn spirit is generally represented either by a corn mother, old woman, etc., or by a maiden, harvest child, etc., not both by a corn mother and by a maiden. Why then did the Greeks represent the corn both as a mother and a daughter? In the Breton custom, the mother sheaf, a large figure made out of the last sheaf with a small corn doll inside of it, clearly represents both the corn mother and the corn daughter, the latter still unborn. Again, in the Prussian custom just referred to, the woman who plays the part of corn mother represents the ripe grain. The child appears to represent next year's corn, which may be regarded, naturally enough, as the child of this year's corn, since it is from the seed of this year's harvest that next year's crop will spring. Further, we have seen that among the Malays of the peninsula, and sometimes among the Highlanders of Scotland, the spirit of the grain is represented in double female form, both as old and young, by means of ears taken alike from the ripe crop. In Scotland, the old spirit of the corn appears as the carline or cailleach, the young spirit as the maiden, while among the Malays of the peninsula, the two spirits of the rice are definitely related to each other as mother and child. Judged by these analogies, Demeter would be the ripe crop of this year. Persephone would be the seed corn taken from it and sown in autumn, to reappear in spring. The descent of Persephone into the lower world would thus be a mythical expression for the sowing of the seed. Her reappearance in spring would signify the sprouting of the young corn. In this way, the Persephone of one year becomes the Demeter of the next, and this may very well have been the original form of the myth. But when, with the advance of religious thought, the corn came to be personified no longer as a being that went through the whole cycle of birth, growth, reproduction, and death within a year, but as an immortal goddess, consistency required that one of the two personifications, the mother or the daughter, should be sacrificed. However, the double conception of the corn as mother and daughter may have been too old and too deeply rooted in the popular mind to be eradicated by logic, and so room had to be found in the reformed myth, both for mother and daughter. This was done by assigning to Persephone the character of the corn sown in autumn and sprouting in spring, while Demeter was left to play the somewhat vague part of the heavy mother of the corn, who laments its annual disappearance underground and rejoices over its reappearance in spring. Thus, instead of a regular succession of divine beings, each living a year and then giving birth to her successor, the reformed myth exhibits the conception of two divine and immortal beings, one of whom annually disappears into and reappears from the ground, while the other has little to do but to weep and rejoice at the appropriate seasons. This theory of the double personification of the corn in Greek myth assumes that both personifications, Demeter and Persephone, are original. But if we suppose that the Greek myth started with a single personification, the aftergrowth of a second personification may perhaps be explained as follows. On looking over the harvest customs which have been passed under review, it may be noticed that they involve two distinct conceptions of the corn spirit. For whereas in some of the customs the corn spirit is treated as a maenant in the corn, in others it is regarded as external to it. Thus, when a particular sheaf is called by the name of the corn spirit and is dressed in clothes and handled with reverence, the spirit is clearly regarded as immanent in the corn. But when the spirit is said to make the crops grow by passing through them, or to blight the grain of those against whom she has a grudge, she is apparently conceived as distinct from, though exercising power over, the corn. Conceived in the latter mode, the corn spirit is in a fair way to become a deity of the corn if she has not become so already. Of these two conceptions, that of the corn spirit as immanent in the corn is doubtless the older, since the view of nature as animated by indwelling spirits appears to have generally preceded the view of it as controlled by external deities. To put it shortly, animism precedes deism. In the harvest customs of our European peasantry, the corn spirit seems to be conceived now as immanent in the corn and now as external to it. In Greek mythology, on the other hand, Demeter is viewed rather as the deity of the corn than as the spirit immanent in it. The process of thought which leads to the change from the one mode of conception to the other is anthropomorphism, or the gradual investment of the immanent spirits with more and more of the attributes of humanity. As men emerge from savagery, the tendency to humanize their divinities gains strength. And the more human these become, the wider is the breach which severs them from the natural objects of which they were at first merely the animating spirits or souls. But in the progress upwards from savagery, men of the same generation do not march abreast. And though the new anthropomorphic gods may satisfy the religious wants of the more developed intelligences, the backward members of the community will cling by preference to the old animistic notions. Now, when the spirit of any natural object, such as the corn, has been invested with human qualities, detached from the object, and converted into a deity controlling it, the object itself is, by the withdrawal of its spirit, left inanimate. It becomes, so to say, a spiritual vacuum. But the popular fancy, intolerant of such a vacuum, in other words, unable to conceive anything as inanimate, immediately creates a fresh mythical being, with which it peoples the vacant object. Thus the same natural object comes to be represented in mythology by two distinct beings. First, by the old spirit now separated from it and raised to the rank of a deity. Second, by the new spirit, freshly created by the popular fancy to supply the place vacated by the old spirit on its elevation to a higher sphere. In such cases, the problem for mythology is, having got two distinct personifications of the same object, what to do with them? How are their relations to each other to be adjusted, and room found for both in the mythological system? When the old spirit or new deity is conceived as creating or producing the object in question, the problem is easily solved. Since the object is believed to be produced by the old spirit and animated by the new one, the latter, as the soul of the object, must also owe its existence to the former. Thus the old spirit will stand to the new one as producer to produced, that is, in mythology, as parent to child. And if both spirits are conceived as female, their relation will be that of mother and daughter. In this way, starting from a single personification of the corn as female, mythic fancy, might in time reach a double personification of it as mother and daughter. It would be very rash to affirm that this was the way in which the myth of Demeter and Persephone actually took shape. But it seems a legitimate conjecture that the reduplication of deities, of which Demeter and Persephone furnish an example, may sometimes have arisen in the way indicated. For example, among the pairs of deities dealt with in a former part of this work, it has been shown that there are grounds for regarding both Isis and her companion god Osiris as personifications of the corn. On the hypothesis just suggested, Isis would be the old corn spirit, and Osiris would be the newer one, whose relationship to the old spirit was variously explained as that of brother, husband, and son. For of course mythology would always be free to account for the coexistence of the two divinities in more ways than one. It must not, however, be forgotten that this proposed explanation of such pairs of deities as Demeter and Persephone or Isis and Osiris is purely conjectural, and is only given for what it is worth. Roman 47, Lityerses, Songs of the Corn Reapers. In the preceding pages, an attempt has been made to show that in the Corn Mother and Harvest Maiden of Northern Europe, we have the prototypes of Demeter and Persephone. But an essential feature is still wanting to complete the resemblance. A leading incident in the Greek myth is the death and resurrection of Persephone. It is this incident which, coupled with the nature of the goddess as a deity of vegetation, links the myth with the cults of Adonis, Attis, Osiris, and Dionysus. And it is in virtue of this incident that the myth finds a place in our discussion of the dying god. It remains, therefore, to see whether the conception of the annual death and resurrection of a god, which figures so prominently in these great Greek and Oriental worships, has not also its origin or its analogy in the rustic rites observed by reapers and vine dressers amongst the corn shocks and the vines. Our general ignorance of the popular superstitions and customs of the ancients has already been confessed, but the obscurity which thus hangs over the first beginnings of ancient religion is fortunately dissipated to some extent in the present case. The worships of Osiris, Adonis, and Attis had their respective seats, as we have seen, in Egypt, Syria, and Phrygia. And in each of these countries, certain harvest and vintage customs are known to have been observed, the resemblance of which to each other and to the national rites struck the ancients themselves, and, compared with the harvest customs of modern peasants and barbarians, seems to throw some light on the origin of the rites in question. It has been already mentioned, on the authority of Diodorus, that in ancient Egypt the reapers were wont to lament over the first sheaf cut, invoking Isis as the goddess to whom they owed the discovery of corn. To the plaintive song or cry sung or uttered by Egyptian reapers the Greeks gave the name of Maneros, and explained the name by a story that Maneros, the only son of the first Egyptian king, invented agriculture, and, dying an untimely death, was thus lamented by the people. It appears, however, that the name Maneros is due to a misunderstanding of the formula Mani-hra, come to the house, which has been discovered in various Egyptian writings, for example in the Dirge of Isis in the Book of the Dead. Hence, we may suppose that the cry Mani-hra was chanted by the reapers over the cut corn as a dirge for the death of the corn spirit, Isis or Osiris, and a prayer for its return. As the cry was raised over the first ears reaped, it would seem that the corn spirit was believed by the Egyptians to be present in the first corn cut and to die under the sickle. We have seen that in the Malay Peninsula and Java the first ears of rice are taken to represent either the soul of the rice or the rice bride and the rice bridegroom. In parts of Russia, the first sheaf is treated much in the same way that the last sheaf is treated elsewhere. It is reaped by the mistress herself, taken home and set in the place of honor near the holy pictures, Afterwards, it is threshed separately, and some of its grain is mixed with the next year's seed corn. In Aberdeenshire, while the last corn cut was generally used to make the clyack sheaf, it was sometimes, though rarely, the first corn cut that was dressed up as a woman and carried home with ceremony. In Phoenicia and Western Asia, a plaintive song, like that chanted by the Egyptian corn reapers, was sung at the vintage and probably, to judge by analogy, also at harvest. This Phoenician song was called by the Greeks Linus or Alinus and explained, like Maneros, as a lament for the death of a youth named Linus. According to one story, Linus was brought up by a shepherd, but torn to pieces by his dogs. But like Maneros, the name Linus or Alinus appears to have originated in a verbal misunderstanding, and to be nothing more than the cry ai lanu, that is, woe to us, which the Phoenicians probably uttered in mourning for Adonis. At least Sappho seems to have regarded Adonis and Linus as equivalent. In Bithynia, a like mournful ditty, called Bormus or Boremus, was chanted by Mariandynian reapers. Bormus was said to have been a handsome youth, the son of King Eupias or of a wealthy and distinguished man. One summer day, watching the reapers at work in his fields, he went to fetch them a drink of water and was never heard of more. So the reapers sought for him, calling him in plaintive strains, which they continued to chant at harvest ever afterwards, killing the corn spirit. In Phrygia, the corresponding song, sung by harvesters both at reaping and at thrashing, was called Lityerses. According to one story, Lityerses was a bastard son of Midas, king of Phrygia, and dwelt at Selene. He used to reap the corn and had an enormous appetite. When a stranger happened to enter the cornfield or to pass by it, Lityerses gave him plenty to eat and drink, then took him to the cornfields on the banks of the Meander and compelled him to reap along with him. Lastly, it was his custom to wrap the stranger in a sheaf, cut off his head with a sickle, and carry away his body, swathed in the cornstalks. But at last Hercules undertook to reap with him, cut off his head with the sickle, and threw his body into the river. As Hercules is reported to have slain Lityerses in the same way that Lityerses slew others, we may infer that Lityerses used to throw the bodies of his victims into the river. According to another version of the story, Lityerses, a son of Medes, was wont to challenge people to a reaping match with him, and if he vanquished them, he used to thrash them. But one day he met with a stronger reaper, who slew him. There are some grounds for supposing that in these stories of Lityerses we have the description of a Phrygian harvest custom, in accordance with which certain persons, especially strangers passing the harvest field, were regularly regarded as embodiments of the corn spirit, and as such were seized by the reapers, wrapped in sheaves, and beheaded, their bodies bound up in the cornstalks, being afterwards thrown into water as a rain charm. The grounds for this supposition are, first, the resemblance of the Lityerses story to the harvest customs of European peasantry, and, second, the frequency of human sacrifices offered by savage races to promote the fertility of the fields. We will examine these grounds successively, beginning with the former. In comparing the story with the harvest customs of Europe, 3 points deserve special attention, namely, the reaping match and the binding of persons in the sheaves, Roman 2. The killing of the corn spirit or his representatives, Roman 3. The treatment of visitors to the harvest field or of strangers passing it. In regard to the first head, we have seen that in modern Europe the person who cuts or binds or threshes the last sheaf is often exposed to rough treatment at the hands of his fellow laborers. For example, he is bound up in the last sheaf, and thus encased is carried or carted about, beaten, drenched with water, thrown on a dunghill, and so forth. Or, if he is spared this horseplay, he is at least the subject of ridicule or is thought to be destined to suffer some misfortune in the course of the year. Hence the harvesters are naturally reluctant to give the last cut at reaping, or the last stroke at thrashing, or to bind the last sheaf. And towards the close of the work, this reluctance produces an emulation among the laborers, each striving to finish his task as fast as possible, in order that he may escape the invidious distinction of being last. For example, in the Mittelmark district of Prussia, when the rye has been reaped, and the last sheaves are about to be tied up, the binders stand in 2 rows facing each other, every woman with her sheaf and her straw rope before her. At a given signal, they all tie up their sheaves, and the one who is the last to finish is ridiculed by the rest. Not only so, but her sheaf is made up into human shape and called the old man, and she must carry it home to the farmyard, where the harvesters dance in a circle round her in it. Then they take the old man to the farmer and deliver it to him with the words, "We bring the old man to the master. He may keep him till he gets a new one." After that, the old man is set up against a tree, where he remains for a long time, the butt of many jests. At Aschbach in Bavaria, when the reaping is nearly finished, the reapers say, "Now we will drive out the old man." Each of them sets himself to reap a patch of corn as fast as he can. He who cuts the last handful or the last stalk is greeted by the rest with an exulting cry, "You have the old man." Sometimes a black mask is fastened on the reaper's face, and he is dressed in woman's clothes, or if the reaper is a woman, she is dressed in man's clothes. A dance follows. At the supper, the old man gets twice as large a portion of the food as the others. The proceedings are similar at threshing. The person who gives the last stroke is said to have the old man. At the supper given to the threshers, he has to eat out of the cream ladle and to drink a great deal. Moreover, he is quizzed and teased in all sorts of ways till he frees himself from further annoyance by treating the others to brandy or beer. These examples illustrate the contests in reaping, thrashing, and binding, which take place amongst the harvesters, from their unwillingness to suffer the ridicule and discomfort incurred by the one who happens to finish his work last. It will be remembered that the person who is last at reaping, binding, or thrashing is regarded as the representative of the corn spirit, and this idea is more fully expressed by binding him or her in corn stalks. The latter custom has been already illustrated, but a few more instances may be added. At Klocksen, near Stettin, the harvesters call out to the woman who binds the last sheaf, "You have the old man and must keep him." As late as the first half of the 19th century, the custom was to tie up the woman herself in peas straw and bring her with music to the farmhouse, where the harvesters danced with her till the peas straw fell off. In other villages round Stettin, when the last harvest wagon is being loaded, there is a regular race amongst the women, each striving not to be last. For she who places the last sheaf on the wagon is called the old man and is completely swathed in corn stalks. She is also decked with flowers and a helmet of straw are placed on her head. In solemn procession, she carries the harvest crown to the squire, over whose head she holds it while she utters a string of good wishes. At the dance which follows, the old man has the right to choose his, or rather her, partner. It is an honor to dance with him. At Gommern near Magdeburg, the reaper who cuts the last ears of corn is often wrapped up in corn stalks so completely that it is hard to see whether there is a man in the bundle or not. Thus wrapped up, he is taken by another stalwart reaper on his back and carried round the field amidst the joyous cries of the harvesters. At Neuhausen near Merseburg, the person who binds the last sheaf is wrapped in ears of oats and saluted as the oatsman, whereupon the others dance round him. At Brie, Isle-de-France, the farmer himself is tied up in the first sheaf. At Dingelstedt, in the district of Erfurt, down to the first half of the 19th century, it was the custom to tie up a man in the last sheaf. He was called the old man, and was brought home on the last wagon, amid huzzas and music. On reaching the farmyard, he was rolled round the barn and drenched with water. At Nordlingen in Bavaria, the man who gives the last stroke at threshing is wrapped in straw and rolled on the thrashing floor. In some parts of Oberpfalz, Bavaria, he is said to get the old man, is wrapped in straw, and carried to a neighbor who has not yet finished his threshing. In Silesia, the woman who binds the last sheaf has to submit to a good deal of horseplay. She is pushed, knocked down, and tied up in the sheaf, after which she is called the corn puppet, cornpopel. In all these cases, the idea is that the spirit of the corn, the old man of vegetation, is driven out of the corn last cut or last threshed, and lives in the barn during the winter. At sowing time, he goes out again to the fields to resume his activity as animating force among the sprouting corn. Roman II. Passing to the second point of comparison between the Lityerses story and European harvest customs, we have now to see that in the latter the corn spirit is often believed to be killed at reaping or threshing. In the Romsdal and other parts of Norway, when the haymaking is over, the people say that the old hayman has been killed. In some parts of Bavaria, the man who gives the last stroke at thrashing is said to have killed the corn man, the oats man, or the wheat man, according to the crop. In the canton of Tillot in Lorraine, at thrashing the last corn, the men keep time with their flails, calling out as they thresh, "We are killing the old woman, we are killing the old woman." If there is an old woman in the house, she is warned to save herself, or she will be struck dead. Near Ragnit in Lithuania, the last handful of corn is left standing by itself, with the words, "The old woman Boba is sitting in there." Then a young reaper whets his scythe and with a strong sweep cuts down the handful. It is now said of him that he has cut off the boba's head, and he receives a gratuity from the farmer and a jugful of water over his head from the farmer's wife. According to another account, every Lithuanian reaper makes haste to finish his task, for the old ryewoman lives in the last stalks, and whoever cuts the last stalks kills the old ryewoman, and by killing her he brings trouble on himself. In Wilkischken, in the district of Tilsit, the man who cuts the last corn goes by the name of the killer of the ryewoman. In Lithuania, again, the corn spirit is believed to be killed at thrashing as well as at reaping. When only a single pile of corn remains to be threshed, all the threshers suddenly step back a few paces, as if at the word of command. Then they fall to work, plying their flails with the utmost rapidity and vehemence till they come to the last bundle. Upon this they fling themselves with almost frantic fury, straining every nerve and raining blows on it till the word "halt" rings out sharply from the leader. The man whose flail is the last to fall after the command to stop has been given is immediately surrounded by all the rest, crying out that he has struck the old ryewoman dead. He has to expiate the deed by treating them to brandy, and like the man who cuts the last corn, he is known as the killer of the old ryewoman. Sometimes in Lithuania, the slain corn spirit was represented by a puppet. Thus a female figure was made out of corn stalks, dressed in clothes, and placed on the thrashing floor, under the heap of corn which was to be threshed last. Whoever thereafter gave the last stroke at thrashing struck the old woman dead. We have already met with examples of burning the figure which represents the corn spirit. In the East Riding of Yorkshire, a custom called burning the old witch is observed on the last day of harvest. A small sheaf of corn is burnt on the field in a fire of stubble. Peas are parched at the fire and eaten with a liberal allowance of ale, and the lads and lasses romp about the flames and amuse themselves by blackening each other's faces. Sometimes, again, the corn spirit is represented by a man who lies down under the last corn. It is threshed upon his body, and the people say that the old man is being beaten to death. We saw that sometimes the farmer's wife is thrust, together with the last sheaf, under the threshing machine, as if to thresh her, and that afterwards a pretense is made of winnowing her. At Valders in the Tyrol, husks of corn are stuck behind the neck of the man who gives the last stroke at thrashing, and he is throttled with a straw garland. If he is tall, it is believed that the corn will be tall next year. Then he is tied on a bundle and flung into the river. In Carinthia, the thresher who gave the last stroke and the person who untied the last sheaf on the thrashing floor are bound hand and foot with straw bands, and crowns of straw are placed on their heads. Then they are tied, face to face, on a sledge, dragged through the village, and flung into a brook. The custom of throwing the representative of the corn spirit into a stream, like that of drenching him with water, is, as usual, a rain charm. Roman 3. Thus far the representatives of the corn spirit have generally been the man or woman who cuts, binds, or threshes the last corn. We now come to the cases in which the corn spirit is represented either by a stranger passing the harvest field, as in the Lityerses' tale, or by a visitor entering it for the first time. All over Germany, it is customary for the reapers or threshers to lay hold of passing strangers and bind them with a rope made of corn stalks, till they pay a forfeit. And when the farmer himself or one of his guests enters the field or the thrashing floor for the first time, he is treated in the same way. Sometimes the rope is only tied round his arm or his feet or his neck, but sometimes he is regularly swathed in corn. Thus at Saler in Norway, whoever enters the field, be he the master or a stranger, is tied up in a sheaf and must pay a ransom. In the neighborhood of Soest, when the farmer visits the flax pullers for the first time, he is completely enveloped in flax. Passers-by are also surrounded by the women, tied up in flax, and compelled to stand brandy. At Nordlingen, strangers are caught with straw ropes and tied up in a sheaf till they pay a forfeit. Among the Germans of Haselberg, in West Bohemia, as soon as a farmer had given the last corn to be threshed on the thrashing floor, he was swathed in it and had to redeem himself by a present of cakes. In the canton of Putinges, in Normandy, a pretense of tying up the owner of the land in the last sheaf of wheat is still practiced, or at least was still practiced some quarter of a century ago. The task falls to the women alone. They throw themselves on the proprietor, seize him by the arms, the legs, and the body, throw him to the ground, and stretch him on the last sheaf. Then a show is made of binding him, and the conditions to be observed at the harvest supper are dictated to him. When he has accepted them, he is released and allowed to get up. At Brie, Île-de-France, when anyone who does not belong to the farm passes by the harvest field, the reapers give chase. If they catch him, they bind him in a sheaf and bite him, one after the other in the forehead, crying, "You shall carry the key of the field." To have the key is an expression used by harvesters elsewhere in the sense of to cut or bind or thresh the last sheaf, hence, it is equivalent to the phrases "you have the old man," "you are the old man," which are addressed to the cutter, binder, or thresher of the last sheaf. Therefore, when a stranger, as at Brie, is tied up in a sheaf and told that he will carry the key of the field, it is as much as to say that he is the old man, that is, an embodiment of the corn spirit. In hop picking, if a well-dressed stranger passes the hop yard, he is seized by the women, tumbled into the bin, covered with leaves, and not released till he has paid a fine. Thus, like the ancient Lityerses, modern European reapers have been wont to lay hold of a passing stranger and tie him up in a sheaf. It is not to be expected that they should complete the parallel by cutting off his head, but if they do not take such a strong step, their language and gestures are at least indicative of a desire to do so. For instance, in Mecklenburg on the first day of reaping, if the master or mistress or a stranger enters the field or merely passes by it, all the mowers face towards him and sharpen their scythes, clashing their whetstones against them in unison, as if they were making ready to mow. Then the woman who leads the mowers steps up to him and ties a band round his left arm. He must ransom himself by payment of a forfeit. Near Ratzeburg, when the master or other person of mark enters the field or passes by it, all the harvesters stop work and march towards him in a body, the men with their scythes in front. On meeting him, they form up in line, men and women. The men stick the poles of their scythes in the ground, as they do in whetting them. Then they take off their caps and hang them on the scythes, while their leader stands forward and makes a speech. When he is done, they all whet their scythes in measured time very loudly, after which they put on their caps. Two of the women binders then come forward. One of them ties the master or stranger, as the case may be, with corn ears or with a silken band, the other delivers a rhyming address. The following are specimens of the speeches made by the reaper on these occasions. In some parts of Pomerania, every passerby is stopped, his way being barred with a corn rope. The reapers form a circle round him and sharpen their scythes, while their leader says, "The men are ready, the scythes are bent, the corn is great and small, the gentleman must be mowed." Then the process of whetting the scythes is repeated. At Ramen, in the district of Stettin, the stranger, standing encircled by the reapers, is thus addressed. "We'll stroke the gentleman with our naked sword, wherewith we shear meadows and fields. We shear princes and lords, laborers are often athirst. If the gentleman will stand beer and brandy, the joke will soon be over. But if our prayer he does not like, the sword has a right to strike." On the thrashing floor, strangers are also regarded as embodiments of the corn spirit and are treated accordingly. At Wiedinghard in Schleswig, when a stranger comes to the thrashing floor, he is asked, "Shall I teach you the flail dance?" If he says yes, they put the arms of the thrashing flail round his neck as if he were a sheaf of corn and press them together so tight that he is nearly choked. In some parishes of Wormland, Sweden, when a stranger enters the threshing floor where the threshers are at work, they say that they will teach him the thrashing song. Then they put a flail round his neck and a straw rope about his body. Also, as we have seen, if a stranger woman enters the thrashing floor, the threshers put a flail round her body and a wreath of cornstalks round her neck, and call out, "See the corn woman? See, that is how the Corn-Maiden looks." Thus, in these harvest customs of modern Europe, the person who cuts, binds, or threshes the last corn is treated as an embodiment of the corn spirit by being wrapped up in sheaves, killed in mimicry by agricultural implements, and thrown into the water. These coincidences with the Lityerses story seem to prove that the latter is a genuine description of an old Phrygian harvest custom. But since in the modern parallels the killing of the personal representative of the corn spirit is necessarily omitted or at most enacted only in mimicry, it is desirable to show that in rude society human beings have been commonly killed as an agricultural ceremony to promote the fertility of the fields. The following examples will make this plain. Human sacrifices for the crops. The Indians of Guayaquil in Ecuador used to sacrifice human blood and the hearts of men when they sowed their fields. the people of Canner, now Cuenca in Ecuador, used to sacrifice 100 children annually at harvest. The kings of Quito, the Incas of Peru, and for a long time the Spaniards were unable to suppress the bloody rite. At a Mexican harvest festival, when the first fruits of the season were offered to the sun, a criminal was placed between two immense stones, balanced opposite each other, and was crushed by them as they fell together. His remains were buried, and a feast and dance followed. This sacrifice was known as the meeting of the stones. We have seen that the ancient Mexicans also sacrificed human beings at all the various stages in the growth of the maize, the age of the victims corresponding to the age of the corn, for they sacrificed newborn babes at sowing, older children when the grain had sprouted, and so on till it was fully ripe, when they sacrificed old men. No doubt the correspondence between the ages of the victims and the state of the corn was supposed to enhance the efficacy of the sacrifice. The Pawnees annually sacrificed a human victim in spring when they sowed their fields. The sacrifice was believed to have been enjoined on them by the morning star, or by a certain bird which the morning star had sent to them as its messenger. The bird was stuffed and preserved as a powerful talisman. They thought that an omission of this sacrifice would be followed by the total failure of the crops of maize, beans, and pumpkins. The victim was a captive of either sex. He was clad in the gayest and most costly attire, was fattened on the choicest food, and carefully kept in ignorance of his doom. When he was fat enough, they bound him to a cross in the presence of the multitude, danced a solemn dance, then cleft his head with a tomahawk and shot him with arrows. According to one trader, the squaws then cut pieces of flesh from the victim's body, with which they greased their hoes, but this was denied by another trader who had been present at the ceremony. Immediately after the sacrifice, the people proceeded to plant their fields. A particular account has been preserved of the sacrifice of a Sioux girl by the Pawnees in April 1837 or 1838. The girl was 14 or 15 years old and had been kept for 6 months and well treated. 2 days before the sacrifice, she was led from wigwam to wigwam, accompanied by the whole council of chiefs and warriors. At each lodge, she received a small billet of wood and a little paint, which she handed to the warrior next to her. In this way, she called at every wigwam, receiving at each the same present of wood and paint. On the 22nd of April, she was taken out to be sacrificed, attended by the warriors, each of whom carried 2 pieces of wood which he had received from her hands. Her body having been painted half red and half black, she was attached to a sort of gibbet and roasted for some time over a slow fire, then shot to death with arrows. The chief sacrificer next tore out her heart and devoured it. While her flesh was still warm, it was cut in small pieces from the bones, put in little baskets, and taken to a neighboring cornfield. There the head chief took a piece of the flesh from a basket and squeezed a drop of blood upon the newly deposited grains of corn. His example was followed by the rest, till all the seed had been sprinkled with the blood. It was then covered up with earth. According to one account, the body of the victim was reduced to a kind of paste, which was rubbed or sprinkled not only on the maize, but also on the potatoes, the beans, and other seeds to fertilize them. By this sacrifice, they hoped to obtain plentiful crops. A West African queen used to sacrifice a man and woman in the month of March. They were killed with spades and hoes, and their bodies buried in the middle of a field which had just been tilled. At Lagos in Guinea, it was the custom annually to impale a young girl alive soon after the spring equinox in order to secure good crops. Along with her were sacrificed sheep and goats, which, with yams, heads of maize, and plantains, were hung on stakes on each side of her. The victims were bred up for the purpose in the king's seraglio, and their minds had been so powerfully wrought upon by the fetish men that they went cheerfully to their fate. A similar sacrifice used to be annually offered at Benin in Guinea. The Marimos, a Bechuana tribe, sacrifice a human being for the crops. The victim chosen is generally a short, stout man. He is seized by violence or intoxicated and taken to the fields, where he is killed amongst the wheat to serve as seed, so they phrase it. After his blood has coagulated in the sun, it is burned along with the frontal bone, the flesh attached to it, and the brain. The ashes are then scattered over the ground to fertilize it. The rest of the body is eaten. The Bagobos of Mindanao, one of the Philippine Islands, offer a human sacrifice before they sow their rice. The victim is a slave, who is hewn to pieces in the forest. The natives of Bontoc in the interior of Luzon, one of the Philippine Islands, are passionate headhunters. Their principal seasons for head hunting are the times of planting and reaping the rice. In order that the crop may turn out well, every farm must get at least one human head at planting and one at sowing. The headhunters go out in twos or threes, lie in wait for the victim, whether man or woman, cut off his or her head, hands, and feet, and bring them back in haste to the village, where they are received with great rejoicings. The skulls are at first exposed on the branches of 2 or 3 dead trees, which stand in an open space of every village, surrounded by large stones which serve as seats. The people then dance round them and feast and get drunk. When the flesh has decayed from the head, the man who cut it off takes it home and preserves it as a relic, while his companions do the same with the hands and the feet. Similar customs are observed by the Apayos, another tribe in the interior of Luzon. Among the Lhoda Naga, one of the many savage tribes who inhabit the deep, rugged labyrinthine glens which wind into the mountains from the rich valley of Brahmaputra, it used to be a common custom to chop off the heads, hands, and feet of people they met with, and then to stick up the severed extremities in their fields to ensure a good crop of grain. They bore no ill will whatever to the persons upon whom they operated in this unceremonious fashion. Once they flayed a boy alive, carved him in pieces, and distributed the flesh among all the villagers, who put it into their corn bins to avert bad luck and ensure plentiful crops of grain. The Gonds of India, a Dravidian race, kidnapped Brahmin boys and kept them as victims to be sacrificed on various occasions. At sowing and reaping, after a triumphal procession, one of the lads was slain by being punctured with a poisoned arrow. His blood was then sprinkled over the plowed field or the ripe crop, and his flesh was devoured. The Oryons or Urions of Chota, Nagpur worship a goddess called Anakuari, who can give good crops and make a man rich, but to induce her to do so it is necessary to offer human sacrifices. In spite of the vigilance of the British government, these sacrifices are said to be still secretly perpetrated. The victims are poor waifs and strays whose disappearance attracts no notice. April and May are the months when the catchpolls are out on the prowl. At that time strangers will not go about the country alone, and parents will not let their children enter the jungle or herd the cattle. When a catchpole has found a victim, he cuts his throat and carries away the upper part of the ring finger and the nose. The goddess takes up her abode in the house of any man who has offered her a sacrifice, and from that time his fields yield a double harvest. The form she assumes in the house is that of a small child. When the householder brings in his unhusked rice, he takes the goddess and rolls her over the heap to double its size. But she soon grows restless and can only be pacified with the blood of fresh human victims. But the best-known case of human sacrifices, systematically offered to ensure good crops, is supplied by the Khans or Khans, another Dravidian race in Bengal. Our knowledge of them is derived from the accounts written by British officers who, about the middle of the 19th century, were engaged in putting them down. The sacrifices were offered to the earth goddess, Tari Penu or Bara Penu, and were believed to ensure good crops and immunity from all disease and accidents. In particular, they were considered necessary in the cultivation of turmeric, the Khans arguing that the turmeric could not have a deep red color without the shedding of blood. The victim, or Miria, as he was called, was acceptable to the goddess only if he had been purchased, or had been born a victim, that is, the son of a victim father, or had been devoted as a child by his father or guardian. Khans in distress often sold their children for victims, considering the beatification of their souls certain, and their death, for the benefit of mankind, the most honorable possible. A man of the Panwa tribe was once seen to load a Khand with curses, and finally to spit in his face, because the Khand had sold for a victim his own child, whom the Panwa had wished to marry. A party of Khans who saw this immediately pressed forward to comfort the seller of his child, saying, "Your child has died that all the world may live, and the earth goddess herself will wipe that spittle from your face." The victims were often kept for years before they were sacrificed. Being regarded as consecrated beings, they were treated with extreme affection, mingled with deference, and were welcomed wherever they went. A Miria youth, on attaining maturity, was generally given a wife, who was herself usually a Miria or victim, and with her he received a portion of land and farm stock. Their offspring were also victims. Human sacrifices were offered to the earth goddess by tribes, branches of tribes, or villages, both at periodical festivals and on extraordinary occasions. The periodical sacrifices were generally so arranged by tribes and divisions of tribes that each head of a family was enabled, at least once a year, to procure a shred of flesh for his fields, generally about the time when his chief crop was laid down. The mode of performing these tribal sacrifices was as follows. 10 or 12 days before the sacrifice, the victim was devoted by cutting off his hair, which, until then, had been kept unshorn. Crowds of men and women assembled to witness the sacrifice. None might be excluded, since the sacrifice was declared to be for all mankind. It was preceded by several days of wild revelry and gross debauchery. On the day before the sacrifice, the victim, dressed in a new garment, was led forth from the village in solemn procession, with music and dancing, to the Myria Grove, a clump of high forest trees standing a little way from the village and untouched by the axe. There they tied him to a post, which was sometimes placed between two plants of the sancassar shrub. He was then anointed with oil, ghee, and turmeric, and adorned with flowers, and a species of reverence, which it is not easy to distinguish from adoration, was paid to him throughout the day. A great struggle now arose to obtain the smallest relic from his person. A particle of the turmeric paste with which he was smeared, or a drop of his spittle, was esteemed of sovereign virtue, especially by the women. The crowd danced round the post to music, and addressing the earth said, "O God, we offer this sacrifice to you. Give us good crops, seasons, and health." Then speaking to the victim, they said, "We bought you with a price, and did not seize you. Now we sacrifice you according to custom, and no sin rests with us." On the last morning, the orgies, which had been scarcely interrupted during the night, were resumed and continued till noon, when they ceased, and the assembly proceeded to consummate the sacrifice. The victim was again anointed with oil, and each person touched the anointed part and wiped the oil on his own head. In some places they took the victim in procession round the village, from door to door, where some plucked hair from his head, and others begged for a drop of his spittle, with which they anointed their heads. As the victim might not be bound nor make any show of resistance, the bones of his arms and, if necessary, his legs were broken. But often this precaution was rendered unnecessary by stupefying him with opium. The mode of putting him to death varied in different places. One of the commonest modes seems to have been strangulation or squeezing to death. The branch of a green tree was cleft several feet down the middle. The victim's neck in other places, his chest was inserted in the cleft, which the priest, aided by his assistants, strove with all his force to close. Then he wounded the victim slightly with his axe, whereupon the crowd rushed at the wretch and hewed the flesh from the bones, leaving the head and bowels untouched. Sometimes he was cut up alive. In Chinnakeimdi he was dragged along the fields, surrounded by the crowd, who, avoiding his head and intestines, hacked the flesh from his body with their knives till he died. Another very common mode of sacrifice in the same district was to fasten the victim to the proboscis of a wooden elephant, which revolved on a stout post, and, as it whirled round, the crowd cut the flesh from the victim while life remained. In some villages, Major Campbell found as many as 14 of these wooden elephants, which had been used at sacrifices. In one district, the victim was put to death slowly by fire. A low stage was formed, sloping on either side like a roof. Upon it they laid the victim, his limbs wound round with cords to confine his struggles. Fires were then lighted, and hot brands applied, to make him roll up and down the slopes of the stage as long as possible, for the more tears he shed the more abundant would be the supply of rain. Next day the body was cut to pieces. The flesh cut from the victim was instantly taken home by the persons who had been deputed by each village to bring it. To secure its rapid arrival, it was sometimes forwarded by relays of men, and conveyed with postal fleetness 50 or 60 miles. In each village all who stayed at home fasted rigidly until the flesh arrived. The bearer deposited it in the place of public assembly, where it was received by the priest and the heads of families. The priest divided it into 2 portions, one of which he offered to the earth goddess by burying it in a hole in the ground with his back turned, and without looking. Then each man added a little earth to bury it, and the priest poured water on the spot from a hill gourd. The other portion of flesh he divided into as many shares as there were heads of houses present. Each head of a house rolled his shred of flesh in leaves and buried it in his favorite field, placing it in the earth behind his back without looking. In some places each man carried his portion of flesh to the stream which watered his fields, and there hung it on a pole. For 3 days thereafter, no house was swept, and in one district, strict silence was observed, no fire might be given out, no wood cut, and no strangers received. The remains of the human victim, namely the head, bowels, and bones, were watched by strong parties the night after the sacrifice, and next morning they were burned, along with a whole sheep, on a funeral pile. The ashes were scattered over the fields, laid as paste over the houses and granaries, or mixed with the new corn to preserve it from insects. Sometimes, however, the head and bones were buried, not burnt. After the suppression of the human sacrifices, inferior victims were substituted in some places. For instance, in the capital of Chinnakaimdi, a goat took the place of the human victim. Others sacrifice a buffalo. They tie it to a wooden post in a sacred grove, dance wildly round it with brandished knives. Then, falling on the living animal, hack it to shreds and tatters in a few minutes, fighting and struggling with each other for every particle of flesh. As soon as a man has secured a piece, he makes off with it at full speed to bury it in his fields, according to ancient custom, before the sun has set, and as some of them have far to go, they must run very fast. All the women throw clods of earth at the rapidly retreating figures of the men, some of them taking very good aim. Soon the sacred grove, so lately a scene of tumult, is silent and deserted except for a few people who remain to guard all that is left of the buffalo, to wit, the head, the bones, and the stomach, which are burned with ceremony at the foot of the stake. In these sacrifices, the Miryas are represented by our authorities as victims offered to propitiate the earth goddess. But from the treatment of the victims, both before and after death, it appears that the custom cannot be explained as merely a propitiatory sacrifice. A part of the flesh certainly was offered to the earth goddess, but the rest was buried by each householder in his fields, and the ashes of the other parts of the body were scattered over the fields, laid as paste on the granaries, or mixed with the new corn. These latter customs imply that to the body of the Myrya there was ascribed a direct or intrinsic power of making the crops to grow, quite independent of the indirect efficacy which it might have as an offering to secure the goodwill of the deity. In other words, the flesh and ashes of the victim were believed to be endowed with a magical or physical power of fertilizing the land. The same intrinsic power was ascribed to the blood and tears of the Myrya, his blood causing the redness of the turmeric and his tears producing rain. For it can hardly be doubted that, originally at least, the tears were supposed to bring down the rain, not merely to prognosticate it. Similarly, the custom of pouring water on the buried flesh of the Myrya was no doubt a rain charm. Again, magical power as an attribute of the Myrya appears in the sovereign virtue believed to reside in anything that came from his person, as his hair or spittle. The ascription of such power to the Myrya indicates that he was much more than a mere man sacrificed to propitiate a deity. Once more, the extreme reverence paid him points to the same conclusion. Major Campbell speaks of the Myrya as being regarded as something more than mortal, and Major Macpherson says, "A species of reverence, which it is not easy to distinguish from adoration, is paid to him." In short, the Myrya seems to have been regarded as divine. As such, he may originally have represented the earth goddess, or perhaps a deity of vegetation, though in later times he came to be regarded rather as a victim offered to a deity than as himself an incarnate god. This later view of the Myrya as a victim, rather than a divinity, may perhaps have received undue emphasis from the European writers who have described the Khond religion. Habituated to the later idea of sacrifice as an offering made to a god for the purpose of conciliating his favor, European observers are apt to interpret all religious slaughter in this sense, and to suppose that wherever such slaughter takes place, there must necessarily be a deity to whom the carnage is believed by the slayers to be acceptable. Thus, their preconceived ideas may unconsciously color and warp their descriptions of savage rites. The same custom of killing the representative of a god, of which strong traces appear in the Khond sacrifices, may perhaps be detected in some of the other human sacrifices described above. Thus, the ashes of the slaughtered Marimo were scattered over the fields, the blood of the Brahmin lad was put on the crop and field, the flesh of the slain Naga was stowed in the corn bin, and the blood of the Sioux girl was allowed to trickle on the seed. Again, the identification of the victim with the corn, in other words, the view that he is an embodiment or spirit of the corn, is brought out in the pains which seem to be taken to secure a physical correspondence between him and the natural object, which he embodies or represents. Thus, the Mexicans killed young victims for the young corn and old ones for the ripe corn. The Marimo's sacrifice, as seed, a short, fat man, the shortness of his stature corresponding to that of the young corn, his fatness to the condition which it is desired that the crops may attain. And the Pawnees fattened their victims probably with the same view. Again, the identification of the victim with the corn comes out in the African custom of killing him with spades and hoes, and the Mexican custom of grinding him, like corn, between two stones. One more point in these savage customs deserves to be noted. The Pawnee chief devoured the heart of the Sioux girl, and the Marimos and Gonds ate the victim's flesh. If, as we suppose, the victim was regarded as divine, it follows that in eating his flesh his worshippers believed themselves to be partaking of the body of their god. The corn spirit slain in his human representatives. The barbarous rites just described offer analogies to the harvest customs of Europe. Thus, the fertilizing virtue ascribed to the corn spirit is shown equally in the savage custom of mixing the victim's blood or ashes with the seed corn, and the European custom of mixing the grain from the last sheaf with the young corn in spring. Again, the identification of the person with the corn appears alike in the savage custom of adapting the age and stature of the victim to the age and stature, whether actual or expected, of the crop. In the Scotch and Styrian rules that when the corn spirit is conceived as the maiden the last corn shall be cut by a young maiden, but when it is conceived as the corn mother it shall be cut by an old woman. In the warning given to old women in Lorraine to save themselves when the old woman is being killed, that is, when the last corn is being threshed, and in the Tyrolese expectation that if the man who gives the last stroke at thrashing is tall, the next year's corn will be tall also. Further, the same identification is implied in the savage custom of killing the representative of the corn spirit with hoes or spades, or by grinding him between stones, and in the European custom of pretending to kill him with the scythe or the flail. Once more, the Khand custom of pouring water on the buried flesh of the victim is parallel to the European customs of pouring water on the personal representative of the corn spirit or plunging him into a stream. Both the Khand and the European customs are rain charms. To return now to the Lityerses story. It has been shown that in rude society, human beings have been commonly killed to promote the growth of the crops. There is therefore no improbability in the supposition that they may once have been killed for a like purpose in Phrygia and Europe. And when Phrygian legend and European folk custom, closely agreeing with each other, point to the conclusion that men were so slain, we are bound, provisionally at least, to accept the conclusion. Further, both the Lityerses story and European harvest customs agree in indicating that the victim was put to death as a representative of the corn spirit, and this indication is in harmony with the view which some savages appear to take of the victim slain to make the crops flourish. On the whole, then, we may fairly suppose that both in Phrygia and in Europe the representative of the corn spirit was annually killed upon the harvest field. Grounds have been already shown for believing that similarly in Europe the representative of the tree spirit was annually slain. The proofs of these two remarkable and closely analogous customs are entirely independent of each other. Their coincidence seems to furnish fresh presumption in favor of both. To the question, how was the representative of the corn spirit chosen? One answer has been already given. Both the Lityerses story and European folk custom show that passing strangers were regarded as manifestations of the corn spirit escaping from the cut or threshed corn, and as such were seized and slain. But this is not the only answer which the evidence suggests. According to the Phrygian legend, the victims of Lityerses were not simply passing strangers, but persons whom he had vanquished in a reaping contest and afterwards wrapped up in corn sheaves and beheaded. This suggests that the representative of the corn spirit may have been selected by means of a competition on the harvest field, in which the vanquished competitor was compelled to accept the fatal honor. The supposition is countenanced by European harvest customs. We have seen that in Europe there is sometimes a contest amongst the reapers to avoid being last, and that the person who is vanquished in this competition, that is, who cuts the last corn, is often roughly handled. It is true we have not found that a pretense is made of killing him, but on the other hand we have found that a pretense is made of killing the man who gives the last stroke at thrashing, that is, who is vanquished in the thrashing contest. Now, since it is in the character of representative of the corn spirit that the thresher of the last corn is slain in mimicry, and since the same representative character attaches, as we have seen, to the cutter and binder as well as to the thresher of the last corn, and since the same repugnance is evinced by harvesters to be last in any one of these labors, we may conjecture that a pretense has been commonly made of killing the reaper and binder as well as the thresher of the last corn, and that in ancient times this killing was actually carried out. This conjecture is corroborated by the common superstition that whoever cuts the last corn must die soon. Sometimes it is thought that the person who binds the last sheaf on the field will die in the course of next year. The reason for fixing on the reaper, binder, or thresher of the last corn as the representative of the corn spirit may be this. The corn spirit is supposed to lurk as long as he can in the corn, retreating before the reapers, the binders, and the threshers at their work. But when he is forcibly expelled from his refuge in the last corn cut, or the last sheaf bound, or the last grain threshed, he necessarily assumes some other form than that of the cornstalks, which had hitherto been his garment or body. And what form can the expelled corn spirit assume more naturally than that of the person who stands nearest to the corn from which he, the corn spirit, has just been expelled? But the person in question is necessarily the reaper, binder, or thresher of the last corn. He or she, therefore, is seized and treated as the corn spirit himself. Thus, the person who was killed on the harvest field as the representative of the corn spirit may have been either a passing stranger or the harvester who was last at reaping, binding, or threshing. But there is a third possibility, to which ancient legend and modern folk custom alike point. Lityerses not only put strangers to death, he was himself slain, and apparently in the same way as he had slain others, namely, by being wrapped in a corn sheaf, beheaded, and cast into the river. And it is implied that this happened to Lityerses on his own land. Similarly, in modern harvest customs, the pretense of killing appears to be carried out quite as often on the person of the master, farmer, or squire, as on that of strangers. Now when we remember that Lityerses was said to have been a son of the king of Phrygia, and that in one account he is himself called a king, and when we combine with this the tradition that he was put to death, apparently as a representative of the corn spirit, we are led to conjecture that we have here another trace of the custom of annually slaying one of those divine or priestly kings who are known to have held ghostly sway in many parts of Western Asia, and particularly in Phrygia. The custom appears, as we have seen, to have been so far modified in places that the king's son was slain in the king's stead. Of the custom thus modified, the story of Lityerses would be, in one version at least, a reminiscence. Turning now to the relation of the Phrygian Lityerses to the Phrygian Attis, it may be remembered that at Pessinus the seat of a priestly kingship the high priest appears to have been annually slain in the character of Attis, a god of vegetation, and that Attis was described by an ancient authority as a reaped ear of corn. Thus Attis, as an embodiment of the corn spirit, annually slain in the person of his representative, might be thought to be ultimately identical with Lityerses, the latter being simply the rustic prototype out of which the state religion of Attis was developed. It may have been so, but on the other hand, the analogy of European folk custom warns us that amongst the same people two distinct deities of vegetation may have their separate personal representatives, both of whom are slain in the character of gods at different times of the year. For in Europe, as we have seen, it appears that one man was commonly slain in the character of the tree spirit in spring, and another in the character of the corn spirit in autumn. It may have been so in Phrygia also. Attis was especially a tree god, and his connection with corn may have been only such an extension of the power of a tree spirit as is indicated in customs like the harvest May. Again, the representative of Attis appears to have been slain in spring, whereas Lityerses must have been slain in summer or autumn, according to the time of the harvest in Phrygia. On the whole, then, while we are not justified in regarding Lityerses as the prototype of Attis, the two may be regarded as parallel products of the same religious idea, and may have stood to each other as in Europe the old man of harvest stands to the wild man, the leaf man, and so forth, of spring. Both were spirits or deities of vegetation, and the personal representatives of both were annually slain. But whereas the Attis worship became elevated into the dignity of a state religion, and spread to Italy. The rites of Lityerses seem never to have passed the limits of their native Phrygia, and always retain their character of rustic ceremonies performed by peasants on the harvest field. At most, a few villages may have clubbed together, as amongst the Khans, to procure a human victim to be slain as representative of the corn spirit for their common benefit. Such victims may have been drawn from the families of priestly kings or kinglets, which would account for the legendary character of Lityerses as the son of a Phrygian king or as himself a king. When villages did not so club together, each village or farm may have procured its own representative of the corn spirit by dooming to death either a passing stranger or the harvester who cut, bound, or threshed the last sheaf. Perhaps in the olden time, the practice of headhunting as a means of promoting the growth of the corn may have been as common among the rude inhabitants of Europe and Western Asia as it still is, or was, till lately, among the primitive agricultural tribes of Assam, Burma, the Philippine Islands, and the Indian archipelago. It is hardly necessary to add that in Phrygia, as in Europe, the old barbarous custom of killing a man on the harvest field or the thrashing floor had doubtless passed into a mere pretense long before the classical era, and was probably regarded by the reapers and threshers themselves as no more than a rough jest, which the license of a harvest home permitted them to play off on a passing stranger, a comrade, or even on their master himself. I have dwelt on the Lityerses song at length because it affords so many points of comparison with European and savage folk custom. The other harvest songs of Western Asia and Egypt, to which attention has been called above, may now be dismissed much more briefly. The similarity of the Bithynian Bormus to the Phrygian Lityerses helps to bear out the interpretation which has been given of the latter. Bormus, whose death or rather disappearance was annually mourned by the reapers in a plaintive song, was, like Lityerses, a king's son or at least the son of a wealthy and distinguished man. The reapers whom he watched were at work on his own fields, and he disappeared in going to fetch water for them. According to one version of the story, he was carried off by the nymphs, doubtless the nymphs of the spring or pool or river whither he went to draw water. Viewed in the light of the Lityerses story and of European folk custom, this disappearance of Bormus may be a reminiscence of the custom of binding the farmer himself in a corn sheaf and throwing him into the water. The mournful strain which the reapers sang was probably a lamentation over the death of the corn spirit, slain either in the cut corn or in the person of a human representative, and the call which they addressed to him may have been a prayer that he might return in fresh vigor next year. The Phoenician Linus song was sung at the vintage, at least in the west of Asia Minor, as we learn from Homer, and this, combined with the legend of Silius, suggests that in ancient times passing strangers were handled by vintagers and vine diggers in much the same way as they are said to have been handled by the reaper Lityerses. The Lydian Silius, so ran the legend, compelled passers-by to dig for him in his vineyard, till Hercules came and killed him and dug up his vines by the roots. This seems to be the outline of a legend like that of Lityerses, but neither ancient writers nor modern folk custom enable us to fill in the details. But further, the Linus song was probably sung also by Phoenician reapers, for Herodotus compares it to the Maneros song, which, as we have seen, was a lament raised by Egyptian reapers over the cut corn. Further, Linus was identified with Adonis, and Adonis has some claims to be regarded as especially a corn deity. Thus the Linus lament, as sung at harvest, would be identical with the Adonis lament. Each would be the lamentation raised by reapers over the dead spirit of the corn. But whereas Adonis, like Attis, grew into a stately figure of mythology, adored and mourned in splendid cities far beyond the limits of his Phoenician home, Linus appears to have remained a simple ditty sung by reapers and vintagers among the corn sheaves and the vines. The analogy of Lityerses and of folk custom, both European and savage, suggests that in Phoenicia, the slain corn spirit, the dead Adonis, may formerly have been represented by a human victim. And this suggestion is possibly supported by the Heron legend that Tammuz, Adonis, was slain by his cruel lord, who ground his bones in a mill and scattered them to the wind. For in Mexico, as we have seen, the human victim at harvest was crushed between two stones, and both in Africa and India, the ashes or other remains of the victim were scattered over the fields. But the Heron legend may be only a mythical way of expressing the grinding of corn in the mill and the scattering of the seed. It seems worth suggesting that the mock king, who was annually killed at the Babylonian festival of the Sakia on the 16th day of the month Luz, may have represented Tammuz himself. For the historian Berossus, who records the festival and its date, probably used the Macedonian calendar, since he dedicated his history to Antiochus Soter. And in his day, the Macedonian month Luz appears to have corresponded to the Babylonian month Tammuz. If this conjecture is right, the view that the mock king at the Sakia was slain in the character of a god would be established. There is a good deal more evidence that in Egypt the slain corn spirit, the dead Osiris, was represented by a human victim, whom the reapers slew on the harvest field, mourning his death in a dirge, to which the Greeks, through a verbal misunderstanding, gave the name of Maneros. For the legend of Busiris seems to preserve a reminiscence of human sacrifices once offered by the Egyptians in connection with the worship of Osiris. Busiris was said to have been an Egyptian king who sacrificed all strangers on the altar of Zeus. The origin of the custom was traced to a dearth which afflicted the land of Egypt for 9 years. A Cyprian seer informed Busiris that the dearth would cease if a man were annually sacrificed to Zeus. So Busiris instituted the sacrifice. But when Hercules came to Egypt and was being dragged to the altar to be sacrificed, he burst his bonds and slew Busiris and his son. Here then is a legend that in Egypt, a human victim was annually sacrificed to prevent the failure of the crops, and a belief is implied that an omission of the sacrifice would have entailed a recurrence of that infertility, which it was the object of the sacrifice to prevent. So the Pawnees, as we have seen, believed that an omission of the human sacrifice at planting would have been followed by a total failure of their crops. The name Busiris was in reality the name of a city, PSR, the House of Osiris, the city being so called because it contained the grave of Osiris. Indeed, some high modern authorities believe that Busiris was the original home of Osiris, from which his worship spread to other parts of Egypt. The human sacrifices were said to have been offered at his grave, and the victims were red-haired men, whose ashes were scattered abroad by means of winnowing fans. This tradition of human sacrifices offered at the tomb of Osiris is confirmed by the evidence of the monuments. In the light of the foregoing discussion, the Egyptian tradition of Busiris admits of a consistent and fairly probable explanation. Osiris, the corn spirit, was annually represented at harvest by a stranger, whose red hair made him a suitable representative of the ripe corn. This man, in his representative character, was slain on the harvest field and mourned by the reapers, who prayed at the same time that the corn spirit might revive and return, Mani Ra, Maneros, with renewed vigor in the following year. Finally, the victim, or some part of him, was burned, and the ashes scattered by winnowing fans over the fields to fertilize them. Here the choice of the victim on the ground of his resemblance to the corn which he was to represent agrees with the Mexican and African customs already described. Similarly, the woman who died in the character of the corn mother at the Mexican midsummer sacrifice had her face painted red and yellow in token of the colors of the corn, and she wore a pasteboard mitre surmounted by waving plumes in imitation of the tassel of the maize. On the other hand, at the festival of the goddess of the white, maize, the Mexicans sacrificed lepers. The Romans sacrificed red-haired puppies in spring to avert the supposed blighting influence of the dog star, believing that the crops would thus grow ripe and ruddy. The heathen of Haran offered to the sun, moon, and planets human victims who were chosen on the ground of their supposed resemblance to the heavenly bodies to which they were sacrificed. For example, the priests, clothed in red and smeared with blood, offered a red-haired, red-cheeked man to the red planet Mars in a temple which was painted red and draped with red hangings. These and the like cases of assimilating the victim to the god, or to the natural phenomenon which he represents, are based ultimately on the principle of homeopathic or imitative magic, the notion being that the object aimed at will be most readily attained by means of a sacrifice which resembles the effect that it is designed to bring about. The story that the fragments of Osiris's body were scattered up and down the land, and buried by Isis on the spots where they lay, may very well be a reminiscence of a custom, like that observed by the Khans, of dividing the human victim in pieces and burying the pieces, often at intervals of many miles from each other, in the fields. Thus, if I am right, the key to the mysteries of Osiris is furnished by the melancholy cry of the Egyptian reapers, which down to Roman times could be heard year after year sounding across the fields, announcing the death of the corn spirit, the rustic prototype of Osiris. Similar cries, as we have seen, were also heard on all the harvest fields of Western Asia. By the ancients, they are spoken of as songs, but to judge from the analysis of the names Linus and Maneros, they probably consisted only of a few words uttered in a prolonged musical note which could be heard at a great distance. Such sonorous and long-drawn cries, raised by a number of strong voices in concert, must have had a striking effect, and could hardly fail to arrest the attention of any wayfarer who happened to be within hearing. The sounds, repeated again and again, could probably be distinguished with tolerable ease even at a distance. But to a Greek traveler in Asia or Egypt the foreign words would commonly convey no meaning, and he might take them, not unnaturally, for the name of someone Maneros, Linus, Lityerses, Bormus, upon whom the reapers were calling. And if his journey led him through more countries than one, as Bithynia and Phrygia, or Phoenicia and Egypt, while the corn was being reaped, he would have an opportunity of comparing the various harvest cries of the different peoples. Thus, we can readily understand why these harvest cries were so often noted and compared with each other by the Greeks. Whereas, if they had been regular songs, they could not have been heard at such distances, and therefore could not have attracted the attention of so many travelers. And moreover, even if the wayfarer were within hearing of them, he could not so easily have picked out the words. Down to recent times, Devonshire reapers uttered cries of the same sort, and performed on the field a ceremony exactly analogous to that in which, if I am not mistaken, the rites of Osiris originated. The cry and the ceremony are thus described by an observer who wrote in the first half of the 19th century. After the wheat is all cut, on most farms in the north of Devon, the harvest people have a custom of crying the neck. I believe that this practice is seldom omitted on any large farm in that part of the country. It is done in this way. An old man, or someone else well acquainted with the ceremonies used on the occasion, when the laborers are reaping the last field of wheat, goes round to the shocks and sheaves, and picks out a little bundle of all the best ears he can find. This bundle he ties up very neat and trim, and plats and arranges the straws very tastefully. This is called the neck of wheat or wheatears. After the field is cut out, and the pitcher once more circulated, the reapers, binders, and the women stand round in a circle. The person with the neck stands in the center, grasping it with both hands. He first stoops and holds it near the ground, and all the men forming the ring take off their hats, stooping and holding them with both hands towards the ground. They then all begin at once in a very prolonged and harmonious tone to cry the neck, at the same time slowly raising themselves upright and elevating their arms and hats above their heads, the person with the neck also raising it on high. This is done 3 times. They then change their cry to wei yen, which they sound in the same prolonged and slow manner as before, with singular harmony and effect, 3 times. This last cry is accompanied by the same movements of the body and arms as in crying the neck. After having thus repeated the neck 3 times, and wei yen as often, they all burst out into a kind of loud and joyous laugh, flinging up their hats and caps into the air, capering about and perhaps kissing the girls. One of them then gets the neck and runs as hard as he can down to the farmhouse, where the dairymaid, or one of the young female domestics, stands at the door prepared with a pail of water. If he who holds the neck can manage to get into the house, in any way unseen, or openly, by any other way than the door at which the girl stands with the pail of water, then he may lawfully kiss her. But if otherwise, he is regularly soused with the contents of the bucket. On a fine, still autumn evening, the crying of the neck has a wonderful effect at a distance, far finer than that of the Turkish muezzin, which Lord Byron eulogizes so much, and which he says is preferable to all the bells of Christendom. I have once or twice heard upwards of 20 men cry it, and sometimes joined by an equal number of female voices. About 3 years back, on some high grounds where our people were harvesting, I heard 6 or 7 necks cried in one night, although I know that some of them were 4 miles off. They are heard through the quiet evening air at a considerable distance sometimes. Again, Mrs. Bray tells how, traveling in Devonshire, she saw a party of reapers standing in a circle on a rising ground, holding their sickles aloft. One in the middle held up some ears of corn tied together with flowers, and the party shouted 3 times, what she writes as Arnak, 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 we haven, we haven, we haven. They went home, accompanied by women and children carrying boughs of flowers, shouting and singing. The manservant who attended Mrs. Bray said it was only the people making their games as they always did to the spirit of harvest. Here, as Miss Byrne remarks, Arnak we haven is obviously in the Devon dialect, a neck or knack, we have un. Another account of this old custom, written at Truro in 1839, runs thus. Now, when all the corn was cut at Helligan, the farming men and maidens come in front of the house, and bring with them a small sheaf of corn, the last that has been cut, and this is adorned with ribbons and flowers, and one part is tied quite tight, so as to look like a neck. Then they cry out, my side, as loud as they can. Then the dairy maid gives the neck to the head farming man. He takes it and says very loudly 3 times, I have him, I have him, I have him. Then another farming man shouts very loudly, what have ye, what have ye, what have ye? Then the first says, a neck, a neck, a neck. And when he has said this, all the people make a very great shouting. This they do 3 times, and after one famous shout go away and eat supper and dance and sing songs. According to another account, all went out to the field when the last corn was cut. The neck was tied with ribbons and plaited, and they danced round it and carried it to the great kitchen, where by and by the supper was. The words were as given in the previous account, and hip, hip, hack, heck, I have ye, I have ye, I have ye. It was hung up in the hall. Another account relates that one of the men rushed from the field with the last sheaf, while the rest pursued him with vessels of water, which they tried to throw over the sheaf before it could be brought into the barn. In the foregoing customs, a particular bunch of ears, generally the last left standing, is conceived as the neck of the corn spirit, who is consequently beheaded when the bunch is cut down. Similarly, in Shropshire the name neck, or the gander's neck, used to be commonly given to the last handful of ears left standing in the middle of the field when all the rest of the corn was cut. It was plaited together, and the reapers, standing 10 or 20 paces off, threw their sickles at it. Whoever cut it through was said to have cut off the gander's neck. The neck was taken to the farmer's wife, who was supposed to keep it in the house for good luck till the next harvest came round. Near Treves, the man who reaps the last standing corn cuts the goat's neck off. At Fastlane, on the Gairloch, Dumbartonshire, the last handful of standing corn was sometimes called the head. At Orich, in East Friesland, the man who reaps the last corn cuts the hare's tail off. In mowing down the last corner of a field, French reapers sometimes call out, we have the cat by the tail. In Bresse, Bourgogne, the last sheaf represented the fox. Beside it, a score of ears were left standing to form the tail, and each reaper, going back some paces, threw his sickle at it. He who succeeded in severing it cut off the fox's tail, and a cry of "you cuckoo" was raised in his honor. These examples leave no room to doubt the meaning of the Devonshire and Cornish expression, the neck, as applied to the last sheaf. The corn spirit is conceived in human or animal form, and the last standing corn is part of its body, its neck, its head, or its tail. Sometimes, as we have seen, the last corn is regarded as the navel string. Lastly, the Devonshire custom of drenching with water the person who brings in the neck is a rain charm, such as we have had many examples of. Its parallel in the Mysteries of Osiris was the custom of pouring water on the image of Osiris, or on the person who represented him. Roman 48. The corn spirit as an animal embodiments of the corn spirit. In some of the examples which I have cited to establish the meaning of the term neck, as applied to the last sheaf, the corn spirit appears in animal form as a gander, a goat, a hare, a cat, and a fox. This introduces us to a new aspect of the corn spirit, which we must now examine. By doing so, we shall not only have fresh examples of killing the god, but may hope also to clear up some points which remain obscure in the myths and worship of Adonis, Attis, Osiris, Dionysus, Demeter, and Virbius. Amongst the many animals whose forms the corn spirit is supposed to take are the wolf, dog, hare, fox, cock, goose, quail, cat, goat, cow, ox, bull, pig, and horse. In one or other of these shapes, the corn spirit is often believed to be present in the corn, and to be caught or killed in the last sheaf. As the corn is being cut, the animal flees before the reapers, and if a reaper is taken ill on the field, he is supposed to have stumbled unwittingly on the corn spirit, who has thus punished the profane intruder. It is said, the rye wolf has got hold of him. The harvest goat has given him a push. The person who cuts the last corn or binds the last sheaf gets the name of the animal, as the rye wolf, the rye sow, the oats goat, and so forth, and retains the name sometimes for a year. Also, the animal is frequently represented by a puppet made out of the last sheaf or of wood, flowers, and so on, which is carried home amid rejoicings on the last harvest wagon. Even where the last sheaf is not made up in animal shape, it is often called the rye wolf, the hare, goat, and so forth. Generally, each kind of crop is supposed to have its special animal, which is caught in the last sheaf, and called the rye wolf, the barley wolf, the oats wolf, the pea wolf, or the potato wolf, according to the crop. But sometimes the figure of the animal is only made up once for all at getting in the last crop of the whole harvest. Sometimes the creature is believed to be killed by the last stroke of the sickle or scythe. But oftener it is thought to live so long as there is corn still unthreshed, and to be caught in the last sheaf threshed. Hence the man who gives the last stroke with the flail is told that he has got the corn sow, the thrashing dog, or the like. When the thrashing is finished, a puppet is made in the form of the animal, and this is carried by the thresher of the last sheaf to a neighboring farm where the thrashing is still going on. This again shows that the corn spirit is believed to live wherever the corn is still being threshed. Sometimes the thresher of the last sheaf himself represents the animal, and if the people of the next farm, who are still thrashing, catch him, they treat him like the animal he represents by shutting him up in the pigsty, calling him with the cries commonly addressed to pigs, and so forth. These general statements will now be illustrated by examples. The corn spirit as a wolf or a dog. We begin with the corn spirit conceived as a wolf or a dog. This conception is common in France, Germany, and Slavonic countries. Thus, when the wind sets the corn in wave-like motion, the peasants often say, "The wolf is going over, or through, the corn. The rye wolf is rushing over the field. The wolf is in the corn. The mad dog is in the corn. The big dog is there." When children wish to go into the cornfields to pluck ears or gather the blue cornflowers, they are warned not to do so, for the big dog sits in the corn, or the wolf sits in the corn and will tear you in pieces. The wolf will eat you. The wolf against whom the children are warned is not a common wolf, for he is often spoken of as the corn wolf, rye wolf, or the like. Thus they say, "The rye wolf will come and eat you up, children. The rye wolf will carry you off," and so forth. Still, he has all the outward appearance of a wolf. For in the neighborhood of Fehlenhof, East Prussia, when a wolf was seen running through a field, the peasants used to watch whether he carried his tail in the air or dragged it on the ground. If he dragged it on the ground, they went after him and thanked him for bringing them a blessing, and even set titbits before him. But if he carried his tail high, they cursed him and tried to kill him. Here the wolf is the corn spirit whose fertilizing power is in his tail. Both dog and wolf appear as embodiments of the corn spirit in harvest customs. Thus, in some parts of Silesia, the person who cuts or binds the last sheaf is called the wheat dog or the peas pug. But it is in the harvest customs of the northeast of France that the idea of the corn dog comes out most clearly. Thus, when a harvester, through sickness, weariness, or laziness, cannot or will not keep up with the reaper in front of him, they say, "The white dog passed near him. He has the white bitch," or "The white bitch has bitten him." In the Vosges, the harvest May is called the dog of the harvest, and the person who cuts the last handful of hay or wheat is said to kill the dog. About Lons-le-Saulnier, in the Jura, the last sheaf is called the bitch. In the neighborhood of Verdun, the regular expression for finishing the reaping is, "They are going to kill the dog." And at Epinal they say, according to the crop, "We will kill the wheat dog, or the rye dog, or the potato dog." In Lorraine it is said of the man who cuts the last corn, "He is killing the dog of the harvest." At Dux in the Tyrol, the man who gives the last stroke at thrashing is said to strike down the dog, and at Onnebergen near Stade, he is called, according to the crop, corn pug, rye pug, wheat pug. So with the wolf. In Silesia, when the reapers gather round the last patch of standing corn to reap it, they are said to be about to catch the wolf. In various parts of Mecklenburg, where the belief in the corn wolf is particularly prevalent, everyone fears to cut the last corn, because they say that the wolf is sitting in it. Hence every reaper exerts himself to the utmost in order not to be the last, and every woman similarly fears to bind the last sheaf because the wolf is in it. So both among the reapers and the binders there is a competition not to be the last to finish, and in Germany generally it appears to be a common saying that the wolf sits in the last sheaf. In some places they call out to the reaper, "Beware of the wolf," or they say, "He is chasing the wolf out of the corn." In Mecklenburg, the last bunch of standing corn is itself commonly called the wolf, and the man who reaps it has the wolf, the animal being described as the rye wolf, the wheat wolf, the barley wolf, and so on according to the particular crop. The reaper of the last corn is himself called wolf or the rye wolf if the crop is rye, and in many parts of Mecklenburg he has to support the character by pretending to bite the other harvesters or by howling like a wolf. The last sheaf of corn is also called the wolf or the rye wolf or the oats wolf according to the crop, and of the woman who binds it they say, "The wolf is biting her. She has the wolf. She must fetch the wolf out of the corn." Moreover, she herself is called wolf. They cry out to her, "Thou art the wolf," and she has to bear the name for a whole year. Sometimes, according to the crop, she is called the rye wolf or the potato wolf. In the island of Rügen, not only is the woman who binds the last sheaf called wolf, but when she comes home, she bites the lady of the house and the stewardess, for which she receives a large piece of meat. Yet nobody likes to be the wolf. The same woman may be rye wolf, wheat wolf, and oats wolf if she happens to bind the last sheaf of rye, wheat, and oats. At Bure, in the district of Cologne, it was formerly the custom to give to the last sheaf the shape of a wolf. It was kept in the barn till all the corn was threshed. Then it was brought to the farmer, and he had to sprinkle it with beer or brandy. At Brunshipton in Mecklenburg, the young woman who bound the last sheaf of wheat used to take a handful of stalks out of it and make the wheat wolf with them. It was the figure of a wolf about 2 feet long and half a foot high, the legs of the animal being represented by stiff stalks and its tail and mane by wheat ears. This wheat wolf she carried back at the head of the harvesters to the village, where it was set up on a high place in the parlor of the farm and remained there for a long time. In many places, the sheaf called the wolf is made up in human form and dressed in clothes. This indicates a confusion of ideas between the corn spirit conceived in human and in animal form. Generally, the wolf is brought home on the last wagon with joyful cries. Hence, the last wagon load itself receives the name of the wolf. Again, the wolf is supposed to hide himself amongst the cut corn in the granary until he is driven out of the last bundle by the strokes of the flail. Hence, at Wansleben, near Magdeburg, after the threshing the peasants go in procession, leading by a chain a man who is enveloped in the threshed-out straw and is called the wolf. He represents the corn spirit who has been caught escaping from the threshed corn. In the district of Treves, it is believed that the corn wolf is killed at thrashing. The men thresh the last sheaf till it is reduced to chopped straw. In this way, they think that the corn wolf, who was lurking in the last sheaf, has been certainly killed. In France also the corn wolf appears at harvest. Thus they call out to the reaper of the last corn, "You will catch the wolf." Near Chambry they form a ring round the last standing corn and cry, "The wolf is in there." In Finisterre, when the reaping draws near an end, the harvesters cry, "There is the wolf, we will catch him." Each takes a swath to reap, and he who finishes first calls out, "I've caught the wolf." In Guyenne, when the last corn has been reaped, they lead a wether all round the field. It is called the wolf of the field. Its horns are decked with a wreath of flowers and corn ears, and its neck and body are also encircled with garlands and ribbons. All the reapers march, singing, behind it, then it is killed on the field. In this part of France the last sheaf is called the caugulage, which in the patois means a wether. Hence the killing of the wether represents the death of the corn spirit, considered as present in the last sheaf. But 2 different conceptions of the corn spirit as a wolf and as a wether are mixed up together. Sometimes it appears to be thought that the wolf, caught in the last corn, lives during the winter in the farmhouse, ready to renew his activity as corn spirit in the spring. Hence at midwinter, when the lengthening days begin to herald the approach of spring, the wolf makes his appearance once more. In Poland a man, with a wolf's skin thrown over his head, is led about at Christmas, or a stuffed wolf is carried about by persons who collect money. There are facts which point to an old custom of leading about a man enveloped in leaves and called the wolf, while his conductors collected money. The corn spirit as a cock. Another form which the corn spirit often assumes is that of a cock. In Austria, children are warned against straying in the cornfields because the corncock sits there and will peck their eyes out. In North Germany, they say that the cock sits in the last sheaf, and at cutting the last corn the reapers cry, "Now we will chase out the cock." When it is cut, they say, "We have caught the cock." At Brawler in Transylvania, when the reapers come to the last patch of corn, they cry, "Here we shall catch the cock." At Fürstenwalde, when the last sheaf is about to be bound, the master releases a cock, which he has brought in a basket, and lets it run over the field. All the harvesters chase it till they catch it. Elsewhere, the harvesters all try to seize the last corn cut. He who succeeds in grasping it must crow, and is called cock. Among the Wends, it is or used to be customary for the farmer to hide a live cock under the last sheaf as it lay on the field. And when the corn was being gathered up, the harvester who lighted upon this sheaf had a right to keep the cock, provided he could catch it. This formed the close of the harvest festival and was known as the cock catching. And the beer which was served out to the reapers at this time went by the name of cock beer. The last sheaf is called cock, cock sheaf, harvest hen, autumn hen. A distinction is made between a wheat cock, bean cock, and so on, according to the crop. At Wunschensul in Thuringen, the last sheaf is made into the shape of a cock, and called the harvest cock. A figure of a cock, made of wood, pasteboard, ears of corn, or flowers, is borne in front of the harvest wagon, especially in Westphalia, where the cock carries in his beak fruits of the earth of all kinds. Sometimes the image of the cock is fastened to the top of a may tree on the last harvest wagon. Elsewhere, a live cock, or a figure of one, is attached to a harvest crown and carried on a pole. In Galicia and elsewhere, this live cock is fastened to the garland of corn ears or flowers, which the leader of the women reapers carries on her head as she marches in front of the harvest procession. In Silesia, a live cock is presented to the master on a plate. The harvest supper is called harvest cock, stubble cock, etc., and a chief dish at least in some places, is a cock. If a wagoner upsets a harvest wagon, it is said that he has spilt the harvest cock, and he loses the cock, that is, the harvest supper. The harvest wagon with the figure of the cock on it is driven round the farmhouse before it is taken to the barn. Then the cock is nailed over or at the side of the house door or on the gable and remains there till next harvest. In East Friesland, the person who gives the last stroke at thrashing is called the clucking hen, and grain is strewed before him as if he were a hen. Again, the corn spirit is killed in the form of a cock. In parts of Germany, Hungary, Poland, and Picardy, the reapers place a live cock in the corn which is to be cut last, and chase it over the field or bury it up to the neck in the ground. Afterwards, they strike off its head with a sickle or scythe. In many parts of Westphalia, when the harvesters bring the wooden cock to the farmer, he gives them a live cock, which they kill with whips or sticks, or behead with an old sword, or throw into the barn to the girls, or give to the mistress to cook. If the harvest cock has not been spilt, that is, if no wagon has been upset, the harvesters have the right to kill the farmyard cock by throwing stones at it or beheading it. Where this custom has fallen into disuse, it is still common for the farmer's wife to make cocky-leeky for the harvesters, and to show them the head of the cock which has been killed for the soup. In the neighborhood of Klausenburg, Transylvania, a cock is buried on the harvest field in the earth, so that only its head appears. A young man then takes a scythe and cuts off the cock's head at a single sweep. If he fails to do this, he is called the red cock for a whole year, and people fear that next year's crop will be bad. Near Udvarli in Transylvania, a live cock is bound up in the last sheaf and killed with a spit. It is then skinned. The flesh is thrown away, but the skin and feathers are kept till next year, and in spring the grain from the last sheaf is mixed with the feathers of the cock and scattered on the field which is to be tilled. Nothing could set in a clearer light the identification of the cock with the spirit of the corn. By being tied up in the last sheaf and killed, the cock is identified with the corn, and its death with the cutting of the corn. By keeping its feathers till spring, then mixing them with the seed corn taken from the very sheaf in which the bird had been bound, and scattering the feathers together with the seed over the field, the identity of the bird with the corn is again emphasized, and its quickening and fertilizing power, as an embodiment of the corn spirit, is intimated in the plainest manner. Thus the corn spirit, in the form of a cock, is killed at harvest, but rises to fresh life and activity in spring. Again, the equivalence of the cock to the corn is expressed, hardly less plainly, in the custom of burying the bird in the ground and cutting off its head, like the ears of corn, with the scythe. The corn spirit as a hare. Another common embodiment of the corn spirit is the hare. In Galloway, the reaping of the last standing corn is called cutting the hare. The mode of cutting it is as follows. When the rest of the corn has been reaped, a handful is left standing to form the hare. It is divided into 3 parts and plaited, and the ears are tied in a knot. The reapers then retire a few yards, and each throws his or her sickle in turn at the hare to cut it down. It must be cut below the knot, and the reapers continue to throw their sickles at it, one after the other, until one of them succeeds in severing the stalks below the knot. The hair is then carried home and given to a maidservant in the kitchen, who places it over the kitchen door on the inside. Sometimes the hair used to be thus kept till the next harvest. In the parish of Minnegaff, when the hair was cut, the unmarried reapers ran home with all speed, and the one who arrived first was the first to be married. In Germany, also one of the names for the last sheaf is the hair. Thus, in some parts of Anhalt, when the corn has been reaped and only a few stalks are left standing, they say, "The hair will soon come," or the reapers cry to each other, "Look how the hair comes jumping out." In East Prussia, they say that the hare sits in the last patch of standing corn and must be chased out by the last reaper. The reapers hurry with their work, each being anxious not to have to chase out the hare. For the man who does so, that is, who cuts the last corn, is much laughed at. Ad orich, as we have seen, an expression for cutting the last corn is to cut off the hare's tail. "He is killing the hare" is commonly said of the man who cuts the last corn in Germany, Sweden, Holland, France, and Italy. In Norway, the man who is thus said to kill the hare must give hare's blood, in the form of brandy, to his fellows to drink. In Lesbos, when the reapers are at work in two neighboring fields, each party tries to finish first in order to drive the hare into their neighbor's field. The reapers who succeed in doing so believe that next year the crop will be better. A small sheaf of corn is made up and kept beside the holy picture till next harvest. The corn spirit as a cat. Again, the corn spirit sometimes takes the form of a cat. Near-Kiel children are warned not to go into the cornfields because the cat sits there. In the Eisenach Oberland, they are told the corn cat will come and fetch you. The corn cat goes in the corn. In some parts of Silesia, at mowing the last corn, they say, the cat is caught. And at thrashing, the man who gives the last stroke is called the cat. In the neighborhood of Lyon, the last sheaf and the harvest supper are both called the cat. About Vessel, when they cut the last corn, they say, "We have the cat by the tail." At Briançon, in Dauphiné, at the beginning of reaping, a cat is decked out with ribbons, flowers, and ears of corn. It is called the cat of the ball skin, le chat de peau de balle. If a reaper is wounded at his work, they make the cat lick the wound. At the close of the reaping, the cat is again decked out with ribbons and ears of corn, then they dance and make merry. When the dance is over, the girls solemnly strip the cat of its finery. At Grüneberg in Silesia, the reaper who cuts the last corn goes by the name of the tomcat. He is enveloped in rice stalks and green withes and is furnished with a long plaited tail. Sometimes, as a companion, he has a man similarly dressed, who is called the female cat. Their duty is to run after people whom they see and to beat them with a long stick. Near Amiens, the expression for finishing the harvest is, "They are going to kill the cat." And when the last corn is cut, they kill a cat in the farmyard. At thrashing, in some parts of France, a live cat is placed under the last bundle of corn to be threshed, and is struck dead with the flails. Then on Sunday it is roasted and eaten as a holiday dish. In the Vosges Mountains, the close of haymaking or harvest is called catching the cat, killing the dog, or more rarely, catching the hare. The cat, the dog, or the hare is said to be fat or lean according as the crop is good or bad. The man who cuts the last handful of hay, or of wheat, is said to catch the cat or the hare or to kill the dog. The corn spirit as a goat. Further, the corn spirit often appears in the form of a goat. In some parts of Prussia, when the corn bends before the wind, they say, the goats are chasing each other. The wind is driving the goats through the corn. The goats are browsing there, and they expect a very good harvest. Again they say, the oats goat is sitting in the oats field. The corn goat is sitting in the rye field. Children are warned not to go into the cornfields to pluck the blue cornflowers, or amongst the beans to pluck pods, because the rye goat, the corn goat, the oats goat, or the bean goat is sitting or lying there, and will carry them away or kill them. When a harvester is taken sick or lags behind his fellows at their work, they call out, "The harvest goat has pushed him. He has been pushed by the corn goat." In the neighborhood of Braunsberg, East Prussia, at binding the oats, every harvester makes haste, lest the corn goat push him. At Ofoten in Norway, each reaper has his allotted patch to reap. When a reaper in the middle has not finished reaping his piece after his neighbors have finished theirs, they say of him, "He remains on the island." And if the laggard is a man, they imitate the cry with which they call a he-goat. If a woman, the cry with which they call a she-goat. Near Straubing in Lower Bavaria, it is said of the man who cuts the last corn that he has the corn goat, or the wheat goat, or the oats goat, according to the crop. Moreover, 2 horns are set up on the last heap of corn, and it is called the horned goat. At Kreutzberg, East Prussia, they call out to the woman who is binding the last sheaf, "The goat is sitting in the sheaf." At Gablingen in Swabia, when the last field of oats upon a farm is being reaped, the reapers carve a goat out of wood. Ears of oats are inserted in its nostrils and mouth, and it is adorned with garlands of flowers. It is set up on the field and called the oats goat. When the reaping approaches an end, each reaper hastens to finish his piece first. He who is the last to finish gets the oats goat. Again, the last sheaf is itself called the goat. Thus, in the valley of the Wiesent, Bavaria, the last sheaf bound on the field is called the goat, and they have a proverb, the field must bear a goat. At Spachbrücken in Hesse, the last handful of corn which is cut is called the goat, and the man who cuts it is much ridiculed. At Dürrenbüchig and about Mossbach in Baden, the last sheaf is also called the goat. Sometimes the last sheaf is made up in the form of a goat, and they say, the goat is sitting in it. Again, the person who cuts or binds the last sheaf is called the goat. Thus, in parts of Mecklenburg they call out to the woman who binds the last sheaf, you are the harvest goat. Near Uelzen in Hanover, the harvest festival begins with the bringing of the harvest goat. That is, the woman who bound the last sheaf is wrapped in straw, crowned with a harvest wreath, and brought in a wheelbarrow to the village, where a round dance takes place. About Lüneburg also, the woman who binds the last corn is decked with a crown of corn ears and is called the corn goat. At Munsesheim in Baden, the reaper who cuts the last handful of corn or oats is called the corn goat or the oats goat. In the canton St. Gall, Switzerland, the person who cuts the last handful of corn on the field or drives the last harvest wagon to the barn is called the corn goat or the rye goat or simply the goat. In the canton Thurgau he is called corn goat. Like a goat he has a bell hung round his neck, is led in triumph and drenched with liquor. In parts of Styria also, the man who cuts the last corn is called corn goat, oats goat, or the like. As a rule, the man who thus gets the name of corn goat has to bear it a whole year, till the next harvest. According to one view, the corn spirit, who has been caught in the form of a goat or otherwise, lives in the farmhouse or barn over winter. Thus, each farm has its own embodiment of the corn spirit. But according to another view, the corn spirit is the genius or deity, not of the corn of one farm only, but of all the corn. Hence, when the corn on one farm is all cut, he flees to another where there is still corn left standing. This idea is brought out in a harvest custom which was formerly observed in Skye. The farmer who first finished reaping sent a man or woman with a sheaf to a neighboring farmer who had not finished. The latter, in his turn, when he had finished, sent on the sheaf to his neighbor who was still reaping. And so the sheaf made the round of the farms till all the corn was cut. The sheaf was called the goabir bakog, that is, the cripple goat. The custom appears not to be extinct at the present day, for it was reported from Skye not very many years ago. The corn spirit was probably thus represented as lame because he had been crippled by the cutting of the corn. Sometimes the old woman who brings home the last sheaf must limp on one foot. But sometimes the corn spirit, in the form of a goat, is believed to be slain on the harvest field by the sickle or scythe. Thus, in the neighborhood of Bernkastel, on the Moselle, the reapers determine by lot the order in which they shall follow each other. The first is called the forereaper, the last the tail-bearer. If a reaper overtakes the man in front, he reaps past him, bending round so as to leave the slower reaper in a patch by himself. This patch is called the goat, and the man for whom the goat is cut in this way is laughed and jeered at by his fellows for the rest of the day. When the tail-bearer cuts the last ears of corn, it is said, he is cutting the goat's neck off. In the neighborhood of Grenoble, before the end of the reaping, a live goat is adorned with flowers and ribbons and allowed to run about the field. The reapers chase it and try to catch it. When it is caught, the farmer's wife holds it fast while the farmer cuts off its head. The goat's flesh serves to furnish the harvest supper. A piece of the flesh is pickled and kept till the next harvest, when another goat is killed. Then all the harvesters eat of the flesh. On the same day, the skin of the goat is made into a cloak, which the farmer, who works with his men, must always wear at harvest time if rain or bad weather sets in. But if a reaper gets pains in his back, the farmer gives him the goat skin to wear. The reason for this seems to be that the pains in the back, being inflicted by the corn spirit, can also be healed by it. Similarly, we saw that elsewhere, when a reaper is wounded at reaping, a cat, as the representative of the corn spirit, is made to lick the wound. Esthonian reapers of the island of Moan think that the man who cuts the first ears of corn at harvest will get pains in his back, probably because the corn spirit is believed to resent especially the first wound. And, in order to escape pains in the back, Saxon reapers in Transylvania gird their loins with the first handful of ears which they cut. Here, again, the corn spirit is applied to for healing or protection, but in his original vegetable form, not in the form of a goat or a cat. Further, the corn spirit under the form of a goat is sometimes conceived as lurking among the cut corn in the barn, till he is driven from it by the thrashing flail. Thus in Baden the last sheaf to be threshed is called the corn goat, the spelt goat, or the oats goat according to the kind of grain. Again, near Markteil, in Upper Bavaria, the sheaves are called straw goats or simply goats. They are laid in a great heap on the open field and threshed by 2 rows of men standing opposite each other, who, as they ply their flails, sing a song in which they say that they see the straw goat amongst the corn stalks. The last goat, that is, the last sheaf, is adorned with a wreath of violets and other flowers and with cakes strung together. It is placed right in the middle of the heap. Some of the threshers rush at it and tear the best of it out. Others lay on with their flails so recklessly that heads are sometimes broken. At Obrental in the Tyrol, the last thresher is called goat. So at Haselberg in West Bohemia, the man who gives the last stroke at threshing oats is called the oats goat. At Tettnang in Württemberg, the thresher who gives the last stroke to the last bundle of corn before it is turned goes by the name of the he-goat, and it is said, he has driven the he-goat away. The person who, after the bundle has been turned, gives the last stroke of all, is called the she-goat. In this custom, it is implied that the corn is inhabited by a pair of corn spirits, male and female. Further, the corn spirit, captured in the form of a goat at threshing, is passed on to a neighbor whose thrashing is not yet finished. In Franche-Comté, as soon as the thrashing is over, the young people set up a straw figure of a goat on the farmyard of a neighbor who is still thrashing. He must give them wine or money in return. At Ellwangen in Württemberg, the effigy of a goat is made out of the last bundle of corn at thrashing. 4 sticks form its legs, and 2 its horns. The man who gives the last stroke with the flail must carry the goat to the barn of a neighbor who is still threshing and throw it down on the floor. If he is caught in the act, they tie the goat on his back. A similar custom is observed at Indersdorf in Upper Bavaria. The man who throws the straw goat into the neighbor's barn imitates the bleating of a goat. If they catch him, they blacken his face and tie the goat on his back. At Saverne in Alsace, when a farmer is a week or more behind his neighbors with his thrashing, they set a real stuffed goat or fox before his door. Sometimes the spirit of the corn in goat form is believed to be killed at thrashing. In the district of Traunstein, Upper Bavaria, they think that the oats goat is in the last sheaf of oats. He is represented by an old rake set up on end with an old pot for a head. The children are then told to kill the oats goat. The corn spirit as a bull, cow, or ox. Another form which the corn spirit often assumes is that of a bull, cow, or ox. When the wind sweeps over the corn, they say at Knitz in West Prussia, the steer is running in the corn. When the corn is thick and strong in one spot, they say in some parts of East Prussia, the bull is lying in the corn. When a harvester has overstrained and lamed himself, they say in the Gradenz district of West Prussia, the bull pushed him. In Lorraine, they say, he has the bull. The meaning of both expressions is that he has unwittingly lighted upon the divine corn spirit, who has punished the profane intruder with lameness. So near Chambery, when a reaper wounds himself with his sickle, it is said that he has the wound of the ox. In the district of Bunzlau, Silesia, the last sheaf is sometimes made into the shape of a horned ox, stuffed with tow and wrapped in corn ears. This figure is called the Old Man. In some parts of Bohemia, the last sheaf is made up in human form and called the buffalo bull. These cases show a confusion of the human with the animal shape of the corn spirit. The confusion is like that of killing a wether under the name of a wolf. All over Swabia, the last bundle of corn on the field is called the cow. The man who cuts the last ears has the cow, and is himself called cow or barley cow or oats cow, according to the crop. At the harvest supper, he gets a nosegay of flowers and corn ears and a more liberal allowance of drink than the rest. But he is teased and laughed at, so no one likes to be the cow. The cow was sometimes represented by the figure of a woman made out of ears of corn and cornflowers. It was carried to the farmhouse by the man who had cut the last handful of corn. The children ran after him, and the neighbors turned out to laugh at him, till the farmer took the cow from him. Here again, the confusion between the human and the animal form of the corn spirit is apparent. In various parts of Switzerland, the reaper who cuts the last ears of corn is called wheat cow, corn cow, oats cow, or corn steer, and is the butt of many a joke. On the other hand, in the district of Rosenheim, Upper Bavaria, when a farmer is later of getting in his harvest than his neighbors, they set up on his land a straw bull, as it is called. This is a gigantic figure of a bull made of stubble on a framework of wood and adorned with flowers and leaves. Attached to it is a label on which are scrawled doggerel verses in ridicule of the man on whose land the straw bull is set up. Again, the corn spirit in the form of a bull or ox is killed on the harvest field at the close of the reaping. At Pouilly, near Dijon, when the last ears of corn are about to be cut, an ox adorned with ribbons, flowers, and ears of corn is led all round the field, followed by the whole troop of reapers dancing. Then a man disguised as the devil cuts the last ears of corn and immediately slaughters the ox. Part of the flesh of the animal is eaten at the harvest supper. Part is pickled and kept till the first day of sowing in spring. At Pont, a Mousen and elsewhere on the evening of the last day of reaping, a calf adorned with flowers and ears of corn is led thrice round the farmyard, being allured by a bait or driven by men with sticks, or conducted by the farmer's wife with a rope. The calf chosen for this ceremony is the calf which was born first on the farm in the spring of the year. It is followed by all the reapers with their tools. Then it is allowed to run free, the reapers chase it, and whoever catches it is called king of the calf. Lastly, it is solemnly killed. At Lunéville, the man who acts as butcher is the Jewish merchant of the village. Sometimes again the corn spirit hides himself amongst the cut corn in the barn to reappear in bull or cow form at thrashing. Thus at Wormlingen in Thuringen, the man who gives the last stroke at threshing is called the cow, or rather the barley cow, oats cow, peas cow, or the like, according to the crop. He is entirely enveloped in straw, his head is surmounted by sticks in imitation of horns, and two lads lead him by ropes to the well to drink. On the way thither he must low like a cow, and for a long time afterwards he goes by the name of the cow. At Obermedlingen in Swabia, when the thrashing draws near an end, each man is careful to avoid giving the last stroke. He who does give it gets the cow, which is a straw figure dressed in an old ragged petticoat, hood, and stockings. It is tied on his back with a straw rope, his face is blackened, and being bound with straw ropes to a wheelbarrow, he is wheeled round the village. Here again, we meet with that confusion between the human and animal shape of the corn spirit which we have noted in other customs. In Canton Schaffhausen, the man who threshes the last corn is called the cow. In Canton Thurgau, the corn bull. In Canton Zurich, the thresher cow. In the last-mentioned district, he is wrapped in straw and bound to one of the trees in the orchard. At Arid in Hungary, the man who gives the last stroke at threshing is enveloped in straw and a cow's hide with the horns attached to it. At Pesnitz in the district of Dresden, the man who gives the last stroke with the flail is called bull. He must make a straw man and set it up before a neighbor's window. Here, apparently, as in so many cases, the corn spirit is passed on to a neighbor who has not finished thrashing. So at Herbrichtingen, in Thuringen, the effigy of a ragged old woman is flung into the barn of the farmer who is last with his thrashing. The man who throws it in cries, "There is the cow for you." If the threshers catch him, they detain him overnight and punish him by keeping him from the harvest supper. In these latter customs, the confusion between the human and the animal shape of the corn spirit meets us again. Further, the corn spirit in bull form is sometimes believed to be killed at thrashing. At Auxerre, in thrashing the last bundle of corn, they call out 12 times, "We are killing the bull." In the neighborhood of Bordeaux, where a butcher kills an ox on the field immediately after the close of the reaping, it is said of the man who gives the last stroke at thrashing that he has killed the bull. At Chambéry, the last sheaf is called the sheaf of the young ox, and a race takes place to it in which all the reapers join. When the last stroke is given at thrashing, they say that the ox is killed, and immediately thereupon a real ox is slaughtered by the reaper who cut the last corn. The flesh of the ox is eaten by the threshers at supper. We have seen that sometimes the young corn spirit, whose task it is to quicken the corn of the coming year, is believed to be born as a corn baby on the harvest field. Similarly in Berry, the young corn spirit is sometimes supposed to be born on the field in calf form, for when a binder has not rope enough to bind all the corn in sheaves, he puts aside the wheat that remains over and imitates the lowing of a cow. The meaning is that the sheaf has given birth to calf. In Puy-de-Dôme, when a binder cannot keep up with the reaper whom he or she follows, they say he or she is giving birth to the calf. In some parts of Prussia, in similar circumstances, they call out to the woman, "The bull is coming," and imitate the bellowing of a bull. In these cases, the woman is conceived as the corn cow or old corn spirit, while the supposed calf is the corn calf or young corn spirit. In some parts of Austria, a mythical calf, Muhkälbchen, is believed to be seen amongst the sprouting corn in spring and to push the children. When the corn waves in the wind, they say, the calf is going about. Clearly, as Mannhardt observes, this calf of the springtime is the same animal which is afterwards believed to be killed at reaping. The corn spirit as a horse or mare. Sometimes the corn spirit appears in the shape of a horse or mare. Between Calwa and Stuttgart, when the corn bends before the wind, they say, there runs the horse. At Bollingen, near Radolfzell in Baden, the last sheaf of oats is called the oat stallion. In Hertfordshire, at the end of the reaping, there is or used to be observed a ceremony called crying the mare. The last blades of corn left standing on the field are tied together and called the mare. The reapers stand at a distance and throw their sickles at it. He who cuts it through has the prize with acclamations and good cheer. After it is cut, the reapers cry thrice with a loud voice, I have her. Others answer thrice, what have you? A mare, a mare, a mare? Whose is she? Is next asked thrice. A beast, naming the owner thrice. Whither will you send her? To CD, naming some neighbor who has not reaped all his corn. In this custom, the corn spirit in the form of a mare is passed on from a farm where the corn is all cut to another farm where it is still standing, and where therefore the corn spirit may be supposed naturally to take refuge. In Shropshire the custom is similar. The farmer who finishes his harvest last, and who therefore cannot send the mare to anyone else, is said to keep her all winter. The mocking offer of the mare to a laggard neighbor was sometimes responded to by a mocking acceptance of her help. Thus an old man told an inquirer, while we won at supper, a moan comed why, a otter to fetch her away. At one place, a real mare used to be sent, but the man who rode her was subjected to some rough treatment at the farmhouse to which he paid his unwelcome visit. In the neighborhood of Lille, the idea of the corn spirit in horse form is clearly preserved. When a harvester grows weary at his work, it is said, he has the fatigue of the horse. The first sheaf, called the cross of the horse, is placed on a cross of boxwood in the barn, and the youngest horse on the farm must tread on it. The reapers dance round the last blades of corn, crying, see the remains of the horse. The sheaf made out of these last blades is given to the youngest horse of the parish commune to eat. This youngest horse of the parish clearly represents, as Mannhardt says, the corn spirit of the following year, the corn foal, which absorbs the spirit of the old corn horse by eating the last corn cut. For as usual, the old corn spirit takes his final refuge in the last sheaf. The thresher of the last sheaf is said to beat the horse. The corn spirit as a pig, boar, or sow. The last animal embodiment of the corn spirit which we shall notice is the pig, boar, or sow. In Thuringen, when the wind sets the young corn in motion, they sometimes say, the boar is rushing through the corn. Amongst the Esthonians of the island of Isle, the last sheaf is called the ryeboar, and the man who gets it is saluted with a cry of you have the ryeboar on your back. In reply, he strikes up a song, in which he prays for plenty. At Kohlerwinkel near Augsburg, at the close of the harvest, the last bunch of standing corn is cut down, stalk, by all the reapers in turn. He who cuts the last stalk gets the sow, and is laughed at. In other Swabian villages, also the man who cuts the last corn has the sow, or has the rye sow. At Bollingen, near Radolfzell in Baden, the last sheaf is called the rye sow or the wheat sow, according to the crop. And at Rohrenbach in Baden, the person who brings the last armful for the last sheaf is called the corn sow or the oat sow. At Friedingen in Swabia, the thresher who gives the last stroke is called sow barley sow, corn sow, or the like, according to the crop. At Ansmettingen, the man who gives the last stroke at thrashing has the sow. He is often bound up in a sheaf and dragged by a rope along the ground. And generally, in Swabia, the man who gives the last stroke with the flail is called sow. He may, however, rid himself of this invidious distinction by passing on to a neighbor the straw rope, which is the badge of his position as sow. So he goes to a house and throws the straw rope into it, crying, there, I bring you the sow. All the inmates give chase, and if they catch him, they beat him, shut him up for several hours in the pigsty, and oblige him to take the sow away again. In various parts of Upper Bavaria, the man who gives the last stroke at thrashing must carry the pig, that is, either a straw effigy of a pig or merely a bundle of straw ropes. This he carries to a neighboring farm where the threshing is not finished and throws it into the barn. If the threshers catch him, they handle him roughly, beating him, blackening or dirtying his face, throwing him into filth, binding the sow on his back, and so on. If the bearer of the sow is a woman, they cut off her hair. At the harvest supper or dinner, the man who carried the pig gets one or more dumplings made in the form of pigs. When the dumplings are served up by the maidservant, all the people at table cry, "Suz, suz, suz," that being the cry used in calling pigs. Sometimes after dinner, the man who carried the pig has his face blackened and is set on a cart and drawn round the village by his fellows, followed by a crowd crying, "Suz, suz, suz," as if they were calling swine. Sometimes, after being wheeled round the village, he is flung on the dunghill. Again, the corn spirit in the form of a pig plays his part at sowing time as well as at harvest. At Northe in Kurland, when barley is sown for the first time in the year, the farmer's wife boils the chine of a pig along with the tail and brings it to the sower on the field. He eats of it, but cuts off the tail and sticks it in the field. It is believed that the ears of corn will then grow as long as the tail. Here the pig is the corn spirit, whose fertilizing power is sometimes supposed to lie especially in his tail. As a pig, he is put in the ground at sowing time, and as a pig he reappears amongst the ripe corn at harvest. For amongst the neighboring Esthonians, as we have seen, the last sheaf is called the rybor. Somewhat similar customs are observed in Germany. In the Salza district, near Meiningen, a certain bone in the pig is called the Jew on the winnowing fan. The flesh of this bone is boiled on Shrove Tuesday, but the bone is put amongst the ashes which the neighbors exchange as presents on St. Peter's Day, the 22nd of February, and then mix with the seed corn. In the whole of Hesse, Meiningen, and other districts, people eat pea soup with dried pig ribs on Ash Wednesday or Candlemas. The ribs are then collected and hung in the room till sowing time, when they are inserted in the sown field or in the seed bag amongst the flax seed. This is thought to be an infallible specific against earth fleas and moles, and to cause the flax to grow well and tall. But the idea of the corn spirit as embodied in pig form is nowhere more clearly expressed than in the Scandinavian custom of the Yule boar. In Sweden and Denmark at Yule Christmas, it is the custom to bake a loaf in the form of a boar pig. This is called the Yule boar. The corn of the last sheaf is often used to make it. All through Yule, the Yule boar stands on the table. Often it is kept till the sowing time in spring, when part of it is mixed with the seed corn and part given to the plowmen and plow horses or plow oxen to eat, in the expectation of a good harvest. In this custom, the corn spirit, imminent in the last sheaf, appears at midwinter in the form of a boar made from the corn of the last sheaf. And his quickening influence on the corn is shown by mixing part of the Yule boar with the seed corn and giving part of it to the plowman and his cattle to eat. Similarly, we saw that the corn wolf makes his appearance at midwinter, the time when the year begins to verge towards spring. Formerly, a real boar was sacrificed at Christmas, and apparently also a man in the character of the Yule boar. This, at least, may perhaps be inferred from a Christmas custom still observed in Sweden. A man is wrapped up in a skin and carries a wisp of straw in his mouth, so that the projecting straws look like the bristles of a boar. A knife is brought, and an old woman with her face blackened pretends to sacrifice him. On Christmas Eve in some parts of the Esthonian island of Isle, they bake a long cake with the two ends turned up. It is called the Christmas boar and stands on the table till the morning of New Year's Day, when it is distributed among the cattle. In other parts of the island, the Christmas boar is not a cake, but a little pig born in March, which the housewife fattens secretly, often without the knowledge of the other members of the family. On Christmas Eve, the little pig is secretly killed, then roasted in the oven, and set on the table standing on all fours, where it remains in this posture for several days. In other parts of the island, again, though the Christmas cake has neither the name nor the shape of a boar, it is kept till the new year, when half of it is divided among all the members and all the quadrupeds of the family. The other half of the cake is kept till sowing time comes round, when it is similarly distributed in the morning among human beings and beasts. In other parts of Esthonia, again, the Christmas boar, as it is called, is baked of the first rye cut at harvest. It has a conical shape, and a cross is impressed on it with a pig's bone or a key, or 3 dints are made in it with a buckle or a piece of charcoal. It stands with a light beside it on the table all through the festal season. On New Year's Day and Epiphany, before sunrise, a little of the cake is crumbled with salt and given to the cattle. The rest is kept till the day when the cattle are driven out to pasture for the first time in spring. It is then put in the herdsman's bag, and at evening is divided among the cattle to guard them from magic and harm. In some places, the Christmas boar is partaken of by farm servants and cattle at the time of the barley sowing, for the purpose of thereby producing a heavier crop. On the animal embodiments of the corn spirit. So much for the animal embodiments of the corn spirit as they are presented to us in the folk customs of Northern Europe. These customs bring out clearly the sacramental character of the harvest supper. The corn spirit is conceived as embodied in an animal. This divine animal is slain, and its flesh and blood are partaken of by the harvesters. Thus the cock, the hare, the cat, the goat, and the ox are eaten sacramentally by the harvester, and the pig is eaten sacramentally by plowmen in spring. Again, as a substitute for the real flesh of the divine being, bread or dumplings are made in his image and eaten sacramentally. Thus, pig-shaped dumplings are eaten by the harvesters, and loaves made in boar shape, the Yule boar, are eaten in spring by the plowman and his cattle. The reader has probably remarked the complete parallelism between the conceptions of the corn spirit in human and in animal form. The parallel may be here briefly resumed. When the corn waves in the wind, it is said either that the corn mother or that the corn wolf, etc., is passing through the corn. Children are warned against straying in cornfields either because the corn mother or because the corn wolf, etc., is there. In the last corn cut or the last sheaf threshed, either the corn mother or the corn wolf, etc., is supposed to be present. The last sheaf is itself called either the corn mother or the corn wolf, etc., and is made up in the shape either of a woman or of a wolf, etc. The person who cuts, binds, or threshes the last sheaf is called either the old woman or the wolf, etc., according to the name bestowed on the sheaf itself. As in some places a sheaf made in human form and called the maiden, the mother of the maize, etc., is kept from one harvest to the next in order to secure a continuance of the corn spirit's blessing. So in some places the harvest cock, and in others the flesh of the goat, is kept for a similar purpose from one harvest to the next. As in some places the grain taken from the corn mother is mixed with the seed corn in spring to make the crop abundant, so in some places the feathers of the cock, and in Sweden the Yule boar, are kept till spring and mixed with the seed corn for a like purpose. As part of the corn mother or maiden is given to the cattle at Christmas or to the horses at the first plowing, so part of the Yule boar is given to the plowing horses or oxen in spring. Lastly, the death of the corn spirit is represented by killing or pretending to kill either his human or his animal representative, and the worshippers partake sacramentally either of the actual body and blood of the representative of the divinity, or of bread made in his likeness. Other animal forms assumed by the corn spirit are the fox, stag, roe, sheep, bear, ass, mouse, quail, stork, swan, and kite. If it is asked why the corn spirit should be thought to appear in the form of an animal, and of so many different animals, we may reply that to primitive man the simple appearance of an animal or bird among the corn is probably enough to suggest a mysterious link between the creature and the corn. And when we remember that in the old days, before fields were fenced in, all kinds of animals must have been free to roam over them, we need not wonder that the corn spirit should have been identified even with large animals like the horse and cow, which nowadays could not, except by a rare accident, be found straying in an English cornfield. This explanation applies with peculiar force to the very common case in which the animal embodiment of the corn spirit is believed to lurk in the last standing corn. For at harvest, a number of wild animals, such as hares, rabbits, and partridges, are commonly driven by the progress of the reaping into the last patch of standing corn, and make their escape from it as it is being cut down. So regularly does this happen that reapers and others often stand round the last patch of corn armed with sticks or guns, with which they kill the animals as they dart out of their last refuge among the stalks. Now primitive man, to whom magical changes of shape seem perfectly credible, finds it most natural that the spirit of the corn, driven from his home in the ripe grain, should make his escape in the form of the animal which is seen to rush out of the last patch of corn as it falls under the scythe of the reaper. Thus the identification of the corn spirit with an animal is analogous to the identification of him with a passing stranger. As the sudden appearance of a stranger near the harvest field or thrashing floor is, to the primitive mind, enough to identify him as the spirit of the corn escaping from the cut or threshed corn, so the sudden appearance of an animal issuing from the cut corn is enough to identify it with with the corn spirit escaping from his ruined home. The two identifications are so analogous that they can hardly be dissociated in any attempt to explain them. Those who look to some other principle than the one here suggested for the explanation of the latter identification are bound to show that their theory covers the former identification also. Roman 49, ancient deities of vegetation as animals, Dionysus, the goat and the bull. However we may explain it, the fact remains that in peasant folklore the corn spirit is very commonly conceived and represented in animal form. May not this fact explain the relation in which certain animals stood to the ancient deities of vegetation Dionysus, Demeter, Adonis, Attis, and Osiris? To begin with Dionysus, we have seen that he was represented sometimes as a goat and sometimes as a bull. As a goat, he can hardly be separated from the minor divinities, the Pans, Satyrs, and Silenuses, all of whom are closely associated with him and are represented more or less completely in the form of goats. Thus, Pan was regularly portrayed in sculpture and painting with the face and legs of a goat. The satyrs were depicted with pointed goat ears and sometimes with sprouting horns and short tails. They were sometimes spoken of simply as goats, and in the drama their parts were played by men dressed in goatskins. Silenus is represented in art clad in a goatskin. Further, the fauns, the Italian counterpart of the Greek Pans and Satyrs, are described as being half-goats with goat feet and goat horns. Again, all these minor goat-formed divinities partake more or less clearly of the character of woodland deities. Thus, Pan was called by the Arcadians the Lord of the Wood. The Silenuses kept company with the tree nymphs. The fauns are expressly designated as woodland deities, and their character as such is still further brought out by their association, or even identification, with Silvanus and the Silvanuses, who, as their name of itself indicates, are spirits of the woods. Lastly, the association of the satyrs with the Silenuses, fauns, and Silvanuses proves that the satyrs also were woodland deities. These goat-formed spirits of the woods have their counterparts in the folklore of northern Europe. Thus, the Russian wood spirits called Eljeski, from Elges, wood, are believed to appear partly in human shape, but with the horns, ears, and legs of goats. The Eljeski can alter his stature at pleasure. When he walks in the wood, he is as tall as the trees. When he walks in the meadows, he is no higher than the grass. Some of the Eljeski are spirits of the corn as well as of the wood. Before harvest, they are as tall as the corn stalks, but after it, they shrink to the height of the stubble. This brings out what we have remarked before, the close connection between tree spirits and corn spirits, and shows how easily the former may melt into the latter. Similarly, the fauns, though wood spirits, were believed to foster the growth of the crops. We have already seen how often the corn spirit is represented in folk custom as a goat. On the whole, then, as Manhart argues, the Pans, Satyrs, and fauns perhaps belong to a widely diffused class of wood spirits conceived in goat form. The fondness of goats for straying in woods and nibbling the bark of trees, to which indeed they are most destructive, is an obvious and perhaps sufficient reason why wood spirits should so often be supposed to take the form of goats. The inconsistency of a god of vegetation subsisting upon the vegetation which he personifies is not one to strike the primitive mind. Such inconsistencies arise when the deity, ceasing to be immanent in the vegetation, comes to be regarded as its owner or lord, for the idea of owning the vegetation naturally leads to that of subsisting on it. Sometimes the corn spirit, originally conceived as immanent in the corn, afterwards comes to be regarded as its owner, who lives on it and is reduced to poverty and want by being deprived of it. Hence he is often known as the poor man or the poor woman. Occasionally, the last sheaf is left standing on the field for the poor old woman or for the old rye woman. Thus, the representation of wood spirits in the form of goats appears to be both widespread and, to the primitive mind, natural. Therefore, when we find, as we have done, that Dionysus Atrigotes sometimes represented in goat form, we can hardly avoid concluding that this representation is simply a part of his proper character as a tree god, and is not to be explained by the fusion of two distinct and independent worships, in one of which he originally appeared as a tree god and in the other as a goat. Dionysus was also figured, as we have seen, in the shape of a bull. After what has gone before, we are naturally led to expect that his bull form must have been only another expression for his character as a deity of vegetation, especially as the bull is a common embodiment of the corn spirit in Northern Europe. And the close association of Dionysus with Demeter and Persephone in the mysteries of Eleusis shows that he had at least strong agricultural affinities. The probability of this view will be somewhat increased if it can be shown that in other rites than those of Dionysus, the ancients slew an ox as a representative of the spirit of vegetation. This they appear to have done in the Athenian sacrifice known as the murder of the ox, Bouphonia. It took place about the end of June or beginning of July, that is, about the time when the thrashing is nearly over in Attica. According to tradition, the sacrifice was instituted to procure a cessation of drought and dearth which had afflicted the land. The ritual was as follows. Barley mixed with wheat or cakes made of them were laid upon the bronze altar of Zeus Polius on the Acropolis. Oxen were driven round the altar, and the ox which went up to the altar and ate the offering on it was sacrificed. The axe and knife with which the beast was slain had been previously wetted with water brought by maidens called water carriers. The weapons were then sharpened and handed to the butchers, one of whom felled the ox with the axe and another cut its throat with the knife. As soon as he had felled the ox, the former threw the axe from him and fled, and the man who cut the beast's throat apparently imitated his example. Meantime the ox was skinned, and all present partook of its flesh. Then the hide was stuffed with straw and sewed up. Next the stuffed animal was set on its feet and yoked to a plow as if it were plowing. A trial then took place in an ancient law court presided over by the king, as he was called, to determine who had murdered the ox. The maidens who had brought the water accused the men who had sharpened the axe and knife. The men who had sharpened the axe and knife blamed the men who had handed these implements to the butchers. The men who had handed the implements to the butchers blamed the butchers, and the butchers laid the blame on the axe and knife, which were accordingly found guilty, condemned, and cast into the sea. The name of this sacrifice, the murder of the ox, the pains taken by each person who had a hand in the slaughter to lay the blame on someone else, together with the formal trial and punishment of the axe or knife or both, prove that the ox was here regarded not merely as a victim offered to a god, but as itself a sacred creature, the slaughter of which was sacrilege or murder. This is borne out by a statement of Varro that to kill an ox was formerly a capital crime in Attica. The mode of selecting the victim suggests that the ox which tasted the corn was viewed as the corn deity taking possession of his own. This interpretation is supported by the following custom. In Beauce, in the district of Orleans, on the 24th or 25th of April, they make a straw man called the Great Mondard. For they say that the old Mondard is now dead and it is necessary to make a new one. The straw man is carried in solemn procession up and down the village and at last is placed upon the oldest apple tree. There he remains till the apples are gathered, when he is taken down and thrown into the water, or he is burned and his ashes cast into water. But the person who plucks the first fruit from the tree succeeds to the title of the Great Mondard. Here the straw figure, called the Great Mondard, and placed on the oldest apple tree in spring, represents the spirit of the tree, who, dead in winter, revives when the apple blossoms appear on the boughs. Thus the person who plucks the first fruit from the tree and thereby receives the name of the Great Mondard must be regarded as a representative of the tree spirit. Primitive peoples are usually reluctant to taste the annual first fruits of any crop, until some ceremony has been performed, which makes it safe and pious for them to do so. The reason of this reluctance appears to be a belief that the first fruits either belong to or actually contain a divinity. Therefore, when a man or animal is seen boldly to appropriate the sacred first fruits, he or it is naturally regarded as the divinity himself in human or animal form taking possession of his own. The time of the Athenian sacrifice, which fell about the close of the threshing, suggests that the wheat and barley laid upon the altar were a harvest offering, and the sacramental character of the subsequent repastal partaking of the flesh of the divine animal would make it parallel to the harvest suppers of modern Europe, in which, as we have seen, the flesh of the animal which stands for the corn spirit is eaten by the harvesters. Again, the tradition that the sacrifice was instituted in order to put an end to drought and famine is in favor of taking it as a harvest festival. The resurrection of the corn spirit, enacted by setting up the stuffed ox and yoking it to the plow, may be compared with the resurrection of the tree spirit in the person of his representative, the wild man. The ox appears as a representative of the corn spirit in other parts of the world. At Great Bassam in Guinea, 2 oxen are slain annually to procure a good harvest. If the sacrifice is to be effectual, it is necessary that the oxen should weep. So all the women of the village sit in front of the beasts, chanting, "The ox will weep. Yes, he will weep." From time to time, one of the women walks round the beasts, throwing manioc meal or palm wine upon them, especially into their eyes. When tears roll down from the eyes of the oxen, the people dance, singing, "The ox weeps, the ox weeps." Then 2 men seize the tails of the beasts and cut them off at one blow. It is believed that a great misfortune will happen in the course of the year if the tails are not severed at one blow. The oxen are afterwards killed, and their flesh is eaten by the chiefs. Here the tears of the oxen, like those of the human victims amongst the Khans and the Aztecs, are probably a rain charm. We have already seen that the virtue of the corn spirit, embodied in animal form, is sometimes supposed to reside in the tail, and that the last handful of corn is sometimes conceived as the tail of the corn spirit. In the Mithraic religion, this conception is graphically set forth in some of the numerous sculptures, which represent Mithras kneeling on the back of a bull and plunging a knife into its flank. For on certain of these monuments, the tail of the bull ends in 3 stalks of corn, and in one of them corn stalks instead of blood are seen issuing from the wound inflicted by the knife. Such representations certainly suggest that the bull, whose sacrifice appears to have formed a leading feature in the Mithraic ritual, was conceived, in one at least of its aspects, as an incarnation of the corn spirit. Still more clearly does the ox appear as a personification of the corn spirit in a ceremony which is observed in all the provinces and districts of China to welcome the approach of spring. On the first day of spring, usually on the 3rd or 4th of February, which is also the beginning of the Chinese New Year, the governor or prefect of the city goes in procession to the east gate of the city and sacrifices to the divine husbandman, who is represented with a bull's head on the body of a man. A large effigy of an ox, cow, or buffalo has been prepared for the occasion and stands outside of the east gate with agricultural implements beside it. The figure is made of differently colored pieces of paper pasted on a framework either by a blind man or according to the directions of a necromancer. The colors of the paper prognosticate the character of the coming year. If red prevails, there will be many fires. If white, there will be floods and rain, and so with the other colors. The mandarins walk slowly round the ox, beating it severely at each step with rods of various hues. It is filled with 5 kinds of grain, which pour forth when the effigy is broken by the blows of the rods. The paper fragments are then set on fire, and a scramble takes place for the burning fragments, because the people believe that whoever gets one of them is sure to be fortunate throughout the year. A live buffalo is next killed, and its flesh is divided among the mandarins. According to one account, the effigy of the ox is made of clay, and, after being beaten by the governor, is stoned by the people till they break it in pieces, from which they expect an abundant year. Here the corn spirit appears to be plainly represented by the corn-filled ox, whose fragments may therefore be supposed to bring fertility with them. On the whole, we may perhaps conclude that both as a goat and as a bull Dionysus was essentially a god of vegetation. The Chinese and European customs, which I have cited, may perhaps shed light on the custom of rending a live bull or goat at the rites of Dionysus. The animal was torn in fragments, as the convictim was cut in pieces, in order that the worshippers might each secure a portion of the life-giving and fertilizing influence of the god. The flesh was eaten raw as a sacrament, and we may conjecture that some of it was taken home to be buried in the fields, or otherwise employed so as to convey to the fruits of the earth the quickening influence of the god of vegetation. The resurrection of Dionysus, related in his myth, may have been enacted in his rites by stuffing and setting up the slain ox, as was done at the Athenian Bouphonia. Demeter, the pig and the horse. Passing next to the corn goddess Demeter, and remembering that in European folklore the pig is a common embodiment of the corn spirit, we may now ask whether the pig, which was so closely associated with Demeter, may not have been originally the goddess herself in animal form. The pig was sacred to her. In art, she was portrayed carrying or accompanied by a pig, and the pig was regularly sacrificed in her mysteries, the reason assigned being that the pig injures the corn and is therefore an enemy of the goddess. But after an animal has been conceived as a god, or a god as an animal, it sometimes happens, as we have seen, that the god sloughs off his animal form and becomes purely anthropomorphic. And that then the animal, which at first had been slain in the character of the god, comes to be viewed as a victim offered to the god on the ground of its hostility to the deity. In short, the god is sacrificed to himself on the ground that he is his own enemy. This happened to Dionysus, and it may have happened to Demeter also. And in fact, the rites of one of her festivals, the Thesmophoria, bear out the view that originally the pig was an embodiment of the corn goddess herself, either Demeter or her daughter and double Persephone. The Attic Thesmophoria was an autumn festival, celebrated by women alone in October, and appears to have represented with mourning rites the descent of Persephone, or Demeter, into the lower world, and with joy her return from the dead. Hence the name descent or ascent variously applied to the first, and the name Kalaignea, fairborn, applied to the third day of the festival. Now it was customary at the Thesmophoria to throw pigs, cakes of dough, and branches of pine trees into the chasms of Demeter and Persephone, which appear to have been sacred caverns or vaults. In these caverns or vaults there were said to be serpents, which guarded the caverns and consumed most of the flesh of the pigs and dough cakes which were thrown in. Afterwards, apparently at the next annual festival, the decayed remains of the pigs, the cakes, and the pine branches were fetched by women called drawers, who, after observing rules of ceremonial purity for 3 days, descended into the caverns, and, frightening away the serpents by clapping their hands, brought up the remains and placed them on the altar. Whoever got a piece of the decayed flesh and cakes, and sowed it with the seed corn in his field, was believed to be sure of a good crop. To explain the rude and ancient ritual of the Thesmophoria, the following legend was told. At the moment when Pluto carried off Persephone, a swineherd called Eubuleus chanced to be herding his swine on the spot, and his herd was engulfed in the chasm down which Pluto vanished with Persephone. Accordingly, at the Thesmophoria, pigs were annually thrown into caverns to commemorate the disappearance of the swine of Eubuleus. It follows from this that the casting of the pigs into the vaults at the Thesmophoria formed part of the dramatic representation of Persephone's descent into the lower world. And as no image of Persephone appears to have been thrown in, we may infer that the descent of the pigs was not so much an accompaniment of her descent as the descent itself. In short, that the pigs were Persephone. Afterwards, when Persephone or Demeter, for the two are equivalent, took on human form, a reason had to be found for the custom of throwing pigs into caverns at her festival. And this was done by saying that when Pluto carried off Persephone, there happened to be some swine browsing near, which were swallowed up along with her. The story is obviously a forced and awkward attempt to bridge over the gulf between the old conception of the corn spirit as a pig and the new conception of her as an anthropomorphic goddess. A trace of the older conception survived in the legend that when the sad mother was searching for traces of the vanished Persephone, the footprints of the lost one were obliterated by the footprints of a pig. Originally, we may conjecture, the footprints of the pig were the footprints of Persephone and of Demeter herself. A consciousness of the intimate connection of the pig with the corn lurks in the legend that the swineherd Eubuleus was a brother of Triptolemus, to whom Demeter first imparted the secret of the corn. Indeed, according to one version of the story, Eubuleus himself received, jointly with his brother Triptolemus, the gift of the corn from Demeter as a reward for revealing to her the fate of Persephone. Further, it is to be noted that at the Thesmophoria the women appear to have eaten swine's flesh. The meal, if I am right, must have been a solemn sacrament or communion, the worshippers partaking of the body of the god. As thus explained, the Thesmophoria has its analogies in the folk customs of northern Europe, which have been already described. Just as at the Thesmophorian autumn festival in honor of the corn goddess swine's flesh was partly eaten, partly kept in caverns till the following year, when it was taken up to be sown with the seed corn in the fields for the purpose of securing a good crop. So in the neighborhood of Grenoble, the goat killed on the harvest field is partly eaten at the harvest supper, partly pickled and kept till the next harvest. So at Pouilly, the ox killed on the harvest field is partly eaten by the harvesters, partly pickled and kept till the first day of sowing in spring, probably to be then mixed with the seed, or eaten by the ploughman, or both. So at Udvarli, the feathers of the cock which is killed in the last sheaf at harvest are kept till spring, and then sown with the seed on the field. So in Hesse and Meiningen, the flesh of pigs is eaten on Ash Wednesday or Candlemas, and the bones are kept till sowing time, when they are put into the field sown or mixed with the seed in the bag. So, lastly, the corn from the last sheaf is kept till Christmas, made into the Yule boar, and afterwards broken and mixed with the seed corn at sowing in spring. Thus, to put it generally, the corn spirit is killed in animal form in autumn. Part of his flesh is eaten as a sacrament by his worshippers, and part of it is kept till next sowing time or harvest as a pledge and security for the continuance or renewal of the corn spirit's energies. If persons of fastidious taste should object that the Greeks never could have conceived Demeter and Persephone to be embodied in the form of pigs, it may be answered that in the cave of Phigalia in Arcadia, the black Demeter was portrayed with the head and mane of a horse on the body of a woman. Between the portraits of a goddess as a pig and the portrait of her as a woman with a horse's head, there is little to choose in respect of barbarism. The legend told of the Phigalian Demeter indicates that the horse was one of the animal forms assumed in ancient Greece, as in modern Europe, by the corn spirit. It was said that in her search for her daughter, Demeter assumed the form of a mare to escape the addresses of Poseidon, and that, offended at his importunity, she withdrew in dudgeon to a cave not far from Phigalia in the highlands of western Arcadia. There, robed in black, she tarried so long that the fruits of the earth were perishing, and mankind would have died of famine if Pan had not soothed the angry goddess and persuaded her to quit the cave. In memory of this event, the Phigalians set up an image of the black Demeter in the cave. It represented a woman dressed in a long robe with the head and mane of a horse. The black Demeter, in whose absence the fruits of the earth perish, is plainly a mythical expression for the bare wintry earth stripped of its summer mantle of green. Attis, Adonis, and the pig. Passing now to Attis and Adonis, we may note a few facts which seem to show that these deities of vegetation had also, like other deities of the same class, their animal embodiments. The worshippers of Attis abstained from eating the flesh of swine. This appears to indicate that the pig was regarded as an embodiment of Attis, and the legend that Attis was killed by a boar points in the same direction. For after the examples of the goat Dionysus and the pig Demeter, it may almost be laid down as a rule that an animal which is said to have injured a god was originally the god himself. Perhaps the cry of Hyzates, Hyzates, which was raised by the worshippers of Attis, may be neither more nor less than pig Attis, Pigades, Hys being possibly a Phrygian form of the Greek hyes, a pig. In regard to Adonis, his connection with the boar was not always explained by the story that he had been killed by the animal. According to another story, a boar rent with his tusk the bark of the tree in which the infant Adonis was born. According to yet another story, he perished at the hands of Hephaestus on Mount Lebanon while he was hunting wild boars. These variations in the legend serve to show that, while the connection of the boar with Adonis was certain, the reason of the connection was not understood, and that consequently different stories were devised to explain it. Certainly, the pig ranked as a sacred animal among the Syrians. At the great religious metropolis of Hierapolis on the Euphrates, pigs were neither sacrificed nor eaten, and if a man touched a pig, he was unclean for the rest of the day. Some people said this was because the pigs were unclean. Others said it was because the pigs were sacred. This difference of opinion points to a hazy state of religious thought in which the ideas of sanctity and uncleanness are not yet sharply distinguished, both being blent in a sort of vaporous solution to which we give the name of taboo. It is quite consistent with this that the pig should have been held to be an embodiment of the divine Adonis, and the analogies of Dionysus and Demeter make it probable that the story of the hostility of the animal to the god was only a late misapprehension of the old view of the god as embodied in a pig. The rule that pigs were not sacrificed or eaten by worshippers of Attis and presumably of Adonis does not exclude the possibility that in these rituals the pig was slain on solemn occasions as a representative of the god and consumed sacramentally by the worshippers. Indeed, the sacramental killing and eating of an animal implies that the animal is sacred, and that, as a general rule, it is spared. The attitude of the Jews to the pig was as ambiguous as that of the heathen Syrians towards the same animal. The Greeks could not decide whether the Jews worshipped swine or abominated them. On the one hand, they might not eat swine, but on the other hand, they might not kill them. And if the former rule speaks for the uncleanness, the latter speaks still more strongly for the sanctity of the animal. For whereas both rules may, and one rule must, be explained on the supposition that the pig was sacred, neither rule must, and one rule cannot, be explained on the supposition that the pig was unclean. If, therefore, we prefer the former supposition, we must conclude that, originally at least, the pig was revered rather than abhorred by the Israelites. We are confirmed in this opinion by observing that down to the time of Isaiah, some of the Jews used to meet secretly in gardens to eat the flesh of swine and mice as a religious rite. Doubtless, this was a very ancient ceremony, dating from a time when both the pig and the mouse were venerated as divine, and when their flesh was partaken of sacramentally on rare and solemn occasions as the body and blood of gods. And in general, it may perhaps be said that all so-called unclean animals were originally sacred. The reason for not eating them was that they were divine. Osiris, the pig, and the bull. In ancient Egypt, within historical times, the pig occupied the same dubious position as in Syria and Palestine, though at first sight its uncleanness is more prominent than its sanctity. The Egyptians are generally said by Greek writers to have abhorred the pig as a foul and loathsome animal. If a man so much as touched a pig in passing, he stepped into the river with all his clothes on to wash off the taint. To drink pig's milk was believed to cause leprosy to the drinker. Swineherds, though natives of Egypt, were forbidden to enter any temple, and they were the only men who were thus excluded. No one would give his daughter in marriage to a swineherd or marry a swineherd's daughter. The swineherds married among themselves. Yet once a year the Egyptians sacrificed pigs to the moon and to Osiris, and not only sacrificed them, but ate of their flesh, though on any other day of the year they would neither sacrifice them nor taste of their flesh. Those who were too poor to offer a pig on this day baked cakes of dough, and offered them instead. This can hardly be explained except by the supposition that the pig was a sacred animal which was eaten sacramentally by his worshippers once a year. The view that in Egypt the pig was sacred is borne out by the very facts which, to moderns, might seem to prove the contrary. Thus the Egyptians thought, as we have seen, that to drink pig's milk produced leprosy. But exactly analogous views are held by savages about the animals and plants which they deem most sacred. Thus in the island of Wetter, between New Guinea and Celebes, people believe themselves to be variously descended from wild pigs, serpents, crocodiles, turtles, dogs, and eels. A man may not eat an animal of the kind from which he is descended. If he does so, he will become a leper and go mad. Amongst the Omaha Indians of North America, men whose totem is the elk believe that if they ate the flesh of the male elk they would break out in boils and white spots in different parts of their bodies. In the same tribe, men whose totem is the red maize think that if they ate red maize they would have running sores all round their mouths. The bush Negroes of Suriname, who practice totemism, believe that if they ate the capiae, an animal like a pig, it would give them leprosy. Perhaps the capiae is one of their totems. The Syrians, in antiquity, who esteemed fish sacred, thought that if they ate fish their bodies would break out in ulcers, and their feet and stomach would swell up. The Chasses of Aricia believed that if they were to injure their totemic animal, they would be attacked by leprosy, and their line would die out. These examples prove that the eating of a sacred animal is often believed to produce leprosy or other skin diseases. So far, therefore, they support the view that the pig must have been sacred in Egypt, since the effect of drinking its milk was believed to be leprosy. Again, the rule that, after touching a pig, a man had to wash himself and his clothes also favors the view of the sanctity of the pig. For it is a common belief that the effect of contact with a sacred object must be removed, by washing or otherwise, before a man is free to mingle with his fellows. Thus the Jews wash their hands after reading the sacred scriptures. Before coming forth from the tabernacle after the sin offering, the high priest had to wash himself and put off the garments which he had worn in the holy place. It was a rule of Greek ritual that, in offering an expiatory sacrifice, the sacrificer should not touch the sacrifice, and that, after the offering was made, he must wash his body and his clothes in a river or spring before he could enter a city or his own house. The Polynesians felt strongly the need of ridding themselves of the sacred contagion, if it may be so called, which they caught by touching sacred objects. Various ceremonies were performed for the purpose of removing this contagion. We have seen, for example, how in Tonga a man who happened to touch a sacred chief, or anything personally belonging to him, had to perform a certain ceremony before he could feed himself with his hands. Otherwise, it was believed that he would swell up and die, or at least be afflicted with scrofula or some other disease. We have seen, too, what fatal effects are supposed to follow, and do actually follow, from contact with a sacred object in New Zealand. In short, primitive man believes that what is sacred is dangerous. It is pervaded by a sort of electrical sanctity which communicates a shock to, even if it does not kill, whatever comes in contact with it. Hence the savage is unwilling to touch or even to see that which he deems peculiarly holy. Thus Bechuanas of the crocodile clan think it hateful and unlucky to meet or see a crocodile. The sight is thought to cause inflammation of the eyes. Yet the crocodile is their most sacred object. They call it their father, swear by it, and celebrate it in their festivals. The goat is the sacred animal of the Madinasana Bushmen, yet to look upon it would be to render the man for the time impure, as well as to cause him undefined uneasiness. The elk clan, among the Omaha Indians, believe that even to touch the male elk would be followed by an eruption of boils and white spots on the body. Members of the reptile clan in the same tribe think that if one of them touches or smells a snake, it will make his hair white. In Samoa, people whose god was a butterfly believed that if they caught a butterfly, it would strike them dead. Again, in Samoa, the reddish seared leaves of the banana tree were commonly used as plates for handing food. But if any member of the wild pigeon family had used banana leaves for this purpose, it was supposed that he would suffer from rheumatic swellings or an eruption all over the body like chickenpox. The Maori clan of the Bills in central India worship the peacock as their totem and make offerings of grain to it. Yet members of the clan believe that were they even to set foot on the tracks of a peacock, they would afterwards suffer from some disease, and if a woman sees a peacock, she must veil her face and look away. Thus the primitive mind seems to conceive of holiness as a sort of dangerous virus, which a prudent man will shun as far as possible, and of which, if he should chance to be infected by it, he will carefully disinfect himself by some form of ceremonial purification. In the light of these parallels, the beliefs and customs of the Egyptians touching the pig are probably to be explained as based upon an opinion of the extreme sanctity, rather than of the extreme uncleanness of the animal. Or rather, to put it more correctly, they imply that the animal was looked on, not simply as a filthy and disgusting creature, but as a being endowed with high supernatural powers, and that as such it was regarded with that primitive sentiment of religious awe and fear, in which the feelings of reverence and abhorrence are almost equally blended. The ancients themselves seem to have been aware that there was another side to the horror, with which swine seemed to inspire the Egyptians. For the Greek astronomer and mathematician Eudoxus, who resided 14 months in Egypt and conversed with the priests, was of opinion that the Egyptians spared the pig, not out of abhorrence, but from a regard to its utility in agriculture. For, according to him, when the Nile had subsided, herds of swine were turned loose over the fields to tread the seed down into the moist earth. But when a being is thus the object of mixed and implicitly contradictory feelings, he may be said to occupy a position of unstable equilibrium. In course of time, one of the contradictory feelings is likely to prevail over the other, and according as the feeling which finally predominates is that of reverence or abhorrence, the being who is the object of it will rise into a god or sink into a devil. The latter, on the whole, was the fate of the pig in Egypt. For in historical times the fear and horror of the pig seems certainly to have outweighed the reverence and worship of which he may once have been the object, and of which, even in his fallen state, he never quite lost trace. He came to be looked on as an embodiment of Set or Typhon, the Egyptian devil and enemy of Osiris. For it was in the shape of a black pig that Typhon injured the eye of the god Horus, who burned him and instituted the sacrifice of the pig, the sun god Ra having declared the beast abominable. Again, the story that Typhon was hunting a boar when he discovered and mangled the body of Osiris, and that this was the reason why pigs were sacrificed once a year, is clearly a modernized version of an older story that Osiris, like Adonis and Attis, was slain or mangled by a boar, or by Typhon in the form of a boar. Thus, the annual sacrifice of a pig to Osiris might naturally be interpreted as vengeance inflicted on the hostile animal that had slain or mangled the god. But in the first place, when an animal is thus killed as a solemn sacrifice once and once only in the year, it generally or always means that the animal is divine, that he is spared and respected the rest of the year as a god and slain, when he is slain, also in the character of a god. In the second place, the examples of Dionysus and Demeter, if not of Hades and Adonis, have taught us that the animal which is sacrificed to a god on the ground that he is the god's enemy may have been, and probably was, originally the god himself. Therefore, the annual sacrifice of a pig to Osiris, coupled with the alleged hostility of the animal to the god, tends to show, first, that originally the pig was a god, and second, that he was Osiris. At a later age, when Osiris became anthropomorphic and his original relation to the pig had been forgotten, the animal was first distinguished from him, and afterwards opposed as an enemy to him by mythologists who could think of no reason for killing a beast in connection with the worship of a god except that the beast was the god's enemy. Or, as Plutarch puts it, not that which is dear to the gods, but that which is the contrary, is fit to be sacrificed. At this later stage, the havoc which a wild boar notoriously makes amongst the corn would supply a plausible reason for regarding him as the foe of the corn spirit. Though originally, if I am right, the very freedom with which the boar ranged at will through the corn led people to identify him with the corn spirit, to whom he was afterwards opposed as an enemy. The view which identifies the pig with Osiris derives not a little support from the sacrifice of pigs to him on the very day on which, according to tradition, Osiris himself was killed. For thus the killing of the pig was the annual representation of the killing of Osiris, just as the throwing of the pigs into the caverns at the Thesmophoria was an annual representation of the descent of Persephone into the lower world. And both customs are parallel to the European practice of killing a goat, cock, and so forth, at harvest as a representative of the corn spirit. Again, the theory that the pig, originally Osiris himself, afterwards came to be regarded as an embodiment of his enemy Typhon, is supported by the similar relation of red-haired men and red oxen to Typhon. For in regard to the red-haired men who were burned and whose ashes were scattered with winnowing fans, we have seen fair grounds for believing that originally, like the red-haired puppies killed at Rome in spring, they were representatives of the corn spirit himself, that is, of Osiris, and were slain for the express purpose of making the corn turn red or golden. Yet at a later time, these men were explained to be representatives, not of Osiris, but of his enemy Typhon, and the killing of them was regarded as an act of vengeance inflicted on the enemy of the god. Similarly, the red oxen sacrificed by the Egyptians were said to be offered on the ground of their resemblance to Typhon, though it is more likely that originally they were slain on the ground of their resemblance to the corn spirit Osiris. We have seen that the ox is a common representative of the corn spirit and is slain as such on the harvest field. Osiris was regularly identified with the bull Apis of Memphis and the bull Nevis of Heliopolis, but it is hard to say whether these bulls were embodiments of him as the corn spirit, as the red oxen appear to have been, or whether they were not in origin entirely distinct deities who came to be fused with Osiris at a later time. The universality of the worship of these two bulls seems to put them on a different footing from the ordinary sacred animals whose worships were purely local. But whatever the original relation of Apis to Osiris may have been, there is one fact about the former which ought not to be passed over in a disquisition on the custom of killing a god. Although the bull Apis was worshipped as a god with much pomp and profound reverence, he was not suffered to live beyond a certain length of time which was prescribed by the sacred books, and on the expiry of which he was drowned in a holy spring. The limit, according to Plutarch, was 25 years, but it cannot always have been enforced, for the tombs of the Apis bulls have been discovered in modern times, and from the inscriptions on them, it appears that in the 22nd dynasty, two of the holy steers lived more than 26 years. Virbius and the horse. We are now in a position to hazard a conjecture as to the meaning of the tradition that Virbius, the first of the divine kings of the wood at Aricia, had been killed in the character of Hippolytus by horses. Having found, first, that spirits of the corn are not infrequently represented in the form of horses, and, second, that the animal which in later legends is said to have injured the god was sometimes originally the god himself, we may conjecture that the horses by which Virbius or Hippolytus was said to have been slain were really embodiments of him as a deity of vegetation. The myth that he had been killed by horses was probably invented to explain certain features in his worship, amongst others the custom of excluding horses from his sacred grove. For myth changes, while custom remains constant. Men continue to do what their fathers did before them, though the reasons on which their fathers acted have been long forgotten. The history of religion is a long attempt to reconcile old custom with new reason, to find a sound theory for an absurd practice. In the case before us, we may be sure that the myth is more modern than the custom, and by no means represents the original reason for excluding horses from the grove. From their exclusion, it might be inferred that horses could not be the sacred animals or embodiments of the god of the grove. But the inference would be rash. The goat was at one time a sacred animal or embodiment of Athena, as may be inferred from the practice of representing the goddess clad in a goatskin aegis. Yet the goat was neither sacrificed to her as a rule, nor allowed to enter her great sanctuary, the Acropolis at Athens. The reason alleged for this was that the goat injured the olive, the sacred tree of Athena. So far, therefore, the relation of the goat to Athena is parallel to the relation of the horse to Virbius, both animals being excluded from the sanctuary on the ground of injury done by them to the god. But from Varro, we learn that there was an exception to the rule which excluded the goat from the Acropolis. Once a year, he says, the goat was driven on to the Acropolis for a necessary sacrifice. Now, as has been remarked before, when an animal is sacrificed once and once only in the year, it is probably slain not as a victim offered to the god, but as a representative of the god himself. Therefore, we may infer that if a goat was sacrificed on the Acropolis once a year, it was sacrificed in the character of Athena herself, and it may be conjectured that the skin of the sacrificed animal was placed on the statue of the goddess and formed the aegis, which would thus be renewed annually. Similarly, at Thebes in Egypt, rams were sacred and were not sacrificed. But on one day in the year, a ram was killed, and its skin was placed on the statue of the god Ammon. Now, if we knew the ritual of the Arician grove better, we might find that the rule of excluding horses from it, like the rule of excluding goats from the Acropolis at Athens, was subject to an annual exception, a horse being once a year taken into the grove and sacrificed as an embodiment of the god Virbius. By the usual misunderstanding, the horse thus killed would come in time to be regarded as an enemy offered up in sacrifice to the god whom he had injured, like the pig, which was sacrificed to Demeter and Osiris, or the goat, which was sacrificed to Dionysus, and possibly to Athena. It is so easy for a writer to record a rule without noticing an exception that we need not wonder at finding the rule of the Arician grove recorded without any mention of an exception, such as I suppose. If we had had only the statements of Athenaeus and Pliny, we should have known only the rule which forbade the sacrifice of goats to Athena and excluded them from the Acropolis, without being aware of the important exception which the fortunate preservation of Varro's work has revealed to us. The conjecture that once a year a horse may have been sacrificed in the Arician grove as a representative of the deity of the grove derives some support from the similar sacrifice of a horse, which took place once a year at Rome. On the 15th of October in each year, a chariot race was run on the field of Mars. Stabbed with a spear, the right-hand horse of the victorious team was then sacrificed to Mars for the purpose of ensuring good crops, and its head was cut off and adorned with a string of loaves. Thereupon the inhabitants of two wards the sacred way and the subura contended with each other who should get the head. If the people of the sacred way got it, they fastened it to a wall of the king's house. If the people of the subura got it, they fastened it to the Mamilian tower. The horse's tail was cut off and carried to the king's house with such speed that the blood dripped on the hearth of the house. Further, it appears that the blood of the horse was caught and preserved till the 21st of April, when the Vestal virgins mixed it with the blood of the unborn calves which had been sacrificed 6 days before. The mixture was then distributed to shepherds and used by them for fumigating their flocks. In this ceremony, the decoration of the horse's head with a string of loaves, and the alleged object of the sacrifice, namely, to procure a good harvest, seemed to indicate that the horse was killed as one of those animal representatives of the corn spirit of which we have found so many examples. The custom of cutting off the horse's tail is like the African custom of cutting off the tails of the oxen and sacrificing them to obtain a good crop. In both the Roman and the African custom, the animal apparently stands for the corn spirit, and its fructifying power is supposed to reside especially in its tail. The latter idea occurs, as we have seen, in European folklore. Again, the practice of fumigating the cattle in spring with the blood of the horse may be compared with the practice of giving the old wife, the maiden, or the clyack sheaf as fodder to the horses in spring or the cattle at Christmas, and giving the Yule boar to the plowing oxen or horses to eat in spring. All these usages aim at ensuring the blessing of the corn spirit on the homestead and its inmates, and storing it up for another year. The Roman sacrifice of the October horse, as it was called, carries us back to the early days when the Subura, afterwards a low and squalid quarter of the great metropolis, was still a separate village, whose inhabitants engaged in a friendly contest on the harvest field with their neighbors of Rome, then a little rural town. The field of Mars on which the ceremony took place lay beside the Tiber and formed part of the king's domain down to the abolition of the monarchy. For tradition ran that at the time when the last of the kings was driven from Rome, the corn stood ripe for the sickle on the crown lands beside the river. But no one would eat the accursed grain, and it was flung into the river in such heaps that, the water being low with the summer heat, it formed the nucleus of an island. The horse sacrifice was thus an old autumn custom observed upon the king's cornfields at the end of the harvest. The tail and blood of the horse, as the chief parts of the corn spirit's representative, were taken to the king's house and kept there. Just as in Germany the harvest cock is nailed on the gable or over the door of the farmhouse, and as the last sheaf, in the form of the maiden, is carried home and kept over the fireplace in the Highlands of Scotland. Thus the blessing of the corn spirit was brought to the king's house and hearth, and, through them, to the community of which he was the head. Similarly, in the spring and autumn customs of Northern Europe, the maypole is sometimes set up in front of the house of the mayor or burgomaster, and the last sheaf at harvest is brought to him as the head of the village. But while the tail and blood fell to the king, the neighboring village of the Subura, which no doubt once had a similar ceremony of its own, was gratified by being allowed to compete for the prize of the horse's head. The Mamilian Tower, to which the Suburans nailed the horse's head when they succeeded in carrying it off, appears to have been a peel tower or keep of the old Mamilian family, the magnates of the village. The ceremony thus performed on the king's fields and at his house on behalf of the whole town and of the neighboring village presupposes a time when each township performed a similar ceremony on its own fields. In the rural districts of Latium, the villages may have continued to observe the custom, each on its own land, long after the Roman hamlets had merged their separate harvest homes in the common celebration on the king's lands. There is no intrinsic improbability in the supposition that the sacred grove of Aricia, like the field of Mars at Rome, may have been the scene of a common harvest celebration, at which a horse was sacrificed with the same rude rites on behalf of the neighboring villages. The horse would represent the fructifying spirit both of the tree and of the corn, for the two ideas melt into each other, as we see in customs like the harvest may. Eating the god, the sacrament of first fruits. We have now seen that the corn spirit is represented sometimes in human, sometimes in animal form, and that in both cases he is killed in the person of his representative and eaten, sacramentally. To find examples of actually killing the human representative of the corn spirit, we had naturally to go to savage races. But the harvest suppers of our European peasants have furnished unmistakable examples of the sacramental eating of animals as representatives of the corn spirit. But further, as might have been anticipated, the new corn is itself eaten sacramentally, that is, as the body of the corn spirit. In Wormland, Sweden, the farmer's wife uses the grain of the last sheaf to bake a loaf in the shape of a little girl. This loaf is divided amongst the whole household and eaten by them. Here the loaf represents the corn spirit conceived as a maiden, just as in Scotland the corn spirit is similarly conceived and represented by the last sheaf made up in the form of a woman and bearing the name of the maiden. As usual, the corn spirit is believed to reside in the last sheaf, and to eat a loaf made from the last sheaf is, therefore, to eat the corn spirit itself. Similarly, at La Palisse, in France, a man made of dough is hung upon the fir tree, which is carried on the last harvest wagon. The tree and the dough man are taken to the mayor's house and kept there till the vintage is over. Then the close of the harvest is celebrated by a feast at which the mayor breaks the dough man in pieces and gives the pieces to the people to eat. In these examples, the corn spirit is represented and eaten in human shape. In other cases, though the new corn is not baked in loaves of human shape, still the solemn ceremonies with which it is eaten suffice to indicate that it is partaken of sacramentally, that is, as the body of the corn spirit. For example, the following ceremonies used to be observed by Lithuanian peasants at eating the new corn. About the time of the autumn sowing, when all the corn had been got in and the thrashing had begun, each farmer held a festival called saberios, that is, the mixing or throwing together. He took 9 good handfuls of each kind of crop wheat, barley, oats, flax, beans, lentils, and the rest, and each handful he divided into 3 parts. The 27 portions of each grain were then thrown on a heap and all mixed up together. The grain used had to be that which was first threshed and winnowed, and which had been set aside and kept for this purpose. A part of the grain thus mixed was employed to bake little loaves, one for each of the household. The rest was mixed with more barley or oats and made into beer. The first beer brewed from this mixture was for the drinking of the farmer, his wife, and children. The second brew was for the servants. The beer being ready, the farmer chose an evening when no stranger was expected. Then he knelt down before the barrel of beer, drew a jugful of the liquor and poured it on the bung of the barrel, saying, "O fruitful earth, make rye and barley and all kinds of corn to flourish." Next he took the jug to the parlor, where his wife and children awaited him. On the floor of the parlor lay bound a black or white or speckled, not a red, cock and a hen of the same color and of the same brood, which must have been hatched within the year. Then the farmer knelt down, with the jug in his hand, and thanked God for the harvest and prayed for a good crop next year. Next all lifted up their hands and said, "O God, and thou, O earth, we give you this cock and hen as a freewill offering." With that the farmer killed the fowls with the blows of a wooden spoon, for he might not cut their heads off. After the first prayer, and after killing each of the birds, he poured out a third of the beer. Then his wife boiled the fowls in a new pot which had never been used before. After that, a bushel was set, bottom upwards, on the floor, and on it were placed the little loaves mentioned above and the boiled fowls. Next the new beer was fetched, together with a ladle and 3 mugs, none of which was used except on this occasion. When the farmer had ladled the beer into the mugs, the family knelt down round the bushel. The father then uttered a prayer and drank off the 3 mugs of beer. The rest followed his example. Then the loaves and the flesh of the fowls were eaten, after which the beer went round again, till every one had emptied each of the 3 mugs 9 times. None of the food should remain over, but if anything did happen to be left, it was consumed next morning with the same ceremonies. The bones were given to the dog to eat. If he did not eat them all up, the remains were buried under the dung in the cattle stall. This ceremony was observed at the beginning of December. On the day on which it took place, no bad word might be spoken. Such was the custom about 200 years or more ago. At the present day in Lithuania, when new potatoes or loaves made from the new corn are being eaten, all the people at table pull each other's hair. The meaning of this last custom is obscure, but a similar custom was certainly observed by the heathen Lithuanians at their solemn sacrifices. Many of the Esthonians of the island of Isle will not eat bread baked of the new corn till they have first taken a bite at a piece of iron. The iron is here plainly a charm, intended to render harmless the spirit that is in the corn. In Sutherlandshire at the present day, when the new potatoes are dug, all the family must taste them, otherwise, the spirits in them, the potatoes, take offense, and the potatoes would not keep. In one part of Yorkshire, it is still customary for the clergyman to cut the first corn, and my informant believes that the corn so cut is used to make the communion bread. If the latter part of the custom is correctly reported, and analogy is all in its favor, it shows how the Christian communion has absorbed within itself a sacrament which is doubtless far older than Christianity. The Aino or Ainu of Japan are said to distinguish various kinds of millet as male and female respectively, and these kinds, taken together, are called the divine husband and wife cereal, Yumurek Haru Kamui. Therefore, before millet is pounded and made into cakes for general eating, the old men have a few made for themselves first to worship. When they are ready, they pray to them very earnestly and say, "O thou cereal deity, we worship thee. Thou hast grown very well this year, and thy flavor will be sweet. Thou art good. The goddess of fire will be glad, and we also shall rejoice greatly. O thou God, O thou divine cereal, do thou nourish the people. I now partake of thee. I worship thee and give thee thanks. After having thus prayed, they, the worshippers, take a cake and eat it, and from this time the people may all partake of the new millet. And so, with many gestures of homage and words of prayer, this kind of food is dedicated to the well-being of the Ainu. No doubt the cereal offering is regarded as a tribute paid to a god, but that god is no other than the seed itself, and it is only a god insofar as it is beneficial to the human body. At the close of the rice harvest in the East Indian island of Buru, each clan meets at a common sacramental meal, to which every member of the clan is bound to contribute a little of the new rice. This meal is called eating the soul of the rice, a name which clearly indicates the sacramental character of the repast. Some of the rice is also set apart and offered to the spirits. Amongst the Ulfors of Minahassa, in Celebes, the priest sows the first rice seed and plucks the first ripe rice in each field. This rice he roasts and grinds into meal and gives some of it to each of the household. Shortly before the rice harvest in Boland Mongondo, another district of Celebes, an offering is made of a small pig or a fowl. Then the priest plucks a little rice, first on his own field and next on those of his neighbors. All the rice thus plucked by him he dries along with his own, and then gives it back to the respective owners, who have it ground and boiled. When it is boiled, the women take it back, with an egg, to the priest, who offers the egg in sacrifice and returns the rice to the women. Of this rice, every member of the family, down to the youngest child, must partake. After this ceremony, everyone is free to get in his rice. Amongst the Burghers or Badagas, a tribe of the Nilgiri Hills in southern India, the first handful of seed is sown and the first sheaf reaped by a Kurumbar, a man of a different tribe, the members of which the Burghers regard as sorcerers. The grain contained in the first sheaf is that day reduced to meal, made into cakes, and being offered as a first fruit oblation, is, together with the remainder of the sacrificed animal, partaken of by the Burgher and the whole of his family, as the meat of a federal offering and sacrifice. Among the Hindus of southern India, the eating of the new rice is the occasion of a family festival called Pongal. The new rice is boiled in a new pot on a fire which is kindled at noon on the day when, according to Hindu astrologers, the sun enters the Tropic of Capricorn. The boiling of the pot is watched with great anxiety by the whole family, for as the milk boils, so will the coming year be. If the milk boils rapidly, the year will be prosperous, but it will be the reverse if the milk boils slowly. Some of the new boiled rice is offered to the image of Gainsa, then every one partakes of it. In some parts of northern India, the festival of the new crop is known as Navan, that is, new grain. When the crop is ripe, the owner takes the omens, goes to the field, plucks 5 or 6 ears of barley in the spring crop and one of the millets in the autumn harvest. This is brought home, parched, and mixed with coarse sugar, butter, and curds. Some of it is thrown on the fire in the name of the village gods and deceased ancestors. The rest is eaten by the family. The ceremony of eating the new yams at Onitsha on the Niger is thus described. Each headman brought out 6 yams and cut down young branches of palm leaves and placed them before his gate, roasted 3 of the yams, and got some kola nuts and fish. After the yam is roasted, the Libya or country doctor takes the yam, scrapes it into a sort of meal, and divides it into halves. He then takes one piece and places it on the lips of the person who is going to eat the new yam. The eater then blows up the steam from the hot yam and afterwards pokes the hole into his mouth and says, "I thank God for being permitted to eat the new yam." He then begins to chew it heartily, with fish likewise. Among the Nandi of British East Africa, when the elucidate grain is ripening in autumn, every woman who owns a cornfield goes out into it with her daughters, and they all pluck some of the ripe grain. Each of the women then fixes one grain in her necklace and chews another, which she rubs on her forehead, throat, and breast. No mark of joy escapes them. Sorrowfully, they cut a basketful of the new corn and, carrying it home, place it in the loft to dry. As the ceiling is of wickerwork, a good deal of the grain drops through the crevices and falls into the fire, where it explodes with a crackling noise. The people make no attempt to prevent this waste, for they regard the crackling of the grain in the fire as a sign that the souls of the dead are partaking of it. A few days later, porridge is made from the new grain and served up with milk at the evening meal. All the members of the family take some of the porridge and dab it on the walls and roofs of the huts. Also, they put a little in their mouths and spit it out towards the east and on the outside of the huts. Then, holding up some of the grain in his hand, the head of the family prays to God for health and strength, and likewise for milk, and everybody present repeats the words of the prayer after him. Amongst the Kaffirs of Natal and Zululand, no one may eat of the new fruits till after a festival which marks the beginning of the Kaffir year and falls at the end of December or the beginning of January. All the people assemble at the king's kraal, where they feast and dance. Before they separate, the dedication of the people takes place. Various fruits of the earth, as corn, mealies, and pumpkins, mixed with the flesh of a sacrificed animal and with medicine, are boiled in great pots, and a little of this food is placed in each man's mouth by the king himself. After thus partaking of the sanctified fruits, a man is himself sanctified for the whole year, and may immediately get in his crops. It is believed that if any man were to partake of the new fruits before the festival, he would die. If he were detected, he would be put to death, or at least all his cattle would be taken from him. The holiness of the new fruits is well marked by the rule that they must be cooked in a special pot which is used only for this purpose, and on a new fire kindled by a magician through the friction of two sticks which are called husband and wife. Among the Bechuanas, it is a rule that before they partake of the new crops, they must purify themselves. The purification takes place at the commencement of the new year on a day in January, which is fixed by the chief. It begins in the great kraal of the tribe, where all the adult males assemble. Each of them takes in his hand leaves of a gourd called by the natives Lityerses, described as something between a pumpkin and a vegetable marrow. And having crushed the leaves, he anoints with the expressed juice his big toes and his navel. Many people indeed apply the juice to all the joints of their body, but the better informed say that this is a vulgar departure from ancient custom. After this ceremony in the great kraal, every man goes home to his own kraal, assembles all the members of his family, men, women, and children, and smears them all with the juice of the Lityerses leaves. Some of the leaves are also pounded, mixed with milk in a large wooden dish, and given to the dogs to lap up. Then the porridge plate of each member of the family is rubbed with the Lityerses leaves. When this purification has been completed, but not before, the people are free to eat of the new crops. The Bororo Indians of Brazil think that it would be certain death to eat the new maize before it has been blessed by the medicine man. The ceremony of blessing it is as follows. The half-ripe husk is washed and placed before the medicine man, who by dancing and singing for several hours, and by incessant smoking, works himself up into a state of ecstasy, whereupon he bites into the husk, trembling in every limb and uttering shrieks from time to time. A similar ceremony is performed whenever a large animal or a large fish is killed. The Bororo are firmly persuaded that were any man to touch unconsecrated maize or meat, before the ceremony had been completed, he and his whole tribe would perish. Amongst the Creek Indians of North America, the busk or festival of first fruits was the chief ceremony of the year. It was held in July or August, when the corn was ripe, and marked the end of the old year and the beginning of the new one. Before it took place, none of the Indians would eat or even handle any part of the new harvest. Sometimes each town had its own busk, sometimes several towns united to hold one in common. Before celebrating the busk, the people provided themselves with new clothes and new household utensils and furniture. They collected their old clothes and rubbish, together with all the remaining grain and other old provisions, cast them together in one common heap, and consumed them with fire. As a preparation for the ceremony, all the fires in the village were extinguished, and the ashes swept clean away. In particular, the hearth or altar of the temple was dug up and the ashes carried out. Then the chief priest put some roots of the button snake plant, with some green tobacco leaves and a little of the new fruits, at the bottom of the fireplace, which he afterwards commanded to be covered up with white clay and wetted over with clean water. A thick arbor of green branches of young trees was then made over the altar. Meanwhile, the women at home were cleaning out their houses, renewing the old hearths, and scouring all the cooking vessels that they might be ready to receive the new fire and the new fruits. The public or sacred square was carefully swept of even the smallest crumbs of previous feasts, for fear of polluting the first fruit offerings. Also, every vessel that had contained or had been used about any food during the expiring year was removed from the temple before sunset. Then all the men who were not known to have violated the law of the first fruit offering and that of marriage during the year were summoned by a crier to enter the holy square and observe a solemn fast. But the women, except 6 old ones, the children, and all who had not attained the rank of warriors were forbidden to enter the square. Sentinels were also posted at the corners of the square to keep out all persons deemed impure and all animals. A strict fast was then observed for 2 nights and a day, the devotees drinking a bitter decoction of button-snake root in order to vomit and purge their sinful bodies. That the people outside the square might also be purified, one of the old men laid down a quantity of green tobacco at a corner of the square. This was carried off by an old woman and distributed to the people without, who chewed and swallowed it in order to afflict their souls. During this general fast, the women, children, and men of weak constitution were allowed to eat after midday, but not before. On the morning when the fast ended, the women brought a quantity of the old year's food to the outside of the sacred square. These provisions were then fetched in and set before the famished multitude, but all traces of them had to be removed before noon. When the sun was declining from the meridian, all the people were commanded by the voice of a crier to stay within doors, to do no bad act, and to be sure to extinguish and throw away every spark of the old fire. Universal silence now reigned. Then the high priest made the new fire by the friction of 2 pieces of wood and placed it on the altar under the green arbor. This new fire was believed to atone for all past crimes except murder. Next, a basket of new fruits was brought. The high priest took out a little of each sort of fruit, rubbed it with bear's oil, and offered it, together with some flesh, to the bountiful Holy Spirit of fire as a first fruit offering and an annual oblation for sin. He also consecrated the sacred emetics, the button-snake root and the cassina or black drink, by pouring a little of them into the fire. The persons who had remained outside now approached, without entering, the sacred square, and the chief priest thereupon made a speech, exhorting the people to observe their old rites and customs, announcing that the new divine fire had purged away the sins of the past year, and earnestly warning the women that, if any of them had not extinguished the old fire or had contracted any impurity, they must forthwith depart, lest the divine fire should spoil both them and the people. Some of the new fire was then set down outside the holy square. The women carried it home joyfully and laid it on their unpolluted hearths. When several towns had united to celebrate the festival, the new fire might thus be carried for several miles. The new fruits were then dressed on the new fires and eaten with bear's oil, which was deemed indispensable. At one point of the festival, the men rubbed the new corn between their hands, then on their faces and breasts. During the festival which followed, the warriors, dressed in their wild martial array, their heads covered with white down and carrying white feathers in their hands, danced round the sacred arbor, under which burned the new fire. The ceremonies lasted 8 days, during which the strictest continence was practiced. Towards the conclusion of the festival, the warriors fought a mock battle. Then the men and women together, in 3 circles, danced round the sacred fire. Lastly, all the people smeared themselves with white clay and bathed in running water. They came out of the water believing that no evil could now befall them for what they had done amiss in the past, so they departed in joy and peace. To this day, also, the remnant of the Seminole Indians of Florida, a people of the same stock as the Creeks, hold an annual purification and festival called the Green Corn Dance, at which the new corn is eaten. On the evening of the first day of the festival, they quaff a nauseous, black drink, as it is called, which acts both as an emetic and a purgative. They believe that he who does not drink of this liquor cannot safely eat the new green corn, and besides that he will be sick at some time in the year. While the liquor is being drunk, the dancing begins, and the medicine men join in it. Next day they eat of the green corn. The following day they fast, probably from fear of polluting the sacred food in their stomachs by contact with common food. But the 3rd day they hold a great feast. Even tribes which do not till the ground sometimes observe analogous ceremonies when they gather the first wild fruits or dig the first roots of the season. Thus among the Salish and Tinne Indians of Northwest America, before the young people eat the first berries or roots of the season, they always addressed the fruit or plant and begged for its favor and aid. In some tribes, regular first fruit ceremonies were annually held at the time of picking the wild fruit or gathering the roots, and also among the salmon-eating tribes when the run of the sockeye salmon began. These ceremonies were not so much thanksgivings as performances to ensure a plentiful crop or supply of the particular object desired, for if they were not properly and reverently carried out, there was danger of giving offense to the spirits of the objects and being deprived of them. For example, these Indians are fond of the young shoots or suckers of the wild raspberry, and they observe a solemn ceremony at eating the first of them in season. The shoots are cooked in a new pot. The people assemble and stand in a great circle with closed eyes, while the presiding chief or medicine man invokes the spirit of the plant, begging that it will be propitious to them and grant them a good supply of suckers. After this part of the ceremony is over, the cooked suckers are handed to the presiding officer in a newly carved dish, and a small portion is given to each person present, who reverently and decorously eats it. The Thompson Indians of British Columbia cook and eat the sunflower root, Balsamores sagittata, nut, but they used to regard it as a mysterious being and observed a number of taboos in connection with it. For example, women who were engaged in digging or cooking the root must practice continence, and no man might come near the oven where the women were baking the root. When young people ate the first berries, roots, or other products of the season, they addressed a prayer to the sunflower root as follows: I inform thee that I intend to eat thee. Mayest thou always help me to ascend, so that I may always be able to reach the tops of mountains, and may I never be clumsy. I ask this from thee, sunflower root. Thou art the greatest of all in mystery. To omit this prayer would make the eater lazy and cause him to sleep long in the morning. These customs of the Thompson and other Indian tribes of Northwest America are instructive because they clearly indicate the motive, or at least one of the motives, which underlies the ceremonies observed at eating the first fruits of the season. That motive in the case of these Indians is simply a belief that the plant itself is animated by a conscious and more or less powerful spirit, who must be propitiated before the people can safely partake of the fruits or roots, which are supposed to be part of his body. Now, if this is true of wild fruits and roots, we may infer with some probability that it is also true of cultivated fruits and roots, such as yams, and in particular that it holds good of the cereals, such as wheat, barley, oats, rice, and maize. In all cases, it seems reasonable to infer that the scruples which savages manifest at eating the first fruits of any crop, and the ceremonies which they observe before they overcome their scruples, are due at least in large measure to a notion that the plant or tree is animated by a spirit or even a deity, whose leave must be obtained, or whose favor must be sought, before it is possible to partake with safety of the new crop. This indeed is plainly affirmed of the Aino. They call the millet the divine cereal, the cereal deity, and they pray to and worship him before they will eat of the cakes made from the new millet. And even where the indwelling divinity of the first fruits is not expressly affirmed, it appears to be implied both by the solemn preparations made for eating them and by the danger supposed to be incurred by persons who venture to partake of them without observing the prescribed ritual. In all such cases, accordingly, we may not improperly describe the eating of the new fruits as a sacrament or communion with a deity, or at all events with a powerful spirit. Among the usages which point to this conclusion are the custom of employing either new or specially reserved vessels to hold the new fruits, and the practice of purifying the persons of the communicants before it is lawful to engage in the solemn act of communion with the divinity. Of all the modes of purification adopted on these occasions, none perhaps brings out the sacramental virtue of the rite so clearly as the Creek and Seminole practice of taking a purgative before swallowing the new corn. The intention is thereby to prevent the sacred food from being polluted by contact with common food in the stomach of the eater. For the same reason, Catholics partake of the Eucharist fasting, and among the pastoral Maasai of Eastern Africa, the young warriors, who live on meat and milk exclusively, are obliged to eat nothing but milk for so many days and then nothing but meat for so many more. And before they pass from the one food to the other, they must make sure that none of the old food remains in their stomachs. This they do by swallowing a very powerful purgative and emetic. In some of the festivals which we have examined, the sacrament of first fruits is combined with a sacrifice or presentation of them to gods or spirits, and in course of time, the sacrifice of first fruits tends to throw the sacrament into the shade, if not to supersede it. The mere fact of offering the first fruits to the gods or spirits comes now to be thought a sufficient preparation for eating the new corn. The higher powers having received their share, man is free to enjoy the rest. This mode of viewing the new fruits implies that they are regarded no longer as themselves instinct with divine life, but merely as a gift bestowed by the gods upon man, who is bound to express his gratitude and homage to his divine benefactors by returning to them a portion of their bounty. Eating the god among the Aztecs. The custom of eating bread sacramentally, as the body of a god, was practiced by the Aztecs before the discovery and conquest of Mexico by the Spaniards. Twice a year, in May and December, an image of the great Mexican god Huitzilopochtli or Vitzilipuztli was made of dough, then broken in pieces, and solemnly eaten by his worshippers. The May ceremony is thus described by the historian Acosta. The Mexicans in the month of May made their principal feast to their god Vitzilipuztli, and 2 days before this feast, the virgins whereof I have spoken, the which were shut up and secluded in the same temple, and were as it were religious women, did mingle a quantity of the seed of beets with roasted maize, and then they did mold it with honey, making an idol of that paste in bigness like to that of wood, putting instead of eyes grains of green glass, of blue or white, and for teeth grains of maize set forth with all the ornament and furniture that I have said. This being finished, all the noblemen came and brought it an exquisite and rich garment, like unto that of the idol, wherewith they did attire it. Being thus clad and decked, they did set it in an azured chair and in a litter to carry it on their shoulders. The morning of this feast being come, an hour before day all the maidens came forth attired in white, with new ornaments, the which that day were called the sisters of their god Vitzilipuztli. They came crowned with garlands of maize roasted and parched, being like unto azahar or the flower of orange. And about their necks they had great chains of the same, which went baldricwise under their left arm. Their cheeks were dyed with vermilion, their arms from the elbow to the wrist were covered with red parrots' feathers. Young men, dressed in red robes and crowned like the virgins with maize, then carried the idol in its litter to the foot of the great pyramid-shaped temple, up the steep and narrow steps of which it was drawn to the music of flutes, trumpets, cornets, and drums. While they mounted up the idol, all the people stood in the court with much reverence and fear. Being mounted to the top, and that they had placed it in a little lodge of roses which they held ready, presently came the young men, which strewed many flowers of sundry kinds, wherewith they filled the temple both within and without. This done, all the virgins came out of their convent, bringing pieces of paste compounded of beets and roasted maize, which was of the same paste whereof their idol was made and compounded, and they were of the fashion of great bones. They delivered them to the young men, who carried them up and laid them at the idol's feet, wherewith they filled the whole place that it could receive no more. They called these morsels of paste the flesh and bones of Vitzilipuztli. Having laid abroad these bones, presently came all the ancients of the temple, priests, Levites, and all the rest of the ministers, according to their dignities and antiquities, for herein there was a strict order amongst them. One after another, with their veils of diverse colors and works, every one according to his dignity and office, having garlands upon their heads and chains of flowers about their necks. After them came their gods and goddesses whom they worshipped, of diverse figures, attired in the same livery. Then putting themselves in order about those morsels and pieces of paste, they used certain ceremonies with singing and dancing, by means whereof they were blessed and consecrated for the flesh and bones of this idol. This ceremony and blessing, whereby they were taken for the flesh and bones of the idol being ended, they honored those pieces in the same sort as their god. All the city came to this goodly spectacle, and there was a commandment very strictly observed throughout all the land, that the day of the feast of the idol of Vitzilipuztli they should eat no other meat but this paste, with honey, whereof the idol was made. And this should be eaten at the point of day, and they should drink no water nor any other thing till afternoon. They held it for an ill sign, yea, for sacrilege to do the contrary. But after the ceremonies ended, it was lawful for them to eat anything. During the time of this ceremony, they hid the water from their little children, admonishing all such as had the use of reason not to drink any water, which, if they did, the anger of God would come upon them, and they should die, which they did observe very carefully and strictly. The ceremonies, dancing, and sacrifice ended, they went to unclothe themselves, and the priests and superiors of the temple took the idol of paste, which they spoiled of all the ornaments it had, and made many pieces, as well of the idol itself as of the truncheons which they consecrated. And then they gave them to the people in manner of a communion, beginning with the greater, and continuing unto the rest, both men, women, and little children, who received it with such tears, fear, and reverence as it was an admirable thing, saying that they did eat the flesh and bones of God, wherewith they were grieved. Such as had any sick folks demanded thereof for them, and carried it with great reverence and veneration. From this interesting passage, we learn that the ancient Mexicans, even before the arrival of Christian missionaries, were fully acquainted with the doctrine of transubstantiation and acted upon it in the solemn rites of their religion. They believed that by consecrating bread their priests could turn it into the very body of their God, so that all who thereupon partook of the consecrated bread entered into a mystic communion with the deity by receiving a portion of his divine substance into themselves. The doctrine of transubstantiation, or the magical conversion of bread into flesh, was also familiar to the Aryans of ancient India long before the spread and even the rise of Christianity. The Brahmins taught that the rice cakes offered in sacrifice were substitutes for human beings, and that they were actually converted into the real bodies of men by the manipulation of the priest. We read that, when the rice cake still consists of rice meal, it is the hair. When he pours water on it, it becomes skin. When he mixes it, it becomes flesh, for then it becomes consistent, and consistent also is the flesh. When it is baked, it becomes bone, for then it becomes somewhat hard, and hard is the bone. And when he is about to take it off the fire and sprinkles it with butter, he changes it into marrow. This is the completeness which they call the fivefold animal sacrifice. Now, too, we can perfectly understand why on the day of their solemn communion with the deity the Mexicans refused to eat any other food than the consecrated bread which they revered as the very flesh and bones of their God, and why up till noon they might drink nothing at all, not even water. They feared no doubt to defile the portion of God in their stomachs by contact with common things. A similar pious fear led the Creek and Seminole Indians, as we saw, to adopt the more thoroughgoing expedient of rinsing out their bodies by a strong purgative before they dared to partake of the sacrament of first fruits. At the festival of the winter solstice in December, the Aztecs killed their god Huitzilopochtli in effigy first and ate him afterwards. As a preparation for this solemn ceremony, an image of the deity in the likeness of a man was fashioned out of seeds of various sorts, which were kneaded into a dough with the blood of children. The bones of the god were represented by pieces of acacia wood. This image was placed on the chief altar of the temple, and on the day of the festival, the king offered incense to it. Early next day it was taken down and set on its feet in a great hall. Then a priest, who bore the name and acted the part of the god Quetzalcoatl, took a flint-tipped dart and hurled it into the breast of the dough image, piercing it through and through. This was called killing the god Huitzilopochtli so that his body might be eaten. One of the priests cut out the heart of the image and gave it to the king to eat. The rest of the image was divided into minute pieces, of which every man great and small, down to the male children in the cradle, receive one to eat. But no woman might taste a morsel. The ceremony was called Tiaquilo, that is, God is eaten. At another festival, the Mexicans made little images like men, which stood for the cloud-capped mountains. These images were molded of a paste of various seeds and were dressed in paper ornaments. Some people fashioned 5, others 10, others as many as 15 of them. Having been made, they were placed in the oratory of each house and worshipped. 4 times in the course of the night offerings of food were brought to them in tiny vessels, and people sang and played the flute before them through all the hours of darkness. At break of day, the priests stabbed the images with a weaver's instrument, cut off their heads, and tore out their hearts, which they presented to the master of the house on a green saucer. The bodies of the images were then eaten by all the family, especially by the servants, in order that by eating them they might be preserved from certain distempers, to which those persons who were negligent of worship to those deities conceived themselves to be subject. Many manii at Aricia. We are now able to suggest an explanation of the proverb, there are many manii at Aricia. Certain loaves made in the shape of men were called by the Romans maniae, and it appears that this kind of loaf was especially made at Aricia. Now, mania, the name of one of these loaves, was also the name of the mother or grandmother of ghosts, to whom woolen effigies of men and women were dedicated at the festival of the Compitalia. These effigies were hung at the doors of all the houses in Rome. One effigy was hung up for every free person in the house, and one effigy, of a different kind, for every slave. The reason was that on this day the ghosts of the dead were believed to be going about, and it was hoped that, either out of good nature or through simple inadvertence, they would carry off the effigies at the door instead of the living people in the house. According to tradition, these woolen figures were substitutes for a former custom of sacrificing human beings. Upon data so fragmentary and uncertain, it is impossible to build with confidence. But it seems worth suggesting that the loaves in human form, which appear to have been baked at Aricia, were sacramental bread. And that in the old days, when the divine king of the wood was annually slain, loaves were made in his image, like the paste figures of the gods in Mexico, and were eaten sacramentally by his worshippers. The Mexican sacraments in honor of Huitzilopochtli were also accompanied by the sacrifice of human victims. The tradition that the founder of the sacred grove at Aricia was a man named Manius, from whom many Manii were descended, would thus be an etymological myth invented to explain the name Manii as applied to these sacramental loaves. A dim recollection of the original connection of the loaves with human sacrifices may perhaps be traced in the story that the effigies dedicated to Mania at the Compitalia were substitutes for human victims. The story itself, however, is probably devoid of foundation, since the practice of putting up dummies to divert the attention of ghosts or demons from living people is not uncommon. For example, the Tibetans stand in fear of innumerable earth demons, all of whom are under the authority of Old Mother Kanma. This goddess, who may be compared to the Roman Mania, the mother or grandmother of ghosts, is dressed in golden yellow robes, holds a golden noose in her hand, and rides on a ram. In order to bar the dwelling house against the foul fiends, of whom Old Mother Kanma is mistress, an elaborate structure somewhat resembling a chandelier is fixed above the door on the outside of the house. It contains a ram's skull, a variety of precious objects such as gold leaf, silver, and turquoise, also some dry food, such as rice, wheat, and pulse, and finally images or pictures of a man, a woman, and a house. The object of these figures of a man, wife, and house is to deceive the demons should they still come in spite of this offering, and to mislead them into the belief that the foregoing pictures are the inmates of the house, so that they may wreak their wrath on these bits of wood, and to save the real human occupants. When all is ready, a priest prays to Old Mother Kanma that she would be pleased to accept these dainty offerings and to close the open doors of the earth, in order that the demons may not come forth to infest and injure the household. Again, effigies are often employed as a means of preventing or curing sickness. The demons of disease either mistake the effigies for living people or are persuaded or compelled to enter them, leaving the real men and women well and whole. Thus the Ilfors of Minahassa, in Celebes, will sometimes transport a sick man to another house, while they leave on his bed a dummy made up of a pillow and clothes. This dummy the demon is supposed to mistake for the sick man, who consequently recovers. Cure or prevention of this sort seems to find a special favor with the natives of Borneo. Thus, when an epidemic is raging among them, the Dayaks of the Katongau River set up wooden images at their doors in the hope that the demons of the plague may be deluded into carrying off the effigies instead of the people. Among the Alo Ngaju of Borneo, when a sick man is supposed to be suffering from the assaults of a ghost, puppets of dough or rice meal are made and thrown under the house as substitutes for the patient, who thus rids himself of the ghost. In certain of the western districts of Borneo, if a man is taken suddenly and violently sick, the physician, who in this part of the world is generally an old woman, fashions a wooden image and brings it 7 times into contact with the sufferer's head, while she says, "This image serves to take the place of the sick man, sickness, pass over into the image." Then, with some rice, salt, and tobacco in a little basket, the substitute is carried to the spot where the evil spirit is supposed to have entered into the man. There it is set upright on the ground, after the physician has invoked the spirit as follows: "O devil, here is an image which stands instead of the sick man. Release the soul of the sick man and plague the image, for it is indeed prettier and better than he." Badak magicians can conjure the demon of disease out of the patient's body into an image made out of a banana tree with a human face and wrapped up in magic herbs. The image is then hurriedly removed and thrown away or buried beyond the boundaries of the village. Sometimes the image, dressed as a man or a woman according to the sex of the patient, is deposited at a crossroad or other thoroughfare, in the hope that some passerby, seeing it, may start and cry out, "Ah, so-and-so is dead." For such an exclamation is supposed to delude the demon of disease into a belief that he has accomplished his fell purpose, so he takes himself off and leaves the sufferer to get well. The Mai-Deret, a Sakai tribe of the Malay Peninsula, attribute all kinds of diseases to the agency of spirits, which they call Nyani. Fortunately, however, the magician can induce these maleficent beings to come out of the sick person and take up their abode in rude figures of grass, which are hung up outside the houses in little bell-shaped shrines decorated with peeled sticks. During an epidemic of smallpox, the Negroes will sometimes clear a space outside of the town, where they erect a number of low mounds and cover them with as many little clay figures as there are people in the place. Pots of food and water are also set out for the refreshment of the spirit of smallpox, who, it is hoped, will take the clay figures and spare the living folk, and to make assurance doubly sure the road into the town is barricaded against him. With these examples before us, we may surmise that the woolen effigies, which at the festival of the Compitalia might be seen hanging at the doors of all the houses in ancient Rome, were not substitutes for human victims who had formerly been sacrificed at this season, but rather vicarious offerings presented to the mother or grandmother of ghosts, in the hope that on her rounds through the city she would accept or mistake the effigies for the inmates of the house, and so spare the living for another year. It is possible that the puppets made of rushes, which in the month of May the pontiffs and vestal virgins annually threw into the Tiber from the old Sublician bridge at Rome, had originally the same significance. That is, they may have been designed to purge the city from demoniac influence by diverting the attention of the demons from human beings to the puppets, and then toppling the whole uncanny crew, neck and crop, into the river, which would soon sweep them far out to sea. In precisely the same way the natives of Old Calabar used periodically to rid their town of the devils, which infested it by luring the unwary demons into a number of lamentable scarecrows, which they afterwards flung into the river. This interpretation of the Roman custom is supported to some extent by the evidence of Plutarch, who speaks of the ceremony as the greatest of purifications. Lee homeopathic magic of a flesh diet. The practice of killing a god has now been traced amongst peoples who have reached the agricultural stage of society. We have seen that the spirit of the corn, or of other cultivated plants, is commonly represented either in human or in animal form, and that in some places a custom has prevailed of killing annually either the human or the animal representative of the god. One reason for thus killing the corn spirit in the person of his representative has been given implicitly in an earlier part of this work. We may suppose that the intention was to guard him or her, for the corn spirit is often feminine, from the enfeeblement of old age by transferring the spirit, while still hale and hearty, to the person of a youthful and vigorous successor. Apart from the desirability of renewing his divine energies, the death of the corn spirit may have been deemed inevitable under the sickles or the knives of the reapers, and his worshippers may accordingly have felt bound to acquiesce in the sad necessity. But further, we have found a widespread custom of eating the god sacramentally, either in the shape of the man or animal who represents the god, or in the shape of bread made in human or animal form. The reasons for thus partaking of the body of the god are, from the primitive standpoint, simple enough. The savage commonly believes that by eating the flesh of an animal or man he acquires not only the physical, but even the moral and intellectual qualities which were characteristic of that animal or man. So when the creature is deemed divine, our simple savage naturally expects to absorb a portion of its divinity along with its material substance. It may be well to illustrate, by instances, this common faith in the acquisition of virtues or vices of many kinds through the medium of animal food, even when there is no pretense that the viands consist of the body or blood of a god. The doctrine forms part of the widely ramified system of sympathetic or homeopathic magic. Thus, for example, the Creeks, Cherokee, and kindred tribes of North American Indians believe that nature is possessed of such a property as to transfuse into men and animals the qualities, either of the food they use, or of those objects that are presented to their senses. He who feeds on venison is, according to their physical system, swifter and more sagacious than the man who lives on the flesh of the clumsy bear, or helpless dunghill fowls, the slow-footed tame cattle, or the heavy wallowing swine. This is the reason that several of their old men recommend, and say, that formerly their greatest chieftains observed a constant rule in their diet, and seldom ate of any animal of a gross quality or heavy motion of body, fancying it conveyed a dullness through the whole system, and disabled them from exerting themselves with proper vigor in their martial, civil, and religious duties. The Zaparo Indians of Ecuador will, unless from necessity, in most cases not eat any heavy meats such as tapir and peccary, but confine themselves to birds, monkeys, deer, fish, etc., principally because they argue that the heavier meats make them unwieldy, like the animals who supply the flesh, impeding their agility and unfitting them for the chase. Similarly, some of the Brazilian Indians would eat no beast, bird, or fish that ran, flew, or swam slowly, lest by partaking of its flesh they should lose their ability and be unable to escape from their enemies. The Caribs abstained from the flesh of pigs, lest it should cause them to have small eyes like pigs, and they refused to partake of tortoises from a fear that if they did so they would become heavy and stupid like the animal. Among the fans of West Africa, men in the prime of life never eat tortoises for a similar reason. They imagine that if they did so, their vigor and fleetness of foot would be gone. But old men may eat tortoises freely, because having already lost the power of running, they can take no harm from the flesh of the slow-footed creature. While many savages thus fear to eat the flesh of slow-footed animals, lest they should themselves become slow-footed, the Bushmen of South Africa purposely ate the flesh of such creatures, and the reason which they gave for doing so exhibits a curious refinement of savage philosophy. They imagined that the game which they pursued would be influenced sympathetically by the food in the body of the hunter, so that if he had eaten of swift-footed animals, the quarry would be swift-footed also and would escape him. Whereas if he had eaten of slow-footed animals, the quarry would also be slow-footed, and he would be able to overtake and kill it. For that reason, hunters of gemsbok particularly avoided eating the flesh of the swift and agile springbok. Indeed, they would not even touch it with their hands, because they believed the springbok to be a very lively creature which did not go to sleep at night, and they thought that if they ate springbok, the gemsbok which they hunted would likewise not be willing to go to sleep, even at night. How, then, could they catch it? The Namaquas abstain from eating the flesh of hares, because they think it would make them faint-hearted as a hare. But they eat the flesh of the lion, or drink the blood of the leopard or lion, to get the courage and strength of these beasts. The Bushmen will not give their children a jackal's heart to eat, lest it should make them timid like the jackal, but they give them a leopard's heart to eat to make them brave like the leopard. When a Wagogo man of East Africa kills a lion, he eats the heart in order to become brave like a lion, but he thinks that to eat the heart of a hen would make him timid. When a serious disease has attacked a Zulu kraal, the medicine man takes the bone of a very old dog, or the bone of an old cow, bull, or other very old animal, and administers it to the healthy as well as to the sick people, in order that they may live to be as old as the animal of whose bone they have partaken. So to restore the aged Æson to youth, the witch Medea infused into his veins a decoction of the liver of the long-lived deer, and the head of a crow that had outlived 9 generations of men. Among the Dyaks of northwest Borneo, young men and warriors may not eat venison, because it would make them as timid as deer. But the women and very old men are free to eat it. However, among the Kayans of the same region, who share the same view as to the ill effect of eating venison, men will partake of the dangerous viand provided it is cooked in the open air. For then the timid spirit of the animal is supposed to escape at once into the jungle and not to enter into the eater. The Aino believe that the heart of the water-rousel is exceedingly wise, and that in speech the bird is most eloquent. Therefore, whenever he is killed, he should be at once torn open, and his heart wrenched out and swallowed before it has time to grow cold or suffer damage of any kind. If a man swallows it thus, he will become very fluent and wise, and will be able to argue down all his adversaries. In northern India, people fancy that if you eat the eyeballs of an owl, you will be able, like an owl, to see in the dark. When the Kansas Indians were going to war, a feast used to be held in the chief's hut, and the principal dish was dog's flesh, because, said the Indians, the animal who is so brave that he will let himself be cut in pieces in defense of his master must needs inspire valor. Men of the Buru and Aru Islands, East Indies, eat the flesh of dogs in order to be bold and nimble in war. Amongst the Papuans of the Port Moresby and Madomadu districts, New Guinea, young lads eat strong pig, wallaby, and large fish in order to acquire the strength of the animal or fish. Some of the natives of northern Australia fancy that by eating the flesh of the kangaroo or emu, they are enabled to jump or run faster than before. The Miras of Assam prize tiger's flesh as food for men. It gives them strength and courage. But it is not suited for women. It would make them too strong-minded. In Korea, the bones of tigers fetch a higher price than those of leopards as a means of inspiring courage. A Chinaman in Seoul bought and ate a whole tiger to make himself brave and fierce. In Norse legend, Ingild, son of King Anund, was timid in his youth, but after eating the heart of a wolf, he became very bold. Hyalto gained strength and courage by eating the heart of a bear and drinking its blood. In Morocco, lethargic patients are given ants to swallow, and to eat lion's flesh will make a coward brave. But people abstain from eating the hearts of fowls, lest thereby they should be rendered timid. When a child is late in learning to speak, the Turks of Central Asia will give it the tongues of certain birds to eat. A North American Indian thought that brandy must be a decoction of hearts and tongues, because, said he, after drinking it I fear nothing, and I talk wonderfully. In Java there is a tiny earthworm which now and then utters a shrill sound like that of the alarum of a small clock. Hence, when a public dancing girl has screamed herself hoarse in the exercise of her calling, the leader of the troupe makes her eat some of these worms, in the belief that thus she will regain her voice and will, after swallowing them, be able to scream as shrilly as ever. The people of Darfur in Central Africa think that the liver is the seat of the soul, and that a man may enlarge his soul by eating the liver of an animal. Whenever an animal is killed, its liver is taken out and eaten, but the people are most careful not to touch it with their hands, as it is considered sacred. It is cut up in small pieces and eaten raw, the bits being conveyed to the mouth on the point of a knife or the sharp point of a stick. Anyone who may accidentally touch the liver is strictly forbidden to partake of it, which prohibition is regarded as a great misfortune for him. Women are not allowed to eat liver because they have no soul. Again, the flesh and blood of dead men are commonly eaten and drunk to inspire bravery, wisdom, or other qualities for which the men themselves were remarkable, or which are supposed to have their special seat in the particular part eaten. Thus, among the mountain tribes of southeastern Africa, there are ceremonies by which the youths are formed into guilds or lodges, and among the rites of initiation, there is one which is intended to infuse courage, intelligence, and other qualities into the novices. Whenever an enemy who has behaved with conspicuous bravery is killed, his liver, which is considered the seat of valor, his ears, which are supposed to be the seat of intelligence, the skin of his forehead, which is regarded as the seat of perseverance, his testicles, which are held to be the seat of strength, and other members, which are viewed as the seat of other virtues, are cut from his body and baked to cinders. The ashes are carefully kept in the horn of a bull, and during the ceremonies observed at circumcision, are mixed with other ingredients into a kind of paste, which is administered by the tribal priest to the youths. By this means, the strength, valor, intelligence, and other virtues of the slain are believed to be imparted to the eaters. When Basutos of the mountains have killed a very brave foe, they immediately cut out his heart and eat it, because this is supposed to give them his courage and strength in battle. When Sir Charles M. Carthy was killed by the Ashantees in 1824, it is said that his heart was devoured by the chiefs of the Ashanti army, who hoped by this means to imbibe his courage. His flesh was dried and parceled out among the lower officers for the same purpose, and his bones were long kept at Kumasi as national fetishes. The Northe Indians of New Granada ate the hearts of Spaniards when they had the opportunity, hoping thereby to make themselves as dauntless as the dreaded Castilian chivalry. The Sioux Indians used to reduce to powder the heart of a valiant enemy and swallow the powder, hoping thus to appropriate the dead man's valor. But while the human heart is thus commonly eaten for the sake of imbuing the eater with the qualities of its original owner, it is not, as we have already seen, the only part of the body which is consumed for this purpose. Thus, warriors of the Thedora and Ngarigo tribes of southeastern Australia used to eat the hands and feet of their slain enemies, believing that in this way they acquired some of the qualities and courage of the dead. The Kamilar of New South Wales ate the liver as well as the heart of a brave man to get his courage. In Tonquin, also there is a popular superstition that the liver of a brave man makes brave any who partake of it. With a like intent, the Chinese swallow the bile of notorious bandits who have been executed. The Dyaks of Sarawak used to eat the palms of the hands and the flesh of the knees of the slain in order to steady their own hands and strengthen their own knees. The Tolalaki, notorious headhunters of Central Celebes, drink the blood and eat the brains of their victims that they may become brave. The Italones of the Philippine Islands drink the blood of their slain enemies and eat part of the back of their heads and of their entrails raw to acquire their courage. For the same reason, the Ifugaos, another tribe of the Philippines, suck the brains of their foes. In like manner, the Kai of German New Guinea eat the brains of the enemies they kill in order to acquire their strength. Among the Kimbunda of Western Africa, when a new king succeeds to the throne, a brave prisoner of war is killed in order that the king and nobles may eat his flesh, and so acquire his strength and courage. The notorious Zulu chief Maduana drank the gall of 30 chiefs, whose people he had destroyed, in the belief that it would make him strong. It is a Zulu fancy that by eating the center of the forehead and the eyebrow of an enemy they acquire the power of looking steadfastly at a foe. Before every warlike expedition, the people of Minahassa in Celebes used to take the locks of hair of a slain foe and dabble them in boiling water to extract the courage. This infusion of bravery was then drunk by the warriors. In New Zealand, the chief was an Adua, but there were powerful and powerless gods. Each naturally sought to make himself one of the former. The plan therefore adopted was to incorporate the spirits of others with their own. Thus, when a warrior slew a chief, he immediately gouged out his eyes and swallowed them, the Aduatanga, or divinity, being supposed to reside in that organ. Thus he not only killed the body, but also possessed himself of the soul of his enemy, and consequently, the more chiefs he slew, the greater did his divinity become. It is now easy to understand why a savage should desire to partake of the flesh of an animal or man whom he regards as divine. By eating the body of the god, he shares in the god's attributes and powers. And when the god is a corn god, the corn is his proper body. When he is a vine god, the juice of the grape is his blood. And so by eating the bread and drinking the wine, the worshipper partakes of the real body and blood of his god. Thus the drinking of wine in the rites of a vine god like Dionysus is not an act of revelry, it is a solemn sacrament. Yet a time comes when reasonable men find it hard to understand how anyone in his senses can suppose that by eating bread or drinking wine, he consumes the body or blood of a deity. When we call corn Ceres and wine Bacchus, says Cicero, we use a common figure of speech. But do you imagine that anybody is so insane as to believe that the thing he feeds upon is a god? Lech killing the divine animal, killing the sacred buzzard. In the preceding chapters, we saw that many communities which have progressed so far as to subsist mainly by agriculture have been in the habit of killing and eating their farinaceous deities either in their proper form of corn, rice, and so forth, or in the borrowed shapes of animals and men. It remains to show that hunting and pastoral tribes, as well as agricultural peoples, have been in the habit of killing the beings whom they worship. Among the worshipful beings or gods, if indeed they deserve to be dignified by that name, whom hunters and shepherds adore and kill, are animals pure and simple, not animals regarded as embodiments of other supernatural beings. Our first example is drawn from the Indians of California, who, living in a fertile country under a serene and temperate sky, nevertheless rank near the bottom of the savage scale. The Akagkemum tribe adored the great buzzard, and once a year they celebrated a great festival called Pains, or Bird Feast, in its honor. The day selected for the festival was made known to the public on the evening before its celebration, and preparations were at once made for the erection of a special temple, Vanquech, which seems to have been a circular or oval enclosure of stakes with the stuffed skin of a coyote or prairie wolf set up on a hurdle to represent the god Chinigchinish. When the temple was ready, the bird was carried into it in solemn procession and laid on an altar erected for the purpose. Then all the young women, whether married or single, began to run to and fro, as if distracted, some in one direction and some in another, while the elders of both sexes remained silent spectators of the scene. And the captains, tricked out in paint and feathers, danced round their adored bird. These ceremonies being concluded, they seized upon the bird and carried it to the principal temple, all the assembly uniting in the grand display, and the captains dancing and singing at the head of the procession. Arrived at the temple, they killed the bird without losing a drop of its blood. The skin was removed entire and preserved with the feathers as a relic, or for the purpose of making the festal garment or pelt. The carcass was buried in a hole in the temple, and the old women gathered round the grave weeping and moaning bitterly, while they threw various kinds of seeds or pieces of food on it, crying out, "Why did you run away? Would you not have been better with us? You would have made pinoli a kind of gruel, as we do, and if you had not run away, you would not have become a pains," and so on. When this ceremony was concluded, the dancing was resumed and kept up for 3 days and nights. They said that the pains was a woman who had run off to the mountains and there been changed into a bird by the god Chinigshinish. They believed that though they sacrificed the bird annually, she came to life again and returned to her home in the mountains. Moreover, they thought that, as often as the bird was killed, it became multiplied, because every year all the different capitanes celebrated the same feast of pains, and were firm in the opinion that the birds sacrificed were but one and the same female. The unity in multiplicity thus postulated by the Californians is very noticeable and helps to explain their motive for killing the divine bird. The notion of the life of a species, as distinct from that of an individual, easy and obvious as it seems to us, appears to be one which the Californian savage cannot grasp. He is unable to conceive the life of the species otherwise than as an individual life, and therefore as exposed to the same dangers and calamities which menace and finally destroy the life of the individual. Apparently he imagines that a species left to itself will grow old and die like an individual, and that therefore some step must be taken to save from extinction the particular species which he regards as divine. The only means he can think of to avert the catastrophe is to kill a member of the species in whose veins the tide of life is still running strong and has not yet stagnated among the fens of old age. The life thus diverted from one channel will flow, he fancies, more freshly and freely in a new one. In other words, the slain animal will revive and enter on a new term of life with all the spring and energy of youth. To us, this reasoning is transparently absurd, but so too is the custom. A similar confusion, it may be noted, between the individual life and the life of the species was made by the Samoans. Each family had for its god a particular species of animal, yet the death of one of these animals, for example an owl, was not the death of the god. He was supposed to be yet alive and incarnate in all the owls in existence, killing the sacred ram. The rude Californian rite which we have just considered has a close parallel in the religion of ancient Egypt. The Thebans and all other Egyptians who worshipped the Theban god Ammon held rams to be sacred and would not sacrifice them. But once a year at the festival of Ammon, they killed a ram, skinned it, and clothed the image of the god in the skin. Then they mourned over the ram and buried it in a sacred tomb. The custom was explained by a story that Zeus had once exhibited himself to Hercules clad in the fleece and wearing the head of a ram. Of course, the ram in this case was simply the beast god of Thebes, as the wolf was the beast god of Lycopolis and the goat was the beast god of Mendes. In other words, the ram was Ammon himself. On the monuments, it is true, Ammon appears in semi-human form with the body of a man and the head of a ram. But this only shows that he was in the usual chrysalis state through which beast gods regularly pass before they emerge as full-blown anthropomorphic gods. The ram, therefore, was killed, not as a sacrifice to Ammon, but as the god himself, whose identity with the beast is plainly shown by the custom of clothing his image in the skin of the slain ram. The reason for thus killing the ram god annually may have been that which I have assigned for the general custom of killing a god, and for the special Californian custom of killing the divine buzzard. As applied to Egypt, this explanation is supported by the analogy of the bull god Apis, who was not suffered to outlive a certain term of years. The intention of thus putting a limit to the life of the human god was, as I have argued, to secure him from the weakness and frailty of age. The same reasoning would explain the custom, probably an older one, of putting the beast god to death annually, as was done with the ram of Thebes. One point in the Theban ritual, the application of the skin to the image of the god, deserves particular attention. If the god was at first the living ram, his representation by an image must have originated later. But how did it originate? One answer to this question is perhaps furnished by the practice of preserving the skin of the animal which is slain as divine. The Californians, as we have seen, preserved the skin of the buzzard, and the skin of the goat, which is killed on the harvest field as a representative of the corn spirit, is kept for various superstitious purposes. The skin, in fact, was kept as a token or memorial of the god, or rather as containing in it a part of the divine life, and it had only to be stuffed or stretched upon a frame to become a regular image of him. At first, an image of this kind would be renewed annually, the new image being provided by the skin of the slain animal. But from annual images to permanent images, the transition is easy. We have seen that the older custom of cutting a new May tree every year was superseded by the practice of maintaining a permanent maypole, which was, however, annually decked with fresh leaves and flowers, and even surmounted each year by a fresh young tree. Similarly, when the stuffed skin, as a representative of the god, was replaced by a permanent image of him in wood, stone, or metal, the permanent image was annually clad in the fresh skin of the slain animal. When this stage had been reached, the custom of killing the ram came naturally to be interpreted as a sacrifice offered to the image, and was explained by a story like that of Ammon and Hercules. Killing the sacred serpent. West Africa appears to furnish another example of the annual killing of a sacred animal and the preservation of its skin. The Negroes of Issapu, in the island of Fernando Po, regard the cobra capella as their guardian deity, who can do them good or ill, bestow riches, or inflict disease and death. The skin of one of these reptiles is hung tail downwards from a branch of the highest tree in the public square, and the placing of it on the tree is an annual ceremony. As soon as the ceremony is over, all children born within the past year are carried out, and their hands made to touch the tail of the serpent's skin. The latter custom is clearly a way of placing the infants under the protection of the tribal god. Similarly, in Senegambia, a python is expected to visit every child of the Python clan within 8 days after birth, and the Sili, a snake clan of ancient Africa, used to expose their infants to snakes in the belief that the snakes would not harm true-born children of the clan. Killing the sacred turtles. In the Californian, Egyptian, and Fernando Po, customs the worship of the animal seems to have no relation to agriculture, and may therefore be presumed to date from the hunting or pastoral stage of society. The same may be said of the following custom, though the Zuni Indians of New Mexico, who practice it, are now settled in walled villages or towns of a peculiar type, and practice agriculture and the arts of pottery and weaving. But the Zuni custom is marked by certain features which appear to place it in a somewhat different class from the preceding cases. It may be well therefore to describe it at full length in the words of an eyewitness. With midsummer, the heat became intense. My brother I.E., adopted Indian brother, and I sat, day after day, in the cool underrooms of our house, the latter busy with his quaint forge and crude appliances, working Mexican coins over into bangles, girdles, earrings, buttons, and what-not, for savage ornament. Though his tools were wonderfully rude, the work he turned out by dint of combined patience and ingenuity was remarkably beautiful. One day, as I sat watching him, a procession of 50 men went hastily down the hill and off westward over the plain. They were solemnly led by a painted and shell-bedecked priest, and followed by the torch-bearing Shulu Witsi, or god of fire. After they had vanished, I asked old brother what it all meant. "They are going," said he, "to the city of Kaka and the home of our others." 4 days after, towards sunset, costumed and masked in the beautiful paraphernalia of the Kakeakshi, or good dance, they returned in file up the same pathway, each bearing in his arms a basket filled with living, squirming turtles, which he regarded and carried as tenderly as a mother would her infant. Some of the wretched reptiles were carefully wrapped in soft blankets, their heads and forefeet protruding and, mounted on the backs of the plume-bedecked pilgrims, made ludicrous but solemn caricatures of little children in the same position. While I was at supper upstairs that evening, the governor's brother-in-law came in. He was welcomed by the family as if a messenger from heaven. He bore in his tremulous fingers one of the much abused and rebellious turtles. Paint still adhered to his hands and bare feet, which led me to infer that he had formed one of the sacred embassy. "So you went to XLVIII, did you?" I asked. Replied the weary man, in a voice husky with long chanting, as he sank, almost exhausted, on a roll of skins which had been placed for him, and tenderly laid the turtle on the floor. No sooner did the creature find itself at liberty than it made off as fast as its lame legs would take it. Of one accord, the family forsook dish, spoon, and drinking cup, and grabbing from a sacred meal bowl whole handfuls of the contents, hurriedly followed the turtle about the room, into dark corners, around water jars, behind the grinding troughs, and out into the middle of the floor again, praying and scattering meal on its back as they went. At last, strange to say, it approached the footsore man who had brought it. "Ha!" he exclaimed with emotion. "See, it comes to me again. Ah, what great favors the fathers of all grant me this day." And passing his hand gently over the sprawling animal, he inhaled from his palm deeply and long, at the same time invoking the favor of the gods. Then he leaned his chin upon his hand, and with large, wistful eyes regarded his ugly captive as it sprawled about, blinking its meal-bedimmed eyes and clawing the smooth floor in memory of its native element. At this juncture, I ventured a question. "Why do you not let him go, or give him some water?" Slowly the man turned his eyes toward me, an odd mixture of pain, indignation, and pity on his face, while the worshipful family stared at me with holy horror. "Poor younger brother," he said at last, "know you not how precious it is? It will not die, I tell you it cannot die. But it will die if you don't feed it and give it water. I tell you it cannot die, it will only change houses tomorrow and go back to the home of its brothers." "Ah, well, how should you know?" he mused, turning to the blinded turtle again. "Ah, my poor dear lost child or parent, my sister or brother to have been, who knows which, maybe my own great-grandfather or mother." And with this he fell to weeping most pathetically, and tremulous with sobs, which were echoed by the women and children, he buried his face in his hands. Filled with sympathy for his grief, however mistaken, I raised the turtle to my lips and kissed its cold shell, then depositing it on the floor, hastily left the grief-stricken family to their sorrows. Next day, with prayers and tender beseechings, plumes and offerings, the poor turtle was killed, and its flesh and bones were removed and deposited in the little river, that it might return once more to eternal life among its comrades in the dark waters of the Lake of the Dead. The shell, carefully scraped and dried, was made into a dance rattle, and covered by a piece of buckskin, it still hangs from the smoke-stained rafters of my brother's house. Once a Navajo tried to buy it for a ladle. Loaded with indignant reproaches, he was turned out of the house. Were anyone to venture the suggestion that the turtle no longer lived, his remark would cause a flood of tears, and he would be reminded that it had only changed houses and gone to live forever in the home of our lost others. In this custom, we find expressed in the clearest way a belief in the transmigration of human souls into the bodies of turtles. The theory of transmigration is held by the Maquis Indians, who belong to the same race as the Zunis. The Maquis are divided into totem clans: the Bear Clan, Deer Clan, Wolf Clan, Hare Clan, and so on. They believe that the ancestors of the clans were bears, deer, wolves, hares, and so forth, and that at death the members of each clan become bears, deer, and so on according to the particular clan to which they belonged. The Zuni are also divided into clans, the totems of which agree closely with those of the Maquis, and one of their totems is the turtle. Thus their belief in transmigration into the turtle is probably one of the regular articles of their totem faith. What then is the meaning of killing a turtle in which the soul of a kinsman is believed to be present? Apparently the object is to keep up a communication with the other world, in which the souls of the departed are believed to be assembled in the form of turtles. It is a common belief that the spirits of the dead return occasionally to their old homes, and accordingly, the unseen visitors are welcomed and feasted by the living, and then sent upon their way. In the Zuni ceremony, the dead are fetched home in the form of turtles, and the killing of the turtles is the way of sending back the souls to the spirit land. Thus, the general explanation given above of the custom of killing a god seems inapplicable to the Zuni custom, the true meaning of which is somewhat obscure. Nor is the obscurity which hangs over the subject entirely dissipated by a later and fuller account which we possess of the ceremony. From it, we learn that the ceremony forms part of the elaborate ritual which these Indians observe at the midsummer solstice for the purpose of ensuring an abundant supply of rain for the crops. Envoys are dispatched to bring their other selves, the tortoises, from the sacred Lake Kothluwalawa, to which the souls of the dead are believed to repair. When the creatures have thus been solemnly brought to Zuni, they are placed in a bowl of water, and dances are performed beside them by men in costume who personate gods and goddesses. After the ceremonial, the tortoises are taken home by those who caught them and are hung by their necks to the rafters till morning, when they are thrown into pots of boiling water. The eggs are considered a great delicacy. The meat is seldom touched except as a medicine, which is curative for cutaneous diseases. Part of the meat is deposited in the river with kohakwa, white shell beads, and turquoise beads as offerings to council of the gods. This account, at all events, confirms the inference that the tortoises are supposed to be reincarnations of the human dead, for they are called the other selves of the Zuni. Indeed, what else should they be than the souls of the dead in the bodies of tortoises, seeing that they come from the haunted lake? As the principal object of the prayers uttered and of the dances performed at these midsummer ceremonies appears to be to procure rain for the crops, it may be that the intention of bringing the tortoises to Zuni and dancing before them is to intercede with the ancestral spirit, incarnate in the animals, that they may be pleased to exert their power over the waters of heaven for the benefit of their living descendants. Killing the sacred bear. Doubt also hangs at first sight over the meaning of the bear sacrifice offered by the Aino or Ainu, a primitive people who are found in the Japanese island of Yiso or Yesso, as well as in Saghalien and the southern of the Kuril Islands. It is not quite easy to define the attitude of the Aino towards the bear. On the one hand, they give it the name of Kamui or God. But as they apply the same word to strangers, it may mean no more than a being supposed to be endowed with superhuman, or at all events extraordinary, powers. Again, it is said that the bear is their chief divinity. In the religion of the Aino, the bear plays a chief part. Amongst the animals, it is especially the bear which receives an idolatrous veneration. They worship it after their fashion. There is no doubt that this wild beast inspires more of the feeling which prompts worship than the inanimate forces of nature, and the Aino may be distinguished as bear worshippers. Yet, on the other hand, they kill the bear whenever they can. In bygone years, the Ainu considered bear hunting the most manly and useful way in which a person could possibly spend his time. The men spend the autumn, winter, and spring in hunting deer and bears. Part of their tribute or taxes is paid in skins, and they subsist on the dried meat. Bear's flesh is indeed one of their staple foods. They eat it both fresh and salted, and the skins of bears furnish them with clothing. In fact, the worship of which writers on this subject speak appears to be paid chiefly to the dead animal. Thus, although they kill a bear whenever they can, in the process of dissecting the carcass they endeavor to conciliate the deity, whose representative they have slain, by making elaborate obeisances and deprecatory salutations. When a bear has been killed, the Ainu sit down and admire it, make their salams to it, worship it, and offer presents of inao. When a bear is trapped or wounded by an arrow, the hunters go through an apologetic or propitiatory ceremony. The skulls of slain bears receive a place of honor in their huts, or are set up on sacred posts outside the huts, and are treated with much respect. Libations of millet beer and of sake, an intoxicating liquor, are offered to them, and they are addressed as divine preservers or precious divinities. The skulls of foxes are also fastened to the sacred posts outside the huts. They are regarded as charms against evil spirits, and are consulted as oracles. Yet it is expressly said, the live fox is revered just as little as the bear, rather they avoid it as much as possible, considering it a wily animal. The bear can hardly, therefore, be described as a sacred animal of the Aino, nor yet as a totem, for they do not call themselves bears, and they kill and eat the animal freely. However, they have a legend of a woman who had a son by a bear, and many of them who dwell in the mountains pride themselves on being descended from a bear. Such people are called descendants of the bear, Kimun Kamui Sanakiri, and in the pride of their heart they will say, "As for me, I am a child of the god of the mountains. I am descended from the divine one who rules in the mountains," meaning by the god of the mountains, no other than the bear. It is therefore possible that, as our principal authority, the Reverend J. Batchelor, believes, the bear may have been the totem of an Aino clan. But even if that were so, it would not explain the respect shown for the animal by the whole Aino people. But it is the bear festival of the Aino which concerns us here. Towards the end of winter, a bear cub is caught and brought into the village. If it is very small, it is suckled by an Aino woman, but should there be no woman able to suckle it, the little animal is fed from the hand or the mouth. During the day, it plays about in the hut with the children and is treated with great affection. But when the cub grows big enough to pain people by hugging or scratching them, he is shut up in a strong wooden cage, where he stays generally for 2 or 3 years, fed on fish and millet porridge, till it is time for him to be killed and eaten. But it is a peculiarly striking fact that the young bear is not kept merely to furnish a good meal, rather he is regarded and honored as a fetish, or even as a sort of higher being. In Yizo, the festival is generally celebrated in September or October. Before it takes place, the Aino apologize to their gods, alleging that they have treated the bear kindly as long as they could. Now they can feed him no longer, and are obliged to kill him. A man who gives a bear feast invites his relations and friends. In a small village, nearly the whole community takes part in the feast. Indeed, guests from distant villages are invited and generally come, allured by the prospect of getting drunk for nothing. The form of invitation runs somewhat as follows. I, so-and-so, am about to sacrifice the dear little divine thing who resides among the mountains. My friends and masters, come ye to the feast. We will then unite in the great pleasure of sending the god away. Come. When all the people are assembled in front of the cage, an orator chosen for the purpose addresses the bear and tells it that they are about to send it forth to its ancestors. He craves pardon for what they are about to do to it, hopes it will not be angry, and comforts it by assuring the animal that many of the sacred whittled sticks, inao, and plenty of cakes and wine will be sent with it on the long journey. One speech of this sort which Mr. Batchelor heard ran as follows. O thou divine one, thou wast sent into the world for us to hunt. O thou precious little divinity, we worship thee, pray hear our prayer. We have nourished thee and brought thee up with a deal of pains and trouble, all because we love thee so. Now, as thou hast grown big, we are about to send thee to thy father and mother. When thou comest to them, please speak well of us, and tell them how kind we have been. Please come to us again, and we will sacrifice thee. Having been secured with ropes, the bear is then let out of the cage and assailed with a shower of blunt arrows in order to arouse it to fury. When it has spent itself in vain struggles, it is tied up to a stake, gagged and strangled, its neck being placed between two poles, which are then violently compressed, all the people eagerly helping to squeeze the animal to death. An arrow is also discharged into the beast's heart by a good marksman, but so as not to shed blood, for they think that it would be very unlucky if any of the blood were to drip on the ground. However, the men sometimes drink the warm blood of the bear, that the courage and other virtues it possesses may pass into them. And sometimes they besmear themselves and their clothes with the blood in order to ensure success in hunting. When the animal has been strangled to death, it is skinned and its head is cut off and set in the east window of the house, where a piece of its own flesh is placed under its snout, together with a cup of its own meat boiled, some millet dumplings, and dried fish. Prayers are then addressed to the dead animal. Amongst other things, it is sometimes invited, after going away to its father and mother, to return into the world in order that it may again be reared for sacrifice. When the bear is supposed to have finished eating its own flesh, the man who presides at the feast takes the cup containing the boiled meat, salutes it, and divides the contents between all the company present. Every person, young and old alike, must taste a little. The cup is called the cup of offering because it has just been offered to the dead bear. When the rest of the flesh has been cooked, it is shared out in like manner among all the people, everybody partaking of at least a morsel. Not to partake of the feast would be equivalent to excommunication. It would be to place the recreant outside the pale of Aino fellowship. Formerly, every particle of the bear, except the bones, had to be eaten up at the banquet, but this rule is now relaxed. The head, on being detached from the skin, is set up on a long pole beside the sacred wands, inao outside of the house, where it remains till nothing but the bare white skull is left. Skulls so set up are worshipped not only at the time of the festival, but very often as long as they last. The Aino assured Mr. Batchelor that they really do believe the spirits of the worshipful animals to reside in the skulls. That is why they address them as divine preservers and precious divinities. The ceremony of killing the bear was witnessed by Dr. B. Shube on the 10th of August at Kanui, which is a village on Volcano Bay in the island of Yizo or Yesso. As his description of the rite contains some interesting particulars not mentioned in the foregoing account, it may be worthwhile to summarize it. On entering the hut, he found about 30 Aino present, men, women, and children, all dressed in their best. The master of the house first offered a libation on the fireplace to the god of the fire, and the guests followed his example. Then a libation was offered to the house god in his sacred corner of the hut. Meanwhile, the housewife, who had nursed the bear, sat by herself, silent and sad, bursting now and then into tears. Her grief was obviously unaffected, and it deepened as the festival went on. Next, the master of the house and some of the guests went out of the hut and offered libations before the bear's cage. A few drops were presented to the bear in a saucer, which he at once upset. Then the women and girls danced round the cage, their faces turned towards it, their knees slightly bent, rising and hopping on their toes. As they danced, they clapped their hands and sang a monotonous song. The housewife and a few old women, who might have nursed many bears, danced tearfully, stretching out their arms to the bear and addressing it in terms of endearment. The young folks were less affected. They laughed as well as sang. Disturbed by the noise, the bear began to rush about his cage and howl lamentably. Next, libations were offered at the anau-inabos, or sacred wands, which stand outside of an ano hut. These wands are about a couple of feet high and are whittled at the top into spiral shavings. 5 new wands with bamboo leaves attached to them had been set up for the festival. This is regularly done when a bear is killed. The leaves mean that the animal may come to life again. Then the bear was let out of his cage, a rope was thrown round his neck, and he was led about in the neighborhood of the hut. While this was being done, the men, headed by a chief, shot at the beast with arrows tipped with wooden buttons. Dr. Shube had to do so also. Then the bear was taken before the sacred wands, a stick was put in his mouth, 9 men knelt on him and pressed his neck against a beam. In 5 minutes the animal had expired without uttering a sound. Meantime, the women and girls had taken post behind the men, where they danced, lamenting and beating the men who were killing the bear. The bear's carcass was next placed on the mat before the sacred wands, and a sword and quiver, taken from the wands, were hung round the beast's neck. Being a she-bear, it was also adorned with a necklace and earrings. Then food and drink were offered to it, in the shape of millet broth, millet cakes, and a pot of sake. The men now sat down on mats before the dead bear, offered libations to it, and drank deep. Meanwhile, the women and girls had laid aside all marks of sorrow and danced merrily, none more merrily than the old women. When the mirth was at its height, 2 young Aino, who had let the bear out of his cage, mounted the roof of the hut and threw cakes of millet among the company, who all scrambled for them without distinction of age or sex. The bear was next skinned and disemboweled, and the trunk severed from the head, to which the skin was left hanging. The blood, caught in cups, was eagerly swallowed by the men. None of the women or children appeared to drink the blood, though custom did not forbid them to do so. The liver was cut in small pieces and eaten raw, with salt, the women and children getting their share. The flesh and the rest of the vitals were taken into the house to be kept till the next day but one, and then to be divided among the persons who had been present at the feast. Blood and liver were offered to Dr. Shube. While the bear was being disemboweled, the women and girls danced the same dance which they had danced at the beginning, not, however, round the cage, but in front of the sacred wands. At this dance, the old women, who had been merry a moment before, again shed tears freely. After the brain had been extracted from the bear's head and swallowed with salt, the skull, detached from the skin, was hung on a pole beside the sacred wands. The stick with which the bear had been gagged was also fastened to the pole, and so were the sword and quiver which had been hung on the carcass. The latter were removed in about an hour, but the rest remained standing. The whole company, men and women, danced noisily before the pole, and another drinking bout, in which the women joined, closed the festival. Perhaps the first published account of the bear feast of the Aino is one which was given to the world by a Japanese writer in 1652. It has been translated into French and runs thus. When they find a young bear, they bring it home, and the wife suckles it. When it is grown, they feed it with fish and fowl and kill it in winter for the sake of the liver, which they esteem an antidote to poison, the worms, colic, and disorders of the stomach. It is of a very bitter taste, and is good for nothing if the bear has been killed in summer. This butchery begins in the first Japanese month. For this purpose, they put the animal's head between 2 long poles, which are squeezed together by 50 or 60 people, both men and women. When the bear is dead, they eat his flesh, keep the liver as a medicine, and sell the skin, which is black and commonly 6 feet long, but the longest measure 12 feet. As soon as he is skinned, the persons who nourished the beast begin to bewail him. Afterwards, they make little cakes to regale those who helped them. The Aino of Saghalien rear bear cubs and kill them with similar ceremonies. We are told that they do not look upon the bear as a god, but only as a messenger whom they dispatch with various commissions to the god of the forest. The animal is kept for about 2 years in a cage and then killed at a festival, which always takes place in winter and at night. The day before the sacrifice is devoted to lamentation. old women relieving each other in the duty of weeping and groaning in front of the bear's cage. Then about the middle of the night or very early in the morning, an orator makes a long speech to the beast, reminding him how they have taken care of him and fed him well and bathed him in the river and made him warm and comfortable. Now, he proceeds, we are holding a great festival in your honor. Be not afraid. We will not hurt you. We will only kill you and send you to the god of the forest who loves you. We are about to offer you a good dinner, the best you have ever eaten among us, and we will all weep for you together. The Aino who will kill you is the best shot among us. There he is, he weeps and asks your forgiveness. You will feel almost nothing, it will be done so quickly. We cannot feed you always, as you will understand. We have done enough for you, it is now your turn to sacrifice yourself for us. You will ask God to send us, for the winter, plenty of otters and sables, and for the summer, seals and fish in abundance. Do not forget our messages, we love you much, and our children will never forget you. When the bear has partaken of his last meal amid the general emotion of the spectators, the old women weeping afresh and the men uttering stifled cries, he is strapped, not without difficulty and danger, and being let out of the cage is led on leash or dragged, according to the state of his temper, thrice round his cage, then round his master's house, and lastly round the house of the orator. Thereupon he is tied up to a tree, which is decked with sacred whittled sticks, enow of the usual sort, and the orator again addresses him in a long harangue, which sometimes lasts till the day is beginning to break. Remember, he cries, remember, I remind you of your whole life and of the services we have rendered you. It is now for you to do your duty. Do not forget what I have asked of you. You will tell the gods to give us riches, that our hunters may return from the forest laden with rare furs and animals good to eat, that our fishers may find troops of seals on the shore and in the sea, and that their nets may crack under the weight of the fish. We have no hope but in you. The evil spirits laugh at us, and too often they are unfavorable and malignant to us, but they will bow before you. We have given you food and joy and health. Now we kill you in order that you may in return send riches to us and to our children. To this discourse the bear, more and more surly and agitated, listens without conviction. Round and round the tree he paces and howls lamentably, till, just as the first beams of the rising sun light up the scene, an archer speeds an arrow to his heart. No sooner has he done so, than the marksman throws away his bow and flings himself on the ground, and the old men and women do the same, weeping and sobbing. Then they offer the dead beast a repast of rice and wild potatoes, and having spoken to him in terms of pity and thanked him for what he has done and suffered, they cut off his head and paws and keep them as sacred things. A banquet on the flesh and blood of the bear follows. Women were formerly excluded from it, but now they share with the men. The blood is drunk warm by all present, the flesh is boiled, custom forbids it to be roasted. And as the relics of the bear may not enter the house by the door, and Aino houses in Saghalien have no windows, a man gets up on the roof and lets the flesh, the head, and the skin down through the smoke hole. Rice and wild potatoes are then offered to the head, and a pipe, tobacco, and matches are considerately placed beside it. Custom requires that the guests should eat up the whole animal before they depart. The use of salt and pepper at the meal is forbidden, and no morsel of the flesh may be given to the dogs. When the banquet is over, the head is carried away into the depth of the forest and deposited on a heap of bear skulls, the bleached and moldering relics of similar festivals in the past. The Gilyaks, a Tungusian people of eastern Siberia, hold a bear festival of the same sort once a year in January. The bear is the object of the most refined solicitude of an entire village and plays the chief part in their religious ceremonies. An old she-bear is shot and her cub is reared, but not suckled, in the village. When the bear is big enough, he is taken from his cage and dragged through the village. But first they lead him to the bank of the river, for this is believed to ensure abundance of fish to each family. He is then taken into every house in the village, where fish, brandy, and so forth are offered to him. Some people prostrate themselves before the beast. His entrance into a house is supposed to bring a blessing, and if he snuffs at the food offered to him, this also is a blessing. Nevertheless, they tease and worry, poke and tickle the animal continually, so that he is surly and snappish. After being thus taken to every house, he is tied to a peg and shot dead with arrows. His head is then cut off, decked with shavings, and placed on the table where the feast is set out. Here they beg pardon of the beast and worship him. Then his flesh is roasted and eaten in special vessels of wood finely carved. They do not eat the flesh raw nor drink the blood, as the Aino do. The brain and entrails are eaten last, and the skull, still decked with shavings, is placed on a tree near the house. Then the people sing, and both sexes dance in ranks, as bears. One of these bear festivals was witnessed by the Russian traveler L. von Schrank and his companions at the Gilyak village of Tebach in January 1856. From his detailed report of the ceremony, we may gather some particulars which are not noticed in the briefer accounts which I have just summarized. The bear, he tells us, plays a great part in the life of all the peoples inhabiting the region of the Amur and Siberia as far as Kamchatka, but among none of them is his importance greater than among the Gilyaks. The immense size which the animal attains in the valley of the Amur, his ferocity whetted by hunger, and the frequency of his appearance, all combine to make him the most dreaded beast of prey in the country. No wonder, therefore, that the fancy of the Gilyaks is busied with him and surrounds him, both in life and in death, with a sort of halo of superstitious fear. Thus, for example, it is thought that if a Gilyak falls in combat with a bear, his soul transmigrates into the body of the beast. Nevertheless, his flesh has an irresistible attraction for the Gilyak palate, especially when the animal has been kept in captivity for some time and fattened on fish, which gives the flesh, in the opinion of the Gilyaks, a peculiarly delicious flavor. But in order to enjoy this dainty with impunity, they deem it needful to perform a long series of ceremonies, of which the intention is to delude the living bear by a show of respect, and to appease the anger of the dead animal by the homage paid to his departed spirit. The marks of respect begin as soon as the beast is captured. He is brought home in triumph and kept in a cage, where all the villagers take it in turns to feed him. For although he may have been captured or purchased by one man, he belongs in a manner to the whole village. His flesh will furnish a common feast, and hence all must contribute to support him in his life. The length of time he is kept in captivity depends on his age. Old bears are kept only a few months. Cubs are kept till they are full grown. A thick layer of fat on the captive bear gives the signal for the festival, which is always held in winter, generally in December, but sometimes in January or February. At the festival witnessed by the Russian travelers, which lasted a good many days, 3 bears were killed and eaten. More than once the animals were led about in procession and compelled to enter every house in the village, where they were fed as a mark of honor, and to show that they were welcome guests. But before the beasts set out on this round of visits, the Gilyaks played at skipping rope in presence, and perhaps, as L. von Schrank inclined to believe, in honor of the animals. The night before they were killed, the 3 bears were led by moonlight a long way on the ice of the frozen river. That night no one in the village might sleep. Next day, after the animals had been again led down the steep bank to the river, and conducted thrice round the hole in the ice from which the women of the village drew their water, they were taken to an appointed place not far from the village, and shot to death with arrows. The place of sacrifice or execution was marked as holy by being surrounded with whittled sticks, from the tops of which shavings hung in curls. Such sticks are with the Gilyaks, as with the Aino, the regular symbols that accompany all religious ceremonies. When the house has been arranged and decorated for their reception, the skins of the bears, with their heads attached to them, are brought into it, not, however, by the door, but through a window, and then hung on a sort of scaffold opposite the hearth on which the flesh is to be cooked. The boiling of the bear's flesh among the Gilyaks is done only by the oldest men, whose high privilege it is. Women and children, young men and boys have no part in it. The task is performed slowly and deliberately, with a certain solemnity. On the occasion described by the Russian travelers, the kettle was first of all surrounded with a thick wreath of shavings, and then filled with snow, for the use of water to cook bear's flesh is forbidden. Meanwhile, a large wooden trough, richly adorned with arabesques and carvings of all sorts, was hung immediately under the snouts of the bears. On one side of the trough was carved in relief a bear, on the other side a toad. When the carcasses were being cut up, each leg was laid on the ground in front of the bears, as if to ask their leave, before being placed in the kettle. And the boiled flesh was fished out of the kettle with an iron hook and set in the trough before the bears, in order that they might be the first to taste of their own flesh. As fast, too, as the fat was cut in strips, it was hung up in front of the bears, and afterwards laid in a small wooden trough on the ground before them. Last of all, the inner organs of the beasts were cut up and placed in small vessels. At the same time, the women made bandages out of party-colored rags, and after sunset, these bandages were tied round the bears' snouts just below the eyes in order to dry the tears that flowed from them. As soon as the ceremony of wiping away poor Bruin's tears had been performed, the assembled Gilyaks set to work in earnest to devour his flesh. The broth obtained by boiling the meat had already been partaken of. The wooden bowls, platters, and spoons out of which the Gilyaks eat the broth and flesh of the bears on these occasions are always made specially for the purpose at the festival, and only then. They are elaborately ornamented with carved figures of bears and other devices that refer to the animal or the festival, and the people have a strong superstitious scruple against parting with them. After the bones had been picked clean, they were put back in the kettle, in which the flesh had been boiled. And when the festal meal was over, an old man took his stand at the door of the house with a branch of fir in his hand, with which, as the people passed out, he gave a light blow to every one who had eaten of the bear's flesh or fat, perhaps as a punishment for their treatment of the worshipful animal. In the afternoon, the women performed a strange dance. Only one woman danced at a time, throwing the upper part of her body into the oddest postures, while she held in her hands a branch of fir or a kind of wooden castanets. The other women, meanwhile, played an accompaniment by drumming on the beams of the house with clubs. Von Schrenck believed that after the flesh of the bear has been eaten, the bones and the skull are solemnly carried out by the oldest people to a place in the forest not far from the village. There all the bones except the skull are buried. After that, a young tree is felled a few inches above the ground, its stump cleft, and the skull wedged into the cleft. When the grass grows over the spot, the skull disappears from view, and that is the end of the bear. Another description of the bear festivals of the Gilyaks has been given us by Mr. Leo Sternberg. It agrees substantially with the foregoing accounts, but a few particulars in it may be noted. According to Mr. Sternberg, the festival is usually held in honor of a deceased relation. The next of kin either buys or catches a bear cub and nurtures it for 2 or 3 years till it is ready for the sacrifice. Only certain distinguished guests, Narchen, are privileged to partake of the bear's flesh, but the host and members of his clan eat a broth made from the flesh. Great quantities of this broth are prepared and consumed on the occasion. The guests of honor, Narchen, must belong to the clan into which the host's daughters and the other women of his clan are married. One of these guests, usually the host's son-in-law, is entrusted with the duty of shooting the bear dead with an arrow. The skin, head, and flesh of the slain bear are brought into the house not through the door, but through the smoke hole. A quiver full of arrows is laid under the head, and beside it are deposited tobacco, sugar, and other food. The soul of the bear is supposed to carry off the souls of these things with it on the far journey. A special vessel is used for cooking the bear's flesh, and the fire must be kindled by a sacred apparatus of flint and steel, which belongs to the clan and is handed down from generation to generation, but which is never used to light fires except on these solemn occasions. Of all the many viands cooked for the consumption of the assembled people, a portion is placed in a special vessel and set before the bear's head. This is called feeding the head. After the bear has been killed, dogs are sacrificed in couples of male and female. Before being throttled, they are fed and invited to go to their lord on the highest mountain, to change their skins, and to return next year in the form of bears. The soul of the dead bear departs to the same lord, who is also lord of the primeval forest. It goes away laden with the offerings that have been made to it, and attended by the souls of the dogs and also by the souls of the sacred whittled sticks, which figure prominently at the festival. The Goldi, neighbors of the Gilyaks, treat the bear in much the same way. They hunt and kill it, but sometimes they capture a live bear and keep him in a cage, feeding him well and calling him their son and brother. Then, at a great festival, he is taken from his cage, paraded about with marked consideration, and afterwards killed and eaten. The skull, jawbones, and ears are then suspended on a tree as an antidote against evil spirits. But the flesh is eaten and much relished, for they believe that all who partake of it acquire a zest for the chase and become courageous. The Auriches, another Tungusian people of the region of the Amur, hold bear festivals of the same general character. Anyone who catches a bear cub considers it his bounden duty to rear it in a cage for about 3 years, in order at the end of that time to kill it publicly and eat the flesh with his friends. The feasts being public, though organized by individuals, the people try to have one in each Orachi village every year in turn. When the bear is taken out of his cage, he is led about by means of ropes to all the huts, accompanied by people armed with lances, bows, and arrows. At each hut, the bear and bear leaders are treated to something good to eat and drink. This goes on for several days until all the huts, not only in that village but also in the next, have been visited. The days are given up to sport and noisy jollity. Then the bear is tied to a tree or wooden pillar and shot to death by the arrows of the crowd, after which its flesh is roasted and eaten. Among the Orachas of the Tundra River, women take part in the bear feasts, while among the Orachas of the river Roman VI, the women will not even touch bear's flesh. In the treatment of the captive bear by these tribes, there are features which can hardly be distinguished from worship. Such, for example, are the prayers offered to it both alive and dead. The offerings of food, including portions of its own flesh, laid before the animal's skull. And the Gilyak custom of leading the living beast to the river in order to ensure a supply of fish, and of conducting him from house to house in order that every family may receive his blessing. Just as in Europe a mate tree or a personal representative of the tree spirit used to be taken from door to door in spring, for the sake of diffusing among all and sundry the fresh energies of reviving nature. Again, the solemn participation in his flesh and blood, and particularly the Aino custom of sharing the contents of the cup, which had been consecrated by being set before the dead beast, are strongly suggestive of a sacrament, and the suggestion is confirmed by the Gilyak practice of reserving special vessels to hold the flesh, and cooking it on a fire kindled by a sacred apparatus, which is never employed except on these religious occasions. Indeed, our principal authority on Aino religion, the Reverend John Batchelor, frankly describes as worship the ceremonious respect which the Aino pay to the bear, and he affirms that the animal is undoubtedly one of their gods. Certainly, the Aino appear to apply their name for god Kamui freely to the bear. But, as Mr. Batchelor himself points out, that word is used with many different shades of meaning and is applied to a great variety of objects, so that from its application to the bear, we cannot safely argue that the animal is actually regarded as a deity. Indeed, we are expressly told that the Aino of Saghalien do not consider the bear to be a god, but only a messenger to the gods, and the message with which they charge the animal at its death bears out the statement. Apparently, the Gilyaks also look on the bear in the light of an envoy dispatched with presents to the Lord of the Mountain, on whom the welfare of the people depends. At the same time, they treat the animal as a being of a higher order than man, in fact as a minor deity, whose presence in the village, so long as he is kept and fed, diffuses blessings, especially by keeping at bay the swarms of evil spirits who are constantly lying in wait for people, stealing their goods and destroying their bodies by sickness and disease. Moreover, by partaking of the flesh, blood, or broth of the bear, the Gilyaks, the Aino, and the Goldie are all of opinion that they acquire some portion of the animal's mighty powers, particularly his courage and strength. No wonder, therefore, that they should treat so great a benefactor with marks of the highest respect and affection. Some light may be thrown on the ambiguous attitude of the Aino to bears by comparing the similar treatment which they accord to other creatures. For example, they regard the eagle owl as a good deity who by his hooting warns men of threatened evil and defends them against it. Hence he is loved, trusted, and devoutly worshipped as a divine mediator between men and the Creator. The various names applied to him are significant both of his divinity and of his mediatorship. Whenever an opportunity offers, one of these divine birds is captured and kept in a cage, where he is greeted with the endearing titles of beloved God and dear little divinity. Nevertheless, the time comes when the dear little divinity is throttled and sent away in his capacity of mediator to take a message to the superior gods or to the Creator himself. The following is the form of prayer addressed to the eagle owl when it is about to be sacrificed. Beloved deity, we have brought you up because we loved you, and now we are about to send you to your father. We herewith offer you food, inao, wine, and cakes. Take them to your parent, and he will be very pleased. When you come to him, say, I have lived a long time among the Ainu, where an Ainu father and an Ainu mother reared me. I now come to thee. I have brought a variety of good things. I saw while living in Anoland a great deal of distress. I observed that some of the people were possessed by demons, some were wounded by wild animals, some were hurt by landslides, others suffered shipwreck, and many were attacked by disease. The people are in great straits. My father, hear me, and hasten to look upon the Ainu and help them. If you do this, your father will help us. Again, the Ainu keep eagles in cages, worship them as divinities, and ask them to defend the people from evil. Yet they offer the bird in sacrifice, and when they are about to do so they pray to him, saying, O precious divinity, O thou divine bird, pray listen to my words. Thou dost not belong to this world, for thy home is with the Creator and his golden eagles. This being so, I present thee with these inao and cakes and other precious things. Do thou ride upon the inao and ascend to thy home in the glorious heavens. When thou arrivest, assemble the deities of thy own kind together and thank them for us for having governed the world. Do thou come again, I beseech thee, and rule over us. O my precious one, go thou quietly. Once more, the Ainu revere hawks, keep them in cages, and offer them in sacrifice. At the time of killing one of them, the following prayer should be addressed to the bird. O divine hawk, thou art an expert hunter, please cause thy cleverness to descend on me. If a hawk is well treated in captivity and prayed to after this fashion when he is about to be killed, he will surely send help to the hunter. Thus the Ainu hopes to profit in various ways by slaughtering the creatures, which, nevertheless, he treats as divine. He expects them to carry messages for him to their kindred or to the gods in the upper world. He hopes to partake of their virtues by swallowing parts of their bodies or in other ways, and apparently he looks forward to their bodily resurrection in this world, which will enable him again to catch and kill them, and again to reap all the benefits which he has already derived from their slaughter. For in the prayers addressed to the worshipful bear and the worshipful eagle before they are knocked on the head, the creatures are invited to come again, which seems clearly to point to a faith in their future resurrection. If any doubt could exist on this head, it would be dispelled by the evidence of Mr. Batchelor, who tells us that the Ainu are firmly convinced that the spirits of birds and animals killed in hunting or offered in sacrifice come and live again upon the earth clothed with a body. And they believe, further, that they appear here for the special benefit of men, particularly Ainu hunters. The Ainu, Mr. Batchelor tells us, confessedly slays and eats the beast that another may come in its place and be treated in like manner. And at the time of sacrificing the creatures, prayers are said to them which form a request that they will come again and furnish viands for another feast, as if it were an honor to them to be thus killed and eaten, and a pleasure as well. Indeed, such is the people's idea. These last observations, as the context shows, refer especially to the sacrifice of bears. Thus, among the benefits which the Ainu anticipates from the slaughter of the worshipful animals, not the least substantial, is that of gorging himself on their flesh and blood, both on the present and on many a similar occasion hereafter. And that pleasing prospect again is derived from his firm faith in the spiritual immortality and bodily resurrection of the dead animals. A like faith is shared by many savage hunters in many parts of the world and has given rise to a variety of quaint customs, some of which will be described presently. Meantime, it is not unimportant to observe that the solemn festivals at which the Ainu, the Gilyaks, and other tribes slaughter the tame caged bears with demonstrations of respect and sorrow are probably nothing but an extension or glorification of similar rites which the hunter performs over any wild bear which he chances to kill in the forest. Indeed, with regard to the Gilyaks, we are expressly informed that this is the case. If we would understand the meaning of the Gilyak ritual, says Mr. Sternberg, we must above all remember that the bear festivals are not, as is usually but falsely assumed, celebrated only at the killing of a house bear, but are held on every occasion when a Gilyak succeeds in slaughtering a bear in the chase. It is true that in such cases the festival assumes less imposing dimensions, but in its essence it remains the same. When the head and skin of a bear killed in the forest are brought into the village, they are accorded a triumphal reception with music and solemn ceremonial. The head is laid on a consecrated scaffold, fed and treated with offerings, just as at the killing of a house bear. And the guests of honor, Narchen, are also assembled. So, too, dogs are sacrificed, and the bones of the bear are preserved in the same place and with the same marks of respect as the bones of a house bear. Hence, the great winter festival is only an extension of the rite, which is observed at the slaughter of every bear. Thus the apparent contradiction in the practice of these tribes, who venerate and almost deify the animals which they habitually hunt, kill, and eat, is not so flagrant as at first sight it appears to us. The people have reasons, and some very practical reasons, for acting as they do. For the savage is by no means so illogical and unpractical as to superficial observers he is apt to seem. He has thought deeply on the questions which immediately concern him, he reasons about them, and though his conclusions often diverge very widely from ours, we ought not to deny him the credit of patient and prolonged meditation on some fundamental problems of human existence. In the present case, if he treats bears in general as creatures wholly subservient to human needs, and yet singles out certain individuals of the species for homage which almost amounts to deification, we must not hastily set him down as irrational and inconsistent, but must endeavor to place ourselves at his point of view, to see things as he sees them, and to divest ourselves of the prepossessions which tinge so deeply our own views of the world. If we do so, we shall probably discover that, however absurd his conduct may appear to us, the savage nevertheless generally acts on a train of reasoning which seems to him in harmony with the facts of his limited experience. This I propose to illustrate in the following chapter, where I shall attempt to show that the solemn ceremonial of the bear festival among the Ainos and other tribes of northeastern Asia is only a particularly striking example of the respect, which on the principles of his rude philosophy, the savage habitually pays to the animals which he kills and eats. The propitiation of wild animals by hunters. The explanation of life by the theory of an indwelling and practically immortal soul is one which the savage does not confine to human beings, but extends to the animate creation in general. In so doing, he is more liberal and perhaps more logical than the civilized man, who commonly denies to animals that privilege of immortality which he claims for himself. The savage is not so proud. He commonly believes that animals are endowed with feelings and intelligence like those of men, and that, like men, they possess souls which survive the death of their bodies either to wander about as disembodied spirits or to be born again in animal form. Thus to the savage, who regards all living creatures as practically on a footing of equality with man, the act of killing and eating an animal must wear a very different aspect from that which the same act presents to us, who regard the intelligence of animals as far inferior to our own and deny them the possession of immortal souls. Hence, on the principles of his rude philosophy, the primitive hunter who slays an animal believes himself exposed to the vengeance either of its disembodied spirit or of all the other animals of the same species, whom he considers as knit together, like men, by the ties of kin and the obligations of the blood feud, and therefore as bound to resent the injury done to one of their number. Accordingly, the savage makes it a rule to spare the life of those animals which he has no pressing motive for killing, at least such fierce and dangerous animals as are likely to exact a bloody vengeance for the slaughter of one of their kind. Crocodiles are animals of this sort. They are only found in hot countries, where, as a rule, food is abundant, and primitive man has therefore little reason to kill them for the sake of their tough and unpalatable flesh. Hence it is a custom with some savages to spare crocodiles, or rather only to kill them in obedience to the law of blood feud, that is, as a retaliation for the slaughter of men by crocodiles. For example, the Dyaks of Borneo will not kill a crocodile unless a crocodile has first killed a man. For why, say they, should they commit an act of aggression when he and his kindred can so easily repay them? But should the alligator take a human life, revenge becomes a sacred duty of the living relatives, who will trap the man-eater in the spirit of an officer of justice pursuing a criminal. Others, even then, hang back, reluctant to embroil themselves in a quarrel which does not concern them. The man-eating alligator is supposed to be pursued by a righteous nemesis, and whenever one is caught they have a profound conviction that it must be the guilty one or his accomplice. Like the Dyaks, the natives of Madagascar never kill a crocodile, except in retaliation for one of their friends who has been destroyed by a crocodile. They believe that the wanton destruction of one of these reptiles will be followed by the loss of human life, in accordance with the principle of lex talionis. The people who live near the Lake Lityerses in Madagascar make a yearly proclamation to the crocodiles, announcing that they will revenge the death of some of their friends by killing as many crocodiles in return, and warning all well-disposed crocodiles to keep out of the way, as they have no quarrel with them, but only with their evil-minded relations who have taken human life. Various tribes of Madagascar believe themselves to be descended from crocodiles, and accordingly they view the scaly reptile as, to all intents and purposes, a man and a brother. If one of the animals should so far forget himself as to devour one of his human kinsfolk, the chief of the tribe, or in his absence, an old man familiar with the tribal customs, repairs at the head of the people to the edge of the water, and summons the family of the culprit to deliver him up to the arm of justice. A hook is then baited and cast into the river or lake. Next day the guilty brother, or one of his family, is dragged ashore, and after his crime has been clearly brought home to him by a strict interrogation, he is sentenced to death and executed. The claims of justice being thus satisfied and the majesty of the law fully vindicated, the deceased crocodile is lamented and buried like a kinsman. A mound is raised over his relics, and a stone marks the place of his head. Again, the tiger is another of those dangerous beasts whom the savage prefers to leave alone, lest by killing one of the species he should excite the hostility of the rest. No consideration will induce a Sumatran to catch or wound a tiger, except in self-defense or immediately after a tiger has destroyed a friend or relation. When a European has set traps for tigers, the people of the neighborhood have been known to go by night to the place and explain to the animals that the traps are not set by them, nor with their consent. The inhabitants of the hills near Rajamahal, in Bengal, are very averse to killing a tiger, unless one of their kinsfolk has been carried off by one of the beasts. In that case, they go out for the purpose of hunting and slaying a tiger, and when they have succeeded they lay their bows and arrows on the carcass and invoke God, declaring that they slew the animal in retaliation for the loss of a kinsman. Vengeance having been thus taken, they swear not to attack another tiger except under similar provocation. The Indians of Carolina would not molest snakes when they came upon them, but would pass by on the other side of the path, believing that if they were to kill a serpent, the reptile's kindred would destroy some of their brethren, friends, or relations in return. So the Seminole Indians spared the rattlesnake, because they feared that the soul of the dead rattlesnake would incite its kinsfolk to take vengeance. The Cherokee regard the rattlesnake as the chief of the snake tribe in fear and respect him accordingly. Few Cherokee will venture to kill a rattlesnake, unless they cannot help it, and even then they must atone for the crime by craving pardon of the snake's ghost either in their own person or through the mediation of a priest, according to a set formula. If these precautions are neglected, the kinsfolk of the dead snake will send one of their number as an avenger of blood, who will track down the murderer and sting him to death. No ordinary Cherokee dares to kill a wolf if he can possibly help it, for he believes that the kindred of the slain beast would surely avenge its death, and that the weapon with which the deed had been done would be quite useless for the future, unless it were cleaned and exorcised by a medicine man. However, certain persons who know the proper rites of atonement for such a crime can kill wolves with impunity, and they are sometimes hired to do so by people who have suffered from the raids of the wolves on their cattle or fish traps. In Jebel Nuba, a district of the eastern Sudan, it is forbidden to touch the nests or remove the young of a species of blackbirds, resembling our blackbirds, because the people believe that the parent birds would avenge the wrong by causing a stormy wind to blow, which would destroy the harvest. But the savage clearly cannot afford to spare all animals. He must either eat some of them or starve, and when the question thus comes to be whether he or the animal must perish, he is forced to overcome his superstitious scruples and take the life of the beast. At the same time, he does all he can to appease his victims and their kinsfolk. Even in the act of killing them, he testifies his respect for them, endeavors to excuse or even conceal his share in procuring their death, and promises that their remains will be honorably treated. By thus robbing death of its terrors, he hopes to reconcile his victims to their fate and to induce their fellows to come and be killed also. For example, it was a principle with the Kamchatkans never to kill a land or sea animal without first making excuses to it and begging that the animal would not take it ill. Also, they offered it cedar nuts and so forth, to make it think that it was not a victim, but a guest at a feast. They believed that this hindered other animals of the same species from growing shy. For instance, after they had killed a bear and feasted on its flesh, the host would bring the bear's head before the company, wrap it in grass, and present it with a variety of trifles. Then he would lay the blame of the bear's death on the Russians and bid the beast wreak his wrath upon them. Also, he would ask the bear to inform the other bears how well he had been treated, that they too might come without fear. Seals, sea lions, and other animals were treated by the Kamchatkans with the same ceremonious respect. Moreover, they used to insert sprigs of a plant resembling bear's wort in the mouths of the animals they killed, after which they would exhort the grinning skulls to have no fear, but to go and tell it to their fellows, that they also might come and be caught and so partake of this splendid hospitality. When the Ostiaks have hunted and killed a bear, they cut off its head and hang it on a tree. Then they gather round in a circle and pay it divine honors. Next they run towards the carcass uttering lamentations and saying, "Who killed you? It was the Russians. Who cut off your head? It was a Russian axe. Who skinned you? It was a knife made by a Russian." They explain, too, that the feathers which sped the arrow on its flight came from the wing of a strange bird, and that they did nothing but let the arrow go. They do all this because they believe that the wandering ghost of the slain bear would attack them on the first opportunity if they did not thus appease it. Or they stuff the skin of the slain bear with hay, and after celebrating their victory with songs of mockery and insult, after spitting on and kicking it, they set it up on its hind legs, and then, for a considerable time, they bestow on it all the veneration due to a guardian god. When a party of Koryak have killed a bear or a wolf, they skin the beast and dress one of themselves in the skin. Then they dance round the skin-clad man, saying that it was not they who killed the animal, but someone else, generally a Russian. When they kill a fox, they skin it, wrap the body in grass, and bid him go tell his companions how hospitably he has been received, and how he has received a new cloak instead of his old one. A fuller account of the Koryak ceremonies is given by a more recent writer. He tells us that when a dead bear is brought to the house, the women come out to meet it, dancing with firebrands. The bear skin is taken off along with the head, and one of the women puts on the skin, dances in it, and entreats the bear not to be angry but to be kind to the people. At the same time, they offer meat on a wooden platter to the dead beast, saying, "Eat, friend." Afterwards, a ceremony is performed for the purpose of sending the dead bear, or rather his spirit, away back to his home. He is provided with provisions for the journey in the shape of puddings or reindeer flesh packed in a grass bag. His skin is stuffed with grass and carried round the house, after which he is supposed to depart towards the rising sun. The intention of the ceremonies is to protect the people from the wrath of the slain bear and his kinsfolk, and so to ensure success in future bear hunts. The Finns used to try to persuade a slain bear that he had not been killed by them, but had fallen from a tree or met his death in some other way. Moreover, they held a funeral festival in his honor, at the close of which bards expatiated on the homage that had been paid to him, urging him to report to the other bears the high consideration with which he had been treated, in order that they also, following his example, might come and be slain. When the Lapps had succeeded in killing a bear with impunity, they thanked him for not hurting them and for not breaking the clubs and spears which had given him his death wounds. And they prayed that he would not visit his death upon them by sending storms or in any other way. His flesh then furnished a feast. The reverence of hunters for the bear whom they regularly kill and eat may thus be traced all along the northern region of the Old World from Bering Straits to Lapland. It reappears in similar forms in North America. With the American Indians, a bear hunt was an important event for which they prepared by long fasts and purgations. Before setting out, they offered expiatory sacrifices to the souls of bears slain in previous hunts and besought them to be favorable to the hunters. When a bear was killed, the hunter lit his pipe and, putting the mouth of it between the bear's lips, blew into the bowl, filling the beast's mouth with smoke. Then he begged the bear not to be angry at having been killed and not to thwart him afterwards in the chase. The carcass was roasted whole and eaten, not a morsel of the flesh might be left over. The head, painted red and blue, was hung on a post and addressed by orators who heaped praise on the dead beast. When men of the Bear clan and the Ottawa tribe killed a bear, they made him a feast of his own flesh and addressed him thus: "Cherish us no grudge because we have killed you. You have sense. You see that our children are hungry. They love you and wish to take you into their bodies. Is it not glorious to be eaten by the children of a chief? Amongst the Nootka Indians of British Columbia, when a bear had been killed, it was brought in and seated before the head chief in an upright posture, with a chief's bonnet, wrought in figures, on its head, and its fur powdered over with white down. A tray of provisions was then set before it, and it was invited by words and gestures to eat. After that, the animal was skinned, boiled, and eaten. A like respect is testified for other dangerous creatures by the hunters who regularly trap and kill them. When Kaffir hunters are in the act of showering spears on an elephant, they call out, "Don't kill us, great captain, don't strike or tread upon us, mighty chief." When he is dead, they make their excuses to him, pretending that his death was a pure accident. As a mark of respect, they bury his trunk with much solemn ceremony, for they say that the elephant is a great lord, his trunk is his hand. Before the Amixosa Kaffirs attack an elephant, they shout to the animal and beg him to pardon them for the slaughter they are about to perpetrate, professing great submission to his person and explaining clearly the need they have of his tusks to enable them to procure beads and supply their wants. When they have killed him, they bury in the ground, along with the end of his trunk, a few of the articles they have obtained for the ivory, thus hoping to avert some mishap that would otherwise befall them. Amongst some tribes of Eastern Africa, when a lion is killed, the carcass is brought before the king, who does homage to it by prostrating himself on the ground and rubbing his face on the muzzle of the beast. In some parts of Western Africa, if a Negro kills a leopard, he is bound fast and brought before the chiefs for having killed one of their peers. The man defends himself on the plea that the leopard is chief of the forest and therefore a stranger. He is then set at liberty and rewarded. But the dead leopard, adorned with a chief's bonnet, is set up in the village, where nightly dances are held in its honor. The Biganda greatly fear the ghosts of buffaloes which they have killed, and they always appease these dangerous spirits. On no account will they bring the head of a slain buffalo into a village or into a garden of plantains. They always eat the flesh of the head in the open country. Afterwards, they place the skull in a small hut built for the purpose, where they pour out beer as an offering and pray to the ghost to stay where he is and not to harm them. Another formidable beast whose life the savage hunter takes with joy, yet with fear and trembling, is the whale. After the slaughter of a whale, the maritime Koryak of northeastern Siberia hold a communal festival, the essential part of which is based on the conception that the whale killed has come on a visit to the village, that it is staying for some time, during which it is treated with great respect, that it then returns to the sea to repeat its visit the following year, that it will induce its relatives to come along, telling them of the hospitable reception that has been accorded to it. According to the Koryak ideas, the whales, like all other animals, constitute one tribe, or rather family, of related individuals who live in villages like the Koryak. They avenge the murder of one of their number and are grateful for kindnesses that they may have received. When the inhabitants of the Isle of St. Mary, to the north of Madagascar, go a-whaling, they single out the young whales for attack and humbly beg the mother's pardon, stating the necessity that drives them to kill her progeny, and requesting that she will be pleased to go below while the deed is doing, that her maternal feelings may not be outraged by witnessing what must cause her so much uneasiness. An Ajumba hunter having killed a female hippopotamus on Lake Aziingo in West Africa, the animal was decapitated and its quarters and bowels removed. Then the hunter, naked, stepped into the hollow of the ribs, and kneeling down in the bloody pool washed his whole body with the blood and excretions of the animal, while he prayed to the soul of the hippopotamus not to bear him a grudge for having killed her, and so blighted her hopes of future maternity. And he further entreated the ghost not to stir up other hippopotamuses to avenge her death by butting at and capsizing his canoe. The ounce, a leopard-like creature, is dreaded for its depredations by the Indians of Brazil. When they have caught one of these animals in a snare, they kill it and carry the body home to the village. There the women deck the carcass with feathers of many colors, put bracelets on its legs, and weep over it, saying, "I pray thee not to take vengeance on our little ones for having been caught and killed through thine own ignorance. For it was not we who deceived thee, it was thyself. Our husbands only set the trap to catch animals that are good to eat, they never thought to take thee in it. Therefore, let not thy soul counsel thy fellows to avenge thy death on our little ones." When a Blackfoot Indian has caught eagles in a trap and killed them, he takes them home to a special lodge, called the Eagle's Lodge, which has been prepared for their reception outside of the camp. Here he sets the birds in a row on the ground, and propping up their heads on a stick, puts a piece of dried meat in each of their mouths in order that the spirits of the dead eagles may go and tell the other eagles how well they are being treated by the Indians. So when Indian hunters of the Orinoco region have killed an animal, they open its mouth and pour into it a few drops of the liquor they generally carry with them, in order that the soul of the dead beast may inform its fellows of the welcome it has met with, and that they too, cheered by the prospect of the same kind reception, may come with alacrity to be killed. When a Teton Indian is on a journey, and he meets a gray spider or a spider with yellow legs, he kills it, because some evil would befall him if he did not. But he is very careful not to let the spider know that he kills it, for if the spider knew, his soul would go and tell the other spiders, and one of them would be sure to avenge the death of his relation. So in crushing the insect, the Indian says, "O grandfather spider, the thunder beings kill you." And the spider is crushed at once and believes what is told him. His soul probably runs and tells the other spiders that the thunder beings have killed him, but no harm comes of that. For what can gray or yellow-legged spiders do to the thunder beings? But it is not merely dangerous creatures with whom the savage desires to keep on good terms. It is true that the respect which he pays to wild beasts is in some measure proportioned to their strength and ferocity. Thus the savage Steens of Cambodia, believing that all animals have souls which roam about after their death, beg an animal's pardon when they kill it, lest its soul should come and torment them. Also they offer it sacrifices, but these sacrifices are proportioned to the size and strength of the animal. The ceremonies which they observe at the death of an elephant are conducted with much pomp and last 7 days. Similar distinctions are drawn by North American Indians. The bear, the buffalo, and the beaver are manitos which furnish food. The bear is formidable and good to eat. They render ceremonies to him, begging him to allow himself to be eaten, although they know he has no fancy for it. "We kill you, but you are not annihilated." His head and paws are objects of homage. Other animals are treated similarly from similar reasons. Many of the animal manitos, not being dangerous, are often treated with contempt. The terrapin, the weasel, polecat, etc. The distinction is instructive. Animals which are feared, or are good to eat, or both, are treated with ceremonious respect. Those which are neither formidable nor good to eat are despised. We have had examples of reverence paid to animals which are both feared and eaten. It remains to prove that similar respect is shown to animals which, without being feared, are either eaten or valued for their skins. When Siberian sable hunters have caught a sable, no one is allowed to see it, and they think that if good or evil be spoken of the captured sable, no more sables will be caught. A hunter has been known to express his belief that the sables could hear what was said of them as far off as Moscow. He said that the chief reason why the sable hunt was now so unproductive was that some live sables had been sent to Moscow. There they had been viewed with astonishment as strange animals, and the sables cannot abide that. Another, though minor, cause of the diminished take of sables was, he alleged, that the world is now much worse than it used to be, so that nowadays a hunter will sometimes hide the sable which he has got instead of putting it into the common stock. This also, said he, the sables cannot abide. Alaskan hunters preserve the bones of sables and beavers out of reach of the dogs for a year, and then bury them carefully, lest the spirits who look after the beavers and sables should consider that they are regarded with contempt, and hence no more should be killed or trapped. The Canadian Indians were equally particular not to let their dogs gnaw the bones, or at least certain of the bones, of beavers. They took the greatest pains to collect and preserve these bones, and, when the beaver had been caught in a net, they threw them into the river. To a Jesuit who argued that the beavers could not possibly know what became of their bones, the Indians replied, "You know nothing about catching beavers, and yet you will be prating about it." Before the beaver is stone dead, his soul takes a turn in the hut of the man who is killing him and makes a careful note of what is done with his bones. If the bones are given to the dogs, the other beavers would get word of it and would not let themselves be caught. Whereas, if their bones are thrown into the fire or a river, they are quite satisfied, and it is particularly gratifying to the net which caught them. Before hunting the beaver, they offered a solemn prayer to the great beaver and presented him with tobacco, and when the chase was over, an orator pronounced a funeral oration over the dead beavers. He praised their spirit and wisdom. "You will hear no more," said he, the voice of the chieftains who commanded you and whom you chose from among all the warrior beavers to give you laws. Your language, which the medicine men understand perfectly, will be heard no more at the bottom of the lake. You will fight no more battles with the otters, your cruel foes. No, beavers, but your skins shall serve to buy arms. We will carry your smoked hams to our children. We will keep the dogs from eating your bones, which are so hard. The elan, deer, and elk were treated by the American Indians with the same punctilious respect, and for the same reason. Their bones might not be given to the dogs nor thrown into the fire, nor might their fat be dropped upon the fire, because the souls of the dead animals were believed to see what was done to their bodies, and to tell it to the other beasts, living and dead. Hence, if their bodies were eluced, the animals of that species would not allow themselves to be taken, neither in this world nor in the world to come. Among the Chickwhites of Paraguay, a sick man would be asked by the medicine man whether he had not thrown away some of the flesh of the deer or turtle, and if he answered yes, the medicine man would say, "That is what is killing you. The soul of the deer or turtle has entered into your body to avenge the wrong you did it." The Canadian Indians would not eat the embryos of the elk unless at the close of the hunting season. Otherwise, the mother elks would be shy and refuse to be caught. In the Timor-Laut Islands of the Indian archipelago, the skulls of all the turtles which a fisherman has caught are hung up under his house. Before he goes out to catch another, he addresses himself to the skull of the last turtle that he killed, and having inserted betel between its jaws, he prays the spirit of the dead animal to entice its kinsfolk in the sea to come and be caught. In the Poso district of Central Celebes, hunters keep the jawbones of deer and wild pigs which they have killed and hang them up in their houses near the fire. Then they say to the jawbones, "Ye cry after your comrades, that your grandfathers or nephews or children may not go away." Their notion is that the souls of the dead deer and pigs tarry near their jawbones and attract the souls of living deer and pigs, which are thus drawn into the toils of the hunter. Thus the wily savage employs dead animals as decoys to lure living animals to their doom. The Lengua Indians of the Gran Chaco love to hunt the ostrich, but when they have killed one of these birds and are bringing home the carcass to the village, they take steps to outwit the resentful ghost of their victim. They think that when the first natural shock of death is past, the ghost of the ostrich pulls himself together and makes after his body. Acting on this sage calculation, the Indians pluck feathers from the breast of the bird and strew them at intervals along the track. At every bunch of feathers, the ghost stops to consider, is this the whole of my body or only a part of it? The doubt gives him pause, and when at last he has made up his mind fully at all the bunches, and has further wasted valuable time by the zigzag course which he invariably pursues in going from one to another, the hunters are safe at home, and the bilked ghost may stalk in vain round about the village, which he is too timid to enter. The Esquimaux about Bering Strait believe that the souls of dead sea beasts, such as seals, walrus, and whales, remain attached to their bladders, and that by returning the bladders to the sea, they can cause the souls to be reincarnated in fresh bodies, and so multiply the game which the hunters pursue and kill. Acting on this belief, every hunter carefully removes and preserves the bladders of all the sea beasts that he kills, and at a solemn festival held once a year in winter, these bladders, containing the souls of all the sea beasts that have been killed throughout the year, are honored with dances and offerings of food in the public assembly room, after which they are taken out on the ice and thrust through holes into the water. For the simple Esquimaux imagine that the souls of the animals, in high good humor at the kind treatment they have experienced, will thereafter be born again as seals, walrus, and whales, and in that form will flock willingly to be again speared, harpooned, or otherwise done to death by the hunters. For like reasons, a tribe which depends for its subsistence, chiefly or in part, upon fishing is careful to treat the fish with every mark of honor and respect. The Indians of Peru adored the fish that they caught in greatest abundance, for they said that the first fish that was made in the world above, for so they named heaven, gave birth to all other fish of that species, and took care to send them plenty of its children to sustain their tribe. For this reason they worshipped sardines in one region, where they killed more of them than of any other fish, in others the skate, in others the dogfish, in others the golden fish for its beauty, in others the crawfish, in others, for want of larger gods, the crabs, where they had no other fish, or where they knew not how to catch and kill them. In short, they had whatever fish was most serviceable to them as their gods. The Kwakiutl Indians of British Columbia think that when a salmon is killed, its soul returns to the salmon country. Hence, they take care to throw the bones and offal into the sea, in order that the soul may reanimate them at the resurrection of the salmon. Whereas if they burned the bones, the soul would be lost, and so it would be quite impossible for that salmon to rise from the dead. In like manner, the Ottawa Indians of Canada, believing that the souls of dead fish passed into other bodies of fish, never burned fish bones, for fear of displeasing the souls of the fish, who would come no more to the nets. The Hurons also refrained from throwing fish bones into the fire, lest the souls of the fish should go and warn the other fish not to let themselves be caught, since the Hurons would burn their bones. Moreover, they had men who preached to the fish and persuaded them to come and be caught. A good preacher was much sought after, for they thought that the exhortations of a clever man had a great effect in drawing the fish to the nets. In the Huron fishing village where the French missionary Sagard stayed, the preacher to the fish prided himself very much on his eloquence, which was of a florid order. Every evening after supper, having seen that all the people were in their places and that a strict silence was observed, he preached to the fish. His text was that the Hurons did not burn fish bones. Then, enlarging on this theme with extraordinary unction, he exhorted and conjured and invited, and implored the fish to come and be caught, and to be of good courage and to fear nothing, for it was all to serve their friends who honored them and did not burn their bones. The natives of the Duke of York Island annually decorate a canoe with flowers and ferns, lade it, or are supposed to lade it, with shell money, and set it adrift to compensate the fish for their fellows who have been caught and eaten. It is especially necessary to treat the first fish caught with consideration in order to conciliate the rest of the fish, whose conduct may be supposed to be influenced by the reception given to those of their kind, which were the first to be taken. Accordingly, the Maoris always put back into the sea the first fish caught, with a prayer that it may tempt other fish to come and be caught. Still more stringent are the precautions taken when the fish are the first of the season. On salmon rivers, when the fish begin to run up the stream in spring, they are received with much deference by tribes who, like the Indians of the Pacific coast of North America, subsist largely upon a fish diet. In British Columbia, the Indians used to go out to meet the first fish as they came up the river. They paid court to them and would address them thus: you fish, you are all chiefs, you are all chiefs. Amongst the Tlingit of Alaska, the first halibut of the season is carefully handled and addressed as a chief, and a festival is given in his honor, after which the fishing goes on. In spring, when the winds blow soft from the south and the salmon begin to run up the Klamath River, the Karoks of California dance for salmon to ensure a good catch. One of the Indians, called the Carria or Godman, retires to the mountains and fasts for 10 days. On his return, the people flee, while he goes to the river, takes the first salmon of the catch, eats some of it, and with the rest kindles the sacred fire in the sweating house. No Indian may take a salmon before this dance is held, nor for 10 days after it, even if his family are starving. The Karoks also believe that a fisherman will take no salmon if the poles of which his spearing booth is made were gathered on the riverside, where the salmon might have seen them. The poles must be brought from the top of the highest mountain. The fisherman will also labor in vain if he uses the same poles a second year in booths or weirs, because the old salmon will have told the young ones about them. There is a favorite fish of the Aina which appears in their rivers about May and June. They prepare for the fishing by observing rules of ceremonial purity, and when they have gone out to fish, the women at home must keep strict silence or the fish would hear them and disappear. When the first fish is caught, he is brought home and passed through a small opening at the end of the hut, but not through the door, for if he were passed through the door, the other fish would certainly see him and disappear. This may partly explain the custom observed by other savages of bringing game in certain cases into their huts, not by the door, but by the window, the smoke hole, or by a special opening at the back of the hut. With some savages, a special reason for respecting the bones of game, and generally of the animals which they eat, is a belief that, if the bones are preserved, they will in course of time be reclothed with flesh, and thus the animal will come to life again. It is, therefore, clearly for the interest of the hunter to leave the bones intact, since to destroy them would be to diminish the future supply of game. Many of the Minatary Indians believe that the bones of those bisons which they have slain and divested of flesh rise again, clothed with renewed flesh, and quickened with life, and become fat, and fit for slaughter the succeeding June. Hence, on the western prairies of America, the skulls of buffaloes may be seen arranged in circles and symmetrical piles, awaiting the resurrection. After feasting on a dog, the Dakotas carefully collect the bones, scrape, wash, and bury them, partly, as it is said, to testify to the dog species, that in feasting upon one of their number no disrespect was meant to the species itself, and partly also from a belief that the bones of the animal will rise and reproduce another. In sacrificing an animal, the Lapps regularly put aside the bones, eyes, ears, heart, lungs, sexual parts, if the animal was a male, and a morsel of flesh from each limb. Then, after eating the remainder of the flesh, they laid the bones and the rest in anatomical order in a coffin and buried them with the usual rites, believing that the god to whom the animal was sacrificed would reclothe the bones with flesh and restore the animal to life in Jabmiemo, the subterranean world of the dead. Sometimes, as after feasting on a bear, they seem to have contented themselves with thus burying the bones. Thus the Lapps expected the resurrection of the slain animal to take place in another world, resembling in this respect the Kamchatkans, who believed that every creature, down to the smallest fly, would rise from the dead and live underground. On the other hand, the North American Indians looked for the resurrection of the animals in the present world. The habit, observed especially by Mongolian peoples, of stuffing the skin of a sacrificed animal or stretching it on a framework, points rather to a belief in a resurrection of the latter sort. The objection commonly entertained by primitive peoples to break the bones of the animals which they have eaten or sacrificed may be based either on a belief in the resurrection of the animals, or on a fear of intimidating other creatures of the same species and offending the ghosts of the slain animals. The reluctance of North American Indians and Esquimaux to let dogs gnaw the bones of animals is perhaps only a precaution to prevent the bones from being broken. But after all, the resurrection of dead game may have its inconveniences, and accordingly, some hunters take steps to prevent it by hamstringing the animal so as to prevent it or its ghost from getting up and running away. This is the motive alleged for the practice by Kui hunters in Laos. They think that the spells which they utter in the chase may lose their magical virtue, and that the slaughtered animal may consequently come to life again and escape. To prevent that catastrophe, they therefore hamstring the beast as soon as they have butchered it. When an Esquimau of Alaska has killed a fox, he carefully cuts the tendons of all the animal's legs in order to prevent the ghost from reanimating the body and walking about. But hamstringing the carcass is not the only measure which the prudent savage adopts for the sake of disabling the ghost of his victim. In old days, when the Aino went out hunting and killed a fox first, they took care to tie its mouth up tightly in order to prevent the ghost of the animal from sallying forth and warning its fellows against the approach of the hunter. The Gilyaks of the Amur River put out the eyes of the seals they have killed, lest the ghosts of the slain animals should know their slayers and avenge their death by spoiling the seal hunt. Besides the animals which primitive man dreads for their strength and ferocity, and those which he reveres on account of the benefits which he expects from them, there is another class of creatures which he sometimes deems it necessary to conciliate by worship and sacrifice. These are the vermin that infest his crops and his cattle. To rid himself of these deadly foes, the farmer has recourse to many superstitious devices, of which, though some are meant to destroy or intimidate the vermin, others aim at propitiating them and persuading them by fair means to spare the fruits of the earth and the herds. Thus Esthonian peasants, in the island of Isle, stand in great awe of the weevil, an insect which is exceedingly destructive to the grain. They give it a fine name, and if a child is about to kill a weevil, they say, "Don't do it. The more we hurt him, the more he hurts us." If they find a weevil, they bury it in the earth instead of killing it. Some even put the weevil under a stone in the field and offer corn to it. They think that thus it is appeased and does less harm. Amongst the Saxons of Transylvania, in order to keep sparrows from the corn, the sower begins by throwing the first handful of seed backwards over his head, saying, "That is for you, sparrows." To guard the corn against the attacks of leaf flies, he shuts his eyes and scatters 3 handfuls of oats in different directions. Having made this offering to the leaf flies, he feels sure that they will spare the corn. A Transylvanian way of securing the crops against all birds, beasts, and insects is this: after he has finished sowing, the sower goes once more from end to end of the field, imitating the gesture of sowing, but with an empty hand. As he does so, he says, "I sow this for the animals. I sow it for everything that flies and creeps, that walks and stands, that sings and springs, in the name of God the Father, etc." The following is a German way of freeing a garden from caterpillars. After sunset or at midnight, the mistress of the house, or another female member of the family, walks all round the garden dragging a broom after her. She may not look behind her, and must keep murmuring, "Good evening, Mother Caterpillar, you shall come with your husband to church." The garden gate is left open till the following morning. Sometimes in dealing with vermin, the farmer aims at hitting a happy mean between excessive rigor on the one hand and weak indulgence on the other. Kind but firm, he tempers severity with mercy. An ancient Greek treatise on farming advises the husbandman who would rid his lands of mice to act thus. Take a sheet of paper and write on it as follows: "I adjure you, ye mice here present, that ye neither injure me nor suffer another mouse to do so. I give you yonder field, here you specify the field, but if ever I catch you here again, by the mother of the gods I will rend you in 7 pieces. Write this, and stick the paper on an unhewn stone in the field before sunrise, taking care to keep the written side up." In the Ardennes, they say that to get rid of rats you should repeat the following words: "Erat verbum, apud diem vestrum." Male rats and female rats, I conjure you, by the great God, to go out of my house, out of all my habitations, and to betake yourselves to such and such a place, there to end your days. Decretis reversus et Decemberasis Virgo potens, clemens justitii. Then write the same words on pieces of paper, fold them up, and place one of them under the door by which the rats are to go forth, and the other on the road which they are to take. This exorcism should be performed at sunrise. Some years ago, an American farmer was reported to have written a civil letter to the rats, telling them that his crops were short, that he could not afford to keep them through the winter, that he had been very kind to them, and that, for their own good, he thought they had better leave him and go to some of his neighbors who had more grain. This document he pinned to a post in his barn for the rats to read. Sometimes the desired object is supposed to be attained by treating with high distinction 1 or 2 chosen individuals of the obnoxious species, while the rest are pursued with relentless rigor. In the East Indian island of Bali, the mice which ravage the rice fields are caught in great numbers and burned in the same way that corpses are burned. But 2 of the captured mice are allowed to live and receive a little packet of white linen. Then the people bow down before them, as before gods, and let them go. When the farms of the sea Dyaks or Ibans of Sarawak are much pestered by birds and insects, they catch a specimen of each kind of vermin, 1 sparrow, 1 grasshopper, and so on, put them in a tiny boat of bark well stocked with provisions, and then allow the little vessel with its obnoxious passengers to float down the river. If that does not drive the pests away, the Dyaks resort to what they deem a more effectual mode of accomplishing the same purpose. They make a clay crocodile as large as life and set it up in the fields, where they offer it food, rice spirit, and cloth, and sacrifice a fowl and a pig before it. Mollified by these attentions, the ferocious animal very soon gobbles up all the creatures that devour the crops. In Albania, if the fields or vineyards are ravaged by locusts or beetles, some of the women will assemble with disheveled hair, catch a few of the insects, and march with them in a funeral procession to a spring or stream, in which they drown the creatures. Then one of the women sings, "O locusts and beetles who have left us bereaved," and the dirge is taken up and repeated by all the women in chorus. Thus, by celebrating the obsequies of a few locusts and beetles, they hope to bring about the death of them all. When caterpillars invaded a vineyard or field in Syria, the virgins were gathered, and one of the caterpillars was taken, and a girl made its mother. Then they bewailed and buried it. Thereafter they conducted the mother to the place where the caterpillars were, consoling her, in order that all the caterpillars might leave the garden. Live, types of animal sacrament, the Egyptian and the Aino types of sacrament. We are now perhaps in a position to understand the ambiguous behavior of the Aino and Gilyaks towards the bear. It has been shown that the sharp line of demarcation, which we draw between mankind and the lower animals, does not exist for the savage. To him, many of the other animals appear as his equals or even his superiors, not merely in brute force, but in intelligence. And if choice or necessity leads him to take their lives, he feels bound, out of regard to his own safety, to do it in a way which will be as inoffensive as possible, not merely to the living animal, but to its departed spirit and to all the other animals of the same species, which would resent an affront put upon one of their kind, much as a tribe of savages would revenge an injury or insult offered to a tribesman. We have seen that among the many devices by which the savage seeks to atone for the wrong done by him to his animal victims, one is to show marked deference to a few chosen individuals of the species, for such behavior is apparently regarded as entitling him to exterminate with impunity all the rest of the species upon which he can lay hands. This principle perhaps explains the attitude, at first sight puzzling and contradictory, of the Aino towards the bear. The flesh and skin of the bear regularly afford them food and clothing, but since the bear is an intelligent and powerful animal, it is necessary to offer some satisfaction or atonement to the bear species for the loss which it sustains in the death of so many of its members. This satisfaction or atonement is made by rearing young bears, treating them, so long as they live, with respect, and killing them with extraordinary marks of sorrow and devotion. So the other bears are appeased, and do not resent the slaughter of their kind by attacking the slayers or deserting the country, which would deprive the Aino of one of their means of subsistence. Thus the primitive worship of animals conforms to two types, which are in some respects the converse of each other. On the one hand, animals are worshipped, and are therefore neither killed nor eaten. On the other hand, animals are worshipped because they are habitually killed and eaten. In both types of worship, the animal is revered on account of some benefit, positive or negative, which the savage hopes to receive from it. In the former worship, the benefit comes either in the positive shape of protection, advice, and help which the animal affords the man, or in the negative shape of abstinence from injuries which it is in the power of the animal to inflict. In the latter worship, the benefit takes the material form of the animal's flesh and skin. The two types of worship are in some measure antithetical. In the one, the animal is not eaten because it is revered. In the other, it is revered because it is eaten. But both may be practiced by the same people, as we see in the case of the North American Indians, who, while they apparently revere and spare their totem animals, also revere the animals and fish upon which they subsist. The Aborigines of Australia have totemism in the most primitive form known to us, but there is no clear evidence that they attempt, like the North American Indians, to conciliate the animals which they kill and eat. The means which the Australians adopt to secure a plentiful supply of game appear to be primarily based, not on conciliation, but on sympathetic magic, a principle to which the North American Indians also resort for the same purpose. Hence, as the Australians undoubtedly represent a ruder and earlier stage of human progress than the American Indians, it would seem that before hunters think of worshipping the game as a means of ensuring an abundant supply of it, they seek to attain the same end by sympathetic magic. This, again, would show what there is good reason for believing that sympathetic magic is one of the earliest means by which man endeavors to adapt the agencies of nature to his needs. Corresponding to the two distinct types of animal worship, there are two distinct types of the custom of killing the animal god. On the one hand, when the revered animal is habitually spared, it is nevertheless killed and, sometimes, eaten on rare and solemn occasions. Examples of this custom have been already given and an explanation of them offered. On the other hand, when the revered animal is habitually killed, the slaughter of any one of these species involves the killing of the god, and is atoned for on the spot by apologies and sacrifices, especially when the animal is a powerful and dangerous one. And, in addition to this ordinary and everyday atonement, there is a special annual atonement, at which a select individual of the species is slain with extraordinary marks of respect and devotion. Clearly, the two types of sacramental killing the Egyptian and the Aino types, as we may call them for distinction, are liable to be confounded by an observer. And, before we can say to which type any particular example belongs, it is necessary to ascertain whether the animal sacramentally slain belongs to a species which is habitually spared, or to one which is habitually killed by the tribe. In the former case, the example belongs to the Egyptian type of sacrament, in the latter to the Aino type. The practice of pastoral tribes appears to furnish examples of both types of sacrament. Pastoral tribes, says Adolf Bastian, being sometimes obliged to sell their herds to strangers who may handle the bones disrespectfully, seek to avert the danger which such a sacrilege would entail by consecrating one of the herd as an object of worship, eating it sacramentally in the family circle with closed doors, and afterwards treating the bones with all the ceremonious respect which, strictly speaking, should be accorded to every head of cattle, but which, being punctually paid to the representative animal, is deemed to be paid to all. Such family meals are found among various peoples, especially those of the Caucasus. When amongst the Abchases the shepherds in spring eat their common meal with their loins girt and their staves in their hands, this may be looked upon both as a sacrament and as an oath of mutual help and support. For the strongest of all oaths is that which is accompanied with the eating of a sacred substance, since the perjured person cannot possibly escape the avenging God whom he has taken into his body and assimilated. This kind of sacrament is of the ana or expiatory type, since it is meant to atone to the species for the possible ill usage of individuals. An expiation, similar in principle but different in details, is offered by the Kalmucks to the sheep, whose flesh is one of their staple foods. Rich Kalmucks are in the habit of consecrating a white ram under the title of the Ram of Heaven or the Ram of the Spirit. The animal is never shorn and never sold, but when it grows old and its owner wishes to consecrate a new one, the old ram must be killed and eaten at a feast to which the neighbors are invited. On a lucky day, generally in autumn when the sheep are fat, a sorcerer kills the old ram after sprinkling it with milk. Its flesh is eaten. The skeleton, with a portion of the fat, is burned on a turf altar, and the skin with the head and feet is hung up. An example of a sacrament of the Egyptian type is furnished by the Todas, a pastoral people of southern India who subsist largely upon the milk of their buffaloes. Amongst them, the buffalo is to a certain degree held sacred and is treated with great kindness, even with a degree of adoration, by the people. They never eat the flesh of the cow buffalo and, as a rule, abstain from the flesh of the male. But to the latter rule there is a single exception. Once a year, all the adult males of the village join in the ceremony of killing and eating a very young male calf seemingly under a month old. They take the animal into the dark recesses of the village wood, where it is killed with a club made from the sacred tree of the Todas, the Millingtonia. A sacred fire having been made by the rubbing of sticks, the flesh of the calf is roasted on the embers of certain trees and is eaten by the men alone, women being excluded from the assembly. This is the only occasion on which the Todas eat buffalo flesh. The Madi or Moru tribe of Central Africa, whose chief wealth is their cattle, though they also practice agriculture, appear to kill a lamb sacramentally on certain solemn occasions. The custom is thus described by Dr. Felkin. A remarkable custom is observed at stated times once a year, I am led to believe. I have not been able to ascertain what exact meaning is attached to it. It appears, however, to relieve the people's minds, for beforehand they evince much sadness and seem very joyful when the ceremony is duly accomplished. The following is what takes place. A large concourse of people of all ages assemble and sit down round a circle of stones, which is erected by the side of a road, really a narrow path. A very choice lamb is then fetched by a boy, who leads it 4 times round the assembled people. As it passes, they pluck off little bits of its fleece and place them in their hair, or on to some other part of their body. The lamb is then led up to the stones, and they're killed by a man belonging to a kind of priestly order, who takes some of the blood and sprinkles it 4 times over the people. He then applies it individually. On the children, he makes a small ring of blood over the lower end of the breastbone. On women and girls, he makes a mark above the breasts, and the men he touches on each shoulder. He then proceeds to explain the ceremony and to exhort the people to show kindness. When this discourse, which is at times of great length, is over, the people rise, each places a leaf on or by the circle of stones, and then they depart with signs of great joy. The lamb's skull is hung on a tree near the stones, and its flesh is eaten by the poor. This ceremony is observed on a small scale at other times. If a family is in any great trouble, through illness or bereavement, their friends and neighbors come together and a lamb is killed. This is thought to avert further evil. The same custom prevails at the grave of departed friends, and also on joyful occasions, such as the return of a son home after a very prolonged absence. The sorrow thus manifested by the people at the annual slaughter of the lamb seems to show that the lamb slain is a sacred or divine animal, whose death is mourned by his worshippers, just as the death of the sacred buzzard was mourned by the Californians and the death of the Theban ram by the Egyptians. The smearing each of the worshippers with the blood of the lamb is a form of communion with the divinity. The vehicle of the divine life is applied externally instead of being taken internally, as when the blood is drunk or the flesh eaten. Processions with sacred animals. The form of communion in which the sacred animal is taken from house to house, that all may enjoy a share of its divine influence, has been exemplified by the Gilead custom of promenading the bear through the village before it is slain. A similar form of communion with the sacred snake is observed by a snake tribe in the Punjab. Once a year in the month of September, the snake is worshipped by all castes and religions for 9 days only. At the end of August, the Murasans, especially those of the snake tribe, make a snake of dough which they paint black and red and place on a winnowing basket. This basket they carry round the village, and on entering any house they say, "God be with you all, may every ill be far, may our patrons Gugga's word thrive." Then they present the basket with the snake, saying, "A small cake of flour, a little bit of butter, if you obey the snake, you and yours shall thrive." Strictly speaking, a cake and butter should be given, but it is seldom done. Everyone, however, gives something, generally a handful of dough or some corn. In houses where there is a new bride or whence a bride has gone, or where a son has been born, it is usual to give a rupee and a quarter, or some cloth. Sometimes the bearers of the snake also sing, "Give the snake a piece of cloth, and he will send a lively bride."